Hello, all my dear followers. I want to welcome you to the What If Naruto was in the world of the Quintessential Quintuplets fanfic. I know it's an unusual crossover, but please give it a chance. I'm sure it will surprise you. As always, I ask for your likes, subscriptions, and comments to keep this channel growing. Without further ado, I'll leave you with the fanfic.
Tokai City, Japan. The morning was calm, with a clear sky that promised a normal day in the bustling city of Tokai. The sidewalks were filled with students heading to their respective schools, amid laughter and lively conversations. Amid the crowd, a young man with blonde hair and a relaxed expression stood out, walking with his hands in his pockets and an almost contagious nonchalance. His steps were firm but not hurried, as if the entire day were unfolding before him without urgency or worry. That young man was Naruto Uzumaki, the hero who had saved his world from total devastation during the Great Fourth Shinobi World War. Yet here, in this ordinary reality, his legendary title had faded like a distant echo. Now he was just another student at Asahima High School, a familiar figure among the crowds of young people who roamed the streets. There were no more battles, no more prophecies to fulfill, just exams and classes to endure. To everyone else, he was simply Naruto. Walking beside her was Fubuki Yusuji, her best friend. Her presence was a constant on the walk to school, and although they didn't exchange many words, there was an unspoken connection that didn't need to be expressed to be felt. Fubuki was a girl who usually maintained a cold distance from others, reserved in her speech and manner of appearance, but next to Naruto, that facade softened. Perhaps because he had been one of the few people who had been there for her, even in the darkest moments, when the world seemed to turn its back on her. For Fubuki, Naruto was more than a friend. He was her support, her confidant, the boy she had come to see as an older brother, although deep down she knew that what she felt went beyond a simple brotherly bond. Over time, that affection grew, turning into a deep, silent love that Fubuki hid behind a mask of seriousness and discreet glances. She often found herself watching Naruto when he wasn't aware, wondering how someone so strong and brilliant could be so blind to the feelings of others. Every time she saw him talking to another girl, a knot of jealousy formed in her chest, but she never dared say anything. Naruto, being the same as always, was too naive to notice such signs. Subtlety wasn't exactly his strong suit, and the intricacies of love were more confusing to him than any ninja technique. Fubuki was slim, but with curves that stood out beneath her school uniform. Her dark blue hair fell softly to her shoulders, framing a face with delicate features and fair skin. She was beautiful, though she didn't usually think about it much. She was beautiful, although she didn't usually think about it much. Point 2. To others, her appearance was a source of admiration, but to her, it was merely a facade hiding the feelings she dared not confess. And so, she walked by Naruto's side every day, maintaining silence and holding on to a hope she feared would crumble. Suddenly, Fubuki quickened her pace, moving a few meters ahead, and stopped to look at him with a gesture that mixed impatience and a touch of frustration. "Come on, Naruto, will you hurry up? I don't want to be late for class again," she said, her tone revealing her annoyance. Naruto blinked, waking up from his thoughts, and responded with a wide smile. "Come on, Fubuki. Relax, we still have 5 minutes. It's not like the world is going to end if we're a little late," Naruto said with a carefree smile and a playful wink. His relaxed tone contrasted with his friend's serious expression, but he didn't think much of it. Fubuki let out an exasperated sigh, shaking her head as she quickened her pace to move a few steps ahead. "That's easy for you to say, Naruto. You always have a knack for getting into trouble where there isn't any," she retorted, though deep down, the familiarity in her tone made it clear she was used to that attitude. Naruto shrugged, a mischievous sparkle shining in his eyes. "Trouble seeks me out because I'm irresistible," he replied with a light laugh. But inside, his thoughts kept wandering. "Or maybe it's because I need something to make my life interesting. I never thought I'd end up in such an ordinary place. After the war, I was hoping old man Rakudu would send me somewhere more exciting. Everything here is boring, just studying and following rules. And even though I don't need to learn anything thanks to my shadow clones, I still belong here." Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Fubuki, who was walking with a firm stride and a serious expression. A nervous laugh escaped his lips, And she's always watching over me. Is it some kind of older sister complex? It's like she always has an eye on me, ready to intervene. Naruto let out a small sigh, but then shrugged. And the boys in my class. It's like they take turns ignoring me. Have they formed an anti-Naruto club? If it were up to me, I'd give it a good name, maybe the Mystic Society of Non-Naruto. After a while of walking in silence, they finally reached the school entrance. Naruto paused for a moment and glanced at his companion, sensing a slight tension in her posture that she couldn't hide. Once inside the classroom, Fubuki headed to her seat with her usual calm, and Naruto took his place next to her, never losing sight of her. It was then that, unable to resist his curiosity, he decided to casually break the silence. "Hey, Fubuki," he began, leaning toward her slightly. "How's your dad's work going? Has there been any progress?" The question was direct, as if Naruto couldn't think of a better way to broach the subject, but his voice conveyed genuine interest. Fubuki looked down, her fingers absent-mindedly playing with the edge of the desk as she let out a soft sigh. "No, nothing yet. The opportunities aren't." She paused, choosing her words carefully. "They're not what we expected. My father keeps looking, but the options aren't enough," she admitted, a hint of concern in her tone that Naruto didn't miss. Naruto looked at her gently, sensing the weight of responsibility she carried. He wanted to ease her burden, and without much thought, he smiled with that warmth that seemed unique to him, filled with an almost contagious confidence. "Fubuki, you have nothing to worry about. No matter what happens, you know I'll always be here to help you, right?" Her words came out clearly, without the slightest hesitation. Fubuki looked up, surprised by the openness in his eyes. Though she tried not to give it much thought, she couldn't help but feel the slight quickening of her heartbeat. "Yes, you said it. You're so direct that sometimes I find it hard to believe," he murmured, looking away while trying to maintain his calm expression. But a small, strange smile appeared on his lips. She couldn't help it. There was something about his selfless kindness and that smile that made her want him in a way she hardly dared admit. "If I weren't so focused on my studies, I would have done something to make you mine alone," she thought, feeling a small surge of adrenaline and desire course through her body at the thought. In her thoughts, she saw herself closer to him, more unrestrained, perhaps taking every opportunity to make sure he saw her, noticed her more. Naruto, unaware of the effect of his last words, continued speaking with that nonchalance that characterized him, although with a special sparkle in his eyes. "Oh, come to think of it, your dad mentioned something about a job you might be interested in. He said he'd let you know when he had more details, but I can ask him too. If anything comes up, I'll let you know. Okay?" Fubuki blinked, surprised at the sudden change and the familiarity with which Naruto spoke of her father. "How do you find out what's going on in my house so quickly?" he commented, his eyebrow raised and his tone slightly amused before changing to a more serious expression. "But speaking of work, you should get one too. I mean, you already live alone, right? I don't know how you manage to, well, support yourself without a steady job." Naruto let out a soft laugh, scratching the back of his neck as if searching for a suitable response. His tone became light, though there was a hint of sincerity in his words. "Me in a formal job?" he said with a smile. "I don't know, Fubuki. I don't think with my track record they'd consider me employee of the year, you know?" Fubuki looked at him in disbelief, not finding the comment funny. She crossed her arms, holding his gaze. "Naruto, I'm serious. It's not normal for you to live without a steady income. If you don't do anything for a living, then how do you do it?" Naruto stared at her, as if pondering his answer, then leaned down to her ear with a mischievous expression, lowering his voice to add a hint of mystery. "Want to know the secret?" he murmured, moving just close enough to catch her attention. "Turns out I have a hidden talent. I'm a master of the art of ramen. I am the legitimate successor of Tsuchisama, the legendary god of ramen. I am the rightful successor to Tsuchisama, the legendary god of ramen. With that in my arsenal, I'm practically invincible." He concluded with a broad smile, as if I'd confided an ancient secret to him. Fubuki looked at him with a mixture of disbelief and resignation. For some reason, Naruto's madness seemed so authentic to her. Sometimes you speak in a way that I'd rather not try to decipher. But if I'm honest, I can't imagine you in a regular job. There's something different about you. Naruto nodded naturally, as if there was no better compliment for him than that, and shrugged. I know, he replied. Though, who knows? Maybe one day you'll see me working at a famous ramen restaurant. I'd have a special motivation to pursue that, wouldn't I? He said, giving her a look that, though fleeting, was full of complicity. Fubuki watched him. Deep down, there was something admirable about the simplicity with which he saw the world, the way he managed to make any situation less complex, easier to bear. Knowing you, I wouldn't be surprised to see you owning an entire chain of ramen restaurants across the country. You'd surely be a success. And a challenge for all chefs, he commented, letting his imagination take over. And when that happens, you'll be my first VIP client. Promise. What do you think? Naruto said with a wink. Before he could respond, the sound of the door opening broke the moment between them. The teacher entered the classroom, his eyes scanning the room as the rest of the students settled into their seats. Naruto and Fubuki exchanged one last glance before turning back to face the front, ready to start the day. There was something special between them that, without being spoken, resonated in the air, a shared memory that would accompany them in the days to come. Break time. The bustle of the dining hall reverberated in every corner, with students chatting animatedly as they collected their trays full of food. The aroma of freshly prepared dishes wafted through the air, and Naruto, as usual, walked with his typical energy toward the line next to Fubuki. His enthusiasm was evident as he asked the cook, 2 yakisoba meals, please. The cook smiled at him as she served the dishes, and within seconds she placed before him 2 trays overflowing with hot noodles, mixed with steaming pieces of vegetables. Here you go. Enjoy, said the cook. Naruto picked up both trays, handing one to Fubuki. She glanced at him, somewhat surprised by the gesture. Hey Naruto, I didn't bring enough money today, she muttered with a mixture of discomfort and reservation, clearly reluctant to accept. Naruto shrugged, dismissing it. Don't worry, I'll pay. Just take the tray to the table while I go to the bathroom. Okay? Okay. See you there, Fubuki agreed, taking both trays before heading to a quiet table, somewhat removed from the center of the dining room. As she placed the trays on the table, a third tray bumped into hers, catching her attention. Across from her, a red-haired girl stared at her with a firm expression. I'll be there first. You can find another table, he ordered sharply, pointing to an empty table further away. You can find another table, he ordered sharply, pointing to an empty table further away. Fubuki held his gaze, showing no signs of backing down. I always sit here, she replied, her voice calm, though her eyes held a firmness that matched the other girls. If you want to leave, go ahead. Unwilling to give ground, the 2 girls sat down in the same spot, each seemingly ignoring the other's presence. Fubuki began to eat in silence, while her companion, visibly uncomfortable, looked away, her face tinged with a slight blush. She must be nervous about eating in front of someone she doesn't know, even though no one forced her to sit here. Do what you want, Fubuki finally murmured, concentrating on her food and avoiding looking at her. Bon appetit, the girl replied, her tone somewhat forced. With a resigned sigh, the redhead focused on her food, but her attention soon returned to Fubuki when she pulled out a small notebook, flipping through it as she took a few bites. Do you study while you eat? She asked reproachfully, as if the scene were inconceivable to her. Are you that desperate to pass? Fubuki barely looked up from her notebook, annoyed by the intrusion. Just reviewing, he replied tersely. Leave me alone. The girl raised an eyebrow and, without asking permission, took an exam paper that was under Fubuki's notebook. What grade did you get? Let's see, he murmured, flipping through the pages curiously. Fubuki Yusuji's grade is 94 points. Fubuki exhaled, visibly annoyed, and reached out to retrieve her test. When you're done snooping around, could you give it back to me? He said, his tone dry. The redhead quickly dropped the sheet, somewhat embarrassed. Oh, I'm sorry. Honestly, I'm not very good with notes, but to be honest, I'd like someone to help me improve. Would you mind giving me some pointers? She asked, pleadingly, clasping her hands as if hoping for a miracle. Fubuki shook her head without hesitation. Fubuki shook her head without hesitation. No, I don't have time for that. Thanks for the food, it was good, he said with a slight nod, preparing to stand. So fast. The redhead looked at her in confusion, her gaze shifting to the second tray she'd brought. Wait, isn't that extra tray yours? It's for a friend, Fubuki replied with a slight but mocking smile. On the other hand, you asked for too much. You should be a little worried. How do I put it? About gaining weight. The girl blushed, offended. That was unnecessary. Just because you have a slim figure doesn't mean you can say whatever you want. At that moment, Naruto returned to the dining room, smiling carefreely. Sorry for the delay, Fubuki. Some teachers asked me for help with something. He apologized. No problem, Fubuki replied, gesturing for her to sit down. Naruto then turned his gaze to the red-haired girl, giving a friendly smile. Wow, Fubuki, I didn't expect you to have company. It's very kind of you to invite her to your table, he commented, not noticing the awkward tone in Fubuki's expression. HMP. I didn't invite her. She just decided to sit down. Fubuki protested, looking away. I decided? You were the one who insisted, the redhead replied. Seeing the tension between the two girls, he raised an eyebrow and looked at the blue-haired girl with curiosity. Seeing the tension between the two girls, he raised an eyebrow and looked at the blue-haired girl with curiosity. Did I miss something interesting? Nothing worth mentioning, Fubuki replied. The new girl looked at Naruto closely, as if trying to decipher something. Naruto, noticing this, gave her a kind smile. Oh, hi. I didn't expect Fubuki to have a table mate. I'm glad to see she's already making friends. The redhead hesitated for a second, surprised by Naruto's friendly tone. Ultimately, though, she decided to break the ice, extending her hand with a cordial smile. My name is Itsuki Nakano. It's a pleasure to meet you, she said in a formal tone. Unable to avoid a small smile at Naruto's relaxed attitude, Naruto shook his hand enthusiastically. The pleasure is mine. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. And if I may ask, what were you talking about? Well, I was asking your friend to help me study, but she refused, Nakano said with a slightly fake smile. And when I decided to give up, she called me. I stuttered for a moment, unsure of what to say. F fatty. Fubuki crossed her arms, giving him a challenging look. I just said you might gain weight if you keep eating like that. I didn't mean to offend you, he replied, not hiding a hint of irony. Naruto laughed softly, trying to ease the tension. Come on, don't fight. Nakano, if you need help studying, I could help you too. Itsuki looked at him with some skepticism. You? Well, no offense, but you don't look like you're a pro at school. Fubuki intervened before Naruto could respond, looking at Itsuki with a slight smile of pride. You should feel lucky. Naruto is not only the most popular boy in school, but one of the best students in the country. It would be unwise to reject his offer. But it's your decision. Itsuki opened his eyes in surprise. Really? She said, looking at him as if she saw him in a whole new light. It would be great to have help from someone like that. Please help me, she begged, gesturing with her hands. Naruto smiled, scratching the back of his neck modestly. It's not much, but I'll do my best, he replied, noticing how the mixture of admiration and gratitude in Itsuki's eyes transformed into a spark of hope. We can start right now, but what will you do? Naruto asked, turning his gaze to Fubuki. Well, Fubuki tried to answer, but just then, her phone started ringing. Frowning, she excused herself. See you later. I have to answer. Before walking away, he approached Itsuki, leaning towards her and whispering in her ear in a tone that left little room for interpretation. Before walking away, he approached Itsuki, leaning towards her and whispering in her ear in a tone that left little room for interpretation. You better not try anything with Naruto. He's mine and no one else's. With those sharp words, Fubuki left, leaving a visibly blushing Itsuki and a completely confused Uzumaki. Excuse me. What did he say to you? Naruto asked, trying to decipher the situation. Itsuki tried to smile, though a slight discomfort inside her kept her on edge. Oh, nothing important, really. Don't worry, she replied in a nonchalant tone, although her thoughts betrayed her. Who does that girl think she is? First she offends me, and now this. I think I just made my first enemy in this place. Shaking her head, Itsuki regained her composure, determined to focus on the day's purpose. Studying. Naruto scratched the back of his neck, smiling carelessly. Well, let's get started. Just tell me what you need help with, and I'll do my best to explain it, he said with a warmth that put her at ease. Just tell me what you need help with, and I'll do my best to explain it, he said with a warmth that put her at ease. Of course. I'll give it my all, Naruto. Itsuki smiled determinedly, feeling a renewed motivation within her. Meanwhile, in a remote and uncrowded hallway, Fubuki held her phone to her ear, her expression serious as the conversation unfolded in an unexpectedly soft voice. Do you really think we could pay the debt? He asked, lowering his voice as he quickly glanced around. On the other end of the line, a childish but enthusiastic voice responded with a note of hope in its tone. Dad just got a good job, the girl said. A rich family moved nearby, and they're looking for a private tutor for their daughter. Fubuki narrowed her eyes, reflecting on what she had just heard. A private tutor? He repeated, trying to understand. Yes, but it's no small feat. The voice continued with a spark of excitement. They pay 5 times more than other teaching jobs. The only condition is that you'll have to work directly from home. Fubuki frowned, her expression grim. There was something unusual about this. 5 times as much, she murmured doubtfully. It sounds weird, like illegal work. The voice on the other end of the phone let out a playful chuckle before answering with a mischievousness unusual for his age. Hey, did you know you can only live on 1 kidney? He commented casually, causing Fubuki to tense up and feel a chill run down her spine. Are you suggesting I sell one? He replied, his lips twisting in a slight expression of disgust. The childish laughter on the other end echoed through the line, light and carefree. It's just a joke. But think about it. With the money you'd make, we could fill our bellies for a long time, he said persuasively. Fubuki let out a sigh. Her mind had already begun to revolve around the offer. And what is the daughter of that family like? Asked. Oh, she's in high school, her sister replied. And I heard she just transferred to your school. Fubuki raised an eyebrow, her curiosity growing. You said they moved nearby? Whose family is it? She asked, more attentive now. I think her last name is Nakano, the girl replied as if it were just a detail. Fubuki felt her face lose some color. Nakano? The coincidence was alarming. She forced a smile and, in a somewhat nervous tone, replied, I'll think about it. Thanks, and take care, Reha. Without waiting for a response, he hung up the call and put the phone back in his pocket. A frustrated sigh escaped his lips as he covered his face with his hands, feeling the weight of the situation. This has to be a joke. A rich new student. I just messed up, Fubuki thought, remembering her previous behavior. Back at the cafeteria, Naruto and Itsuki were finishing up their session. The blonde stretched, clasping his hands behind his head with a satisfied smile. Okay, I think we've covered all the basics. I hope you understand. I'm not the best at explaining, but I did my best. Suki smiled, full of gratitude. Thank you, Naruto. You've helped me more than you can imagine. Naruto nodded, getting up to get ready and attend his next class. Keep trying, Itsuki. See you tomorrow, he said, and started to walk away until he felt a slight tug on his hoodie. Surprised, he turned around and found Itsuki, his face slightly flushed. Is something wrong? He asked, curious. Itsuki looked down, seemingly somewhat embarrassed, before answering. Well, I wanted to ask if you could have lunch with me again tomorrow. I'd like to introduce you to some friends. If you don't mind, of course. Sure, that sounds good. It's fun spending time with a girl as cute as you, the Uzumaki replied without any concern. Itsuki felt her cheeks heat up even more. Why yeah. See you, he murmured, barely managing to keep his voice steady. Her heart raced as she watched Naruto walk away. Something in his words had her thinking. Linda? Why did that make me feel like that? He's probably the first guy to say something like that to me directly. I'm not used to this kind of thing. It's embarrassing. Nino would laugh at me. She put a hand to her chest, as if it could calm her racing heartbeat. He's so warm. How can someone be so natural and carefree? Could he really? No, I barely know him. It's silly to jump to conclusions. Thoughtfully, she shook her head, forcing herself to focus on the walk to her classroom as she walked away, trying to ignore the slight whirlwind feeling the encounter had left in her chest. Later, in the classroom, the murmur of students filled the air as they prepared for the next session. Naruto, exhausted but satisfied, slumped into his seat, stretching his arms above his head with a carefree smile. You became friends with Nakano? Fubuki asked, crossing her arms and looking at him with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. It seems so, Naruto replied, his tone light and his eyes playful. But why are you interested? It's not like you care who I hang out with. I'm lying. In fact, you usually keep me away from most of them. Fubuki frowned, her eyes showing an unexpected seriousness. Fubuki frowned, her eyes showing an unexpected seriousness. It's not because of that. I've been assigned a job as a personal tutor, she announced, with a determined air that cut short the conversation. So what does Itsuki have to do with all of this? Naruto asked, leaning forward, his curiosity piqued. Fubuki took a deep breath, choosing her words carefully. The truth is, she's the person I'll have to tutor, she began, organizing her thoughts in an attempt to be clear. I understand, Naruto replied with some surprise, though he didn't seem worried. It might sound like something difficult at first, but I'm sure you'll know how to win her acceptance. I trust you. Fubuki's expression softened, though a subtle frustration still permeated her. Then, in a gentler tone, she said, would you mind helping me a little? What about? Naruto asked, curious, but with a slight glimmer of caution. I want you to be my assistant during tutoring. I think that might make it easier for me to get closer to Itsuki, Fubuki explained, her gaze firm, but there was a glimmer of hope in her voice. No thanks, Naruto replied without the slightest interest in the idea. Huh? Why not? Fubuki asked, surprised by his refusal. I just don't like working more than necessary, Naruto replied, smiling carefree. However, Fubuki wasn't going to allow herself to be rejected so quickly. She leaned toward Naruto, adopting a gesture that was meant to be sad. Oh, come on. Don't you enjoy my company anymore? She said, pouting in a way that obscured her usual seriousness. It's not that. I love spending time with you. I really do. I'm just not a fan of taking on more responsibilities. Naruto quickly clarified, feeling the intensity of her gaze. I understand. In that case, I think I'll have to take more drastic measures, Fubuki whispered, a mischievous sparkle lighting her eyes. Drastic measures? Naruto repeated, intrigued, turning around his desk, only to be met with the expression that disarmed any resistance. Fubuki had activated her most powerful technique, her puppy lost in the rain look. Please, Naruto-kun, help me, she begged, her voice enveloping and sweet, like a siren's song. Naruto felt a whirlwind in his chest, caught between his logic and the desire to give in to that look. What kind of genjutsu is this? Damn it, I can't give in. It's a trap. Why does she have to be so charming? He thought, struggling internally. But I can't say no. Okay, I accept. He finally gave in, surrendering to his own heart. Fubuki smiled with satisfaction, relieved by her victory. Perfect. No one can resist this. I would have liked to use something more forceful, but it seems I got you to surrender too quickly, she thought, caught between joy and a well-planned strategy. Then you'll be my classmate and help me with Itsuki. I want him to see me as his teacher, Fubuki declared, organizing her thoughts with determination. I, the great Naruto Uzumaki, defeated by a look? How could this happen? The blonde muttered to himself, when suddenly, the professor entered, interrupting the trance. Okay, guys, we have a new classmate today. I hope you'll welcome her kindly. Please come in, the teacher instructed, pointing to the door. Itsuki appeared, his nervous yet determined smile lighting up the room, as curious murmurs increased. "Hi, I'm Itsuki Nakano. I hope we can get along," she introduced herself, bowing in a way that gave her an air of seriousness. "Good, Nakano. You can sit behind young Uzumaki," the teacher instructed. "Hi," Itsuki replied, approaching Naruto, who couldn't help but feel a mixture of excitement and surprise. "Hi, Naruto. It's great that we're partners. I'm excited to become good friends," Itsuki said, sitting down with a friendly glint in her eyes. "Same here," Naruto replied, not noticing Fubuki's jealous gaze, who watched his every move with growing discontent. "Who does this girl think she is?" Fubuki thought, clearly jealous. "I told her not to get close to Naruto. I'll use the tutoring sessions to make things clear to her." The hours passed at a normal pace, but Fubuki couldn't stop her frustration from increasing every time Itsuki asked Naruto for help, who showed infinite patience. Finally, as the teacher announced the end of class and left, Naruto stretched, a look of relief on his face. "How boring," he complained, tilting his head back. "Really?" Fubuki muttered, a frown betraying her discomfort. "What do you mean?" Naruto asked, not understanding the underlying meaning. "You ignored me the entire class. It seemed like you only had eyes for her. How conveniently boring, isn't it?" Fubuki replied, her voice resonating with a mixture of annoyance and reproach. "Me? Well, Naruto stuttered as he thought about his answer. He knew well the danger a woman could represent if she got upset. "I'm sorry. I understand that you've been alone for a while and that it makes you uncomfortable, but don't worry. I'm not going to change you. You're the most important girl to me," Naruto said, approaching and hugging Fubuki, who felt a mixture of relief and emotion. He said, "I'm the most important. Could it be that he's in love with me? No, it can't be. But if he is, I must try even harder. I won't let a tomato take him away from me," Fubuki thought, reciprocating the hug while her heart beat rapidly. "You're also very precious to me. I'll never leave you. I'm sorry if my behavior upset you, but since you're my only friend, I couldn't help feeling that way," Fubuki apologized, breaking away from the hug with a sincere look. "Don't worry. I couldn't get mad at my cute Fubuki-chan," Naruto said, gently stroking her hair. "I'm pretty, and I'm his. I'm getting closer and closer to getting him. If it weren't for these damn studies, I would have already confessed my feelings to him. I might have even given him a kiss," Fubuki thought, jumping up and down in joy. "Is something wrong?" Naruto asked, surprised by his friend's sudden change of mood. It's nothing. See you tomorrow. You can count on me for my first day of work," Fubuki replied, giving Naruto a soft kiss on the cheek before leaving, her heart overflowing with emotion. "And with that, my move has been perfect. The Arrow Sennin's advice is quite useful." He paused for a moment, remembering the figure of his late sensei spying on him in the hot springs. "The Arrow Sennin's advice is quite useful." He paused for a moment, remembering the figure of his late sensei spying in the hot springs. "Although I can't deny that I must adapt each of your advice. If I followed it to the letter, I would soon be recognized as a woman-hater." Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, a red-haired figure listened attentively, feeling a certain nervousness at the possibility of being discovered. "I think I understand the situation better now. Getting in the way of a girl in love is really dangerous. It's like crossing into the path of a train without brakes. I'll inevitably end up being run over and seen as a homeless cat. Although, I don't really care about that last bit if I have someone like Nar." Itsuki stopped for a moment, feeling a chill run down his spine at what he was imagining. "Enough! I have to stop thinking about this. What would she think if she saw me?" She scolded herself internally. "I can't waste any more time. I'd better go home, or I might worry the others." The faint glow of dawn filtered through the half-open curtains, filling the room with a warm, soothing light. In the midst of this scene, a boy with disheveled blonde hair was beginning to wake up, stretching lazily between the rumpled sheets of his bed. "What a strange dream," Naruto muttered, his eyes still half closed as he rubbed his face with both hands. "I dreamed I was marrying someone, but I have no idea who it was. Am I old enough to think like that?" He stood for a moment in silence, staring at the ceiling as the feeling of sleep slowly faded away. She remained silent for a moment, staring at the ceiling as the feeling of sleep slowly faded. She remembered confusing fragments. A ceremony, a white dress, blurred faces, but there was something about that dream she couldn't quite place. Something that left a strange feeling in her chest, as if it were a glimpse into something larger. It felt so familiar, like it was a piece of the future that reached me, he said softly, almost as if trying to unravel the mystery. Finally, he shook his head and sat up in bed, stretching with an exaggerated yawn. Well, whatever. It's time to get ready for school, she exclaimed, changing her tone to a more cheerful one as she jumped to her feet. Naruto began his morning routine with renewed enthusiasm. In the confined space of his room, he half made his bed, headed to the bathroom to clean up, and after a few minutes, emerged dressed in his school uniform. The Uzumaki's characteristic carefree spirit was evident in his every move, although his hair was still as messy as ever. As he left his apartment, he paused for a moment in the entryway, breathing in the fresh morning air. A new day. Time to conquer it, he said with a confident smile before closing the door behind him and hurrying toward school. The classroom was filled with murmurs and laughter, with students chatting animatedly before classes began. Naruto hurried in, scratching the back of his neck with a somewhat awkward smile. Naruto, you're late again, Fubuki said in a tone of reproach and irritation. Sorry. I fell asleep. Again? Naruto replied, letting out a nervous laugh as he took a seat. Fubuki looked at him with an arched eyebrow, crossing her arms. Let me guess, dreaming about ramen? He asked in a tone that was a mixture of mockery and curiosity. No. It wasn't ramen this time, Naruto said, leaning slightly toward her, as if sharing a secret. I dreamed I was at my wedding. The confession left Fubuki stunned for a moment, but she soon regained her neutral expression. Your wedding? I certainly didn't expect that. Who did you dream about marrying? She asked, though her indifferent tone concealed a hint of interest. Naruto shrugged, looking away with some discomfort. I don't know. She was a beautiful woman, but I didn't recognize her. I'd never seen her before. At least I think so. Fubuki smiled with a hint of mischief, leaning slightly towards him. How curious. And I wanted to know who your dream suitor was, she said, letting out a soft, somewhat malicious, restrained laugh. Yeah, what a shame, Naruto replied, scratching the back of his neck, trying not to look more nervous than he already was. At that moment, from across the classroom, Itsuki watched the interaction with a mixture of frustration and bewilderment. His gaze shifted from Naruto to Fubuki, then back to the Uzumaki, as if trying to analyze every word and gesture between the two. Why do I feel this way? She thought as she quickly looked away. It doesn't make sense. I barely know him. It shouldn't bother me. But still, he brought a hand to his chest, lightly squeezing the fabric of his uniform. Am I jealous? No, can't be. It's impossible. The teacher entered the classroom at that moment, and all the students rushed to sit down. However, throughout the class, Itsuki kept stealing glances at Naruto, his attention constantly straying from the material the teacher was teaching. Every time Naruto talked to Fubuki, Itsuki found some excuse to interrupt. Naruto, can you help me with this problem? She asked, turning to him with a perfectly rehearsed expression of innocence. Naruto, can you help me with this problem? She asked, turning to him with a perfectly rehearsed expression of innocence. Naruto blinked, surprised by the sudden request, but nodded immediately. Sure, tell me what you need. Fubuki, from her spot, let out a barely audible sigh, crossing her arms as she watched Itsuki cut off her conversation with Naruto. Wow, how convenient, he muttered in a sarcastic tone, although low enough so that no one else could hear him. The day continued with a certain tension in the air, marked by Itsuki's furtive glances and Fubuki's sharp comments. Naruto, for his part, remained completely oblivious to what was really happening between the two girls, trapped in his carefree world. The typical bustle of the school hallways began to fade as students filed out of the classroom, eager to enjoy recess. Laughter and lively conversations mingled with the echo of hurried footsteps echoing through the corridors. However, inside the classroom, the atmosphere was a complete contrast. Silent and tense, two figures stood there. Fubuki, pacing with a furrowed brow, seemed lost in a tangle of thoughts. Her crossed arms and the uneven pace of her steps betrayed her frustration. Naruto, on the other hand, leaned back in his seat, arms behind his head and eyes closed, projecting an image of utter nonchalance, as if time held no urgency for him. Fubuki frowned, stopping in front of the blonde. I have to find a way to get close to Itsuki. I have to inform him as soon as possible that I'll be his private tutor. Can you think of anything? She asked, casting an inquisitive look at her companion. Naruto, however, seemed to be in another world. Nah, that's it, very good. A little further down. Aha, to the right. Ah, there. Perfect, he murmured in his sleep, a silly smile on his face. Fubuki's patience ran out. She took a step toward him and raised her voice. Don't fall asleep while I'm talking to you, he shouted, causing Naruto to jump in his seat, completely startled. I wasn't sleeping, I swear. Naruto responded immediately, placing a hand on his chest and striking an exaggerated military pose. His expression was one of impossible to hide guilt. Fubuki glared at him. I don't believe you, he exclaimed, crossing his arms firmly. If you go back to sleep while I'm talking, I'll make sure you never wake up. Understand? Naruto gulped and nodded hastily. Okay. It won't happen again. Promise. I hope so, she replied, letting out a sigh as she regained her composure. Anyway, come with me. It's time for lunch. Naruto showed an uncomfortable grimace, looking away slightly. About that, I promised Itsuki I would have lunch with her. Fubuki raised an eyebrow, her tone turning icy. I don't think I heard correctly. Could you repeat that? Naruto shifted restlessly in his place, aware that there was no escape. I said, I'll have lunch with Itsuki. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees as Fubuki fixed the blonde with a cold, penetrating gaze, sending a chill down his spine. I see you don't understand, he said in a calm but warning voice. I'm supposed to be dealing with her, not you. I'll give you one more chance. I don't think I heard correctly. What did you say? Naruto raised his hands in surrender, his tone turning hurried. I said I need to visit the boys' restroom. See you around, she exclaimed before running out of the classroom, as if her life depended on it. Later, in the school cafeteria, the dining room was a hive of activity. Metal trays clanged against the tables as they were placed, while the bustle of conversation filled the air with a constant murmur. The aroma of freshly served dishes wafted enticingly, mingling with the soft squeak of cutlery. Naruto moved between the tables with his gaze constantly moving, dodging other students while muttering to himself. That was a little too close, he said, running a hand down the back of his neck, still remembering Fubuki's icy gaze. Next time, I'll try not to fall asleep while I'm talking. Although, given how intense this is, that sounds like an S-rank mission. He shook his head to clear it and refocused on his search. Well, Itsuki-san said she'd introduce me to some people. But this place is busier than a discount ramen restaurant. After a few minutes of searching, his eyes finally fell on a nearby table. There stood Itsuki, animatedly chatting with a pink-haired girl. However, what really caught Naruto's attention was a figure quickly moving away from the table. Fubuki. The tension in her shoulders and the quickness of her steps indicated that something had gone wrong. Naruto frowned, debating whether to follow her or stay. What happened now? Did they mistake her for an insurance saleswoman or something worse? Before he could decide, he felt a tug on his sleeve. Ah! He exclaimed, turning quickly only to find himself staring into Itsuki's grinning face. Hello, Naruto-kun. I'm glad you accepted my invitation, she said with a warmth that contrasted with the tension from a moment ago. Naruto blinked, surprised. Yeah. Hi, Itsuki-san. If you don't mind, could you tell me what you were talking about with Fubuki? Itsuki's smile didn't falter, but his eyes reflected a slight bewilderment. Oh, nothing important. It's just trivial stuff, nothing to worry about. Before Naruto could insist, A cheerful and playful voice interrupted the conversation. Before Naruto could insist, a cheerful and playful voice interrupted the conversation. Fofofo. To think our little sister already has a boyfriend, said a girl with short pink hair, who looked at them with a mischievous expression. What? It's not what you think, Itsuki exclaimed, blushing up to her ears as her hands tried to cover her face. Whoa, really? Another girl chimed in, this time with short orange hair, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I didn't expect this in the slightest. Naruto, clearly bewildered, tried to clarify the situation. You're mistaken. Itsuki-san and I are just friends. He paused, trying to regain his composure. Before we continue, let me introduce myself. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Pleased to meet you. He bowed slightly, though his expression was somewhat embarrassed. Nice to meet you. I'm Yatsuba Nakano, the orange-haired girl announced, turning on her heels as if she were about to start a race. I hope we get along, Uzumaki-san. Her voice resonated with a sincerity that was almost touchable. The pleasure is mine. Ichika Nakano, the eldest replied, placing an arm on Itsuki's shoulder as she gave the blonde boy a playful glance. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask your Wani-sama. Her words dripped with honey, but there was a glimmer of curiosity in her violet eyes. Miku Nakano, the third sister murmured, barely looking up from the book she was holding. Her auburn hair formed a curtain that partially obscured her face, but she couldn't help but glance at the blonde in interest. Finally, a figure with long, reddish-pink hair spoke, arms crossed, staring at Naruto defiantly. Nino Nakano, the fourth declared, arms crossed, her pink polished nails clicking against her uniform. That's my name. The rest is none of your concern. Though her voice was sharp, her eyes scanned Naruto's every detail with intensity. This boy, I can't deny he's handsome, but I'm almost certain he's a disgusting womanizer. I won't let him get too comfortable around my sisters. I'll keep an eye on him, she thought to herself, her eyes flashing with a glare. Naruto tilted his head, confused. Wait a minute. Are they all named Nakano? Are they related? Itsuki nodded with a wide smile. That's right. We're quintuplets, she replied proudly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. We are quintuplets, she replied proudly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Naruto couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. Wow, I've only read about quintuplets in a few magazines, but I've never seen them in person. He paused, looking at each of them. Now I understand why Fubuki is going to be paid 5 times as much. I definitely didn't expect this. And I don't think she did either. Time to get down to business, he finished quietly. Lunch passed between trivial anecdotes that, like colorful threads, began to weave a connection between them. The sisters discovered unexpected facets of the blonde, how his eyes sparkled when he debated with Itsuki over the best ramen ingredients, the athletic passion he shared with Yatsuba, who almost challenged him to a race on the spot, his surprising knowledge of classical theater that made Ichika raise an eyebrow, the pointed comments on fashion design that drew a semi-approving snort from Nino, and, most notably, the lively historical exchange with Miku, who voluntarily closed her book for the first time that day. By the time the bell rang for the end of recess, something intangible but palpable had settled between the six. A mutual recognition that, perhaps, this chance encounter could be the first step towards something more meaningful. The deserted hallway echoed with the distant echoes of students returning to class after the bell rang. Fubuki blocked Naruto's path, her arms crossed under her chest and a glare that could pierce steel. Listen carefully, Yujiratanki. Her voice was a dangerous hiss as she leaned down until she was nose to nose with him. If I find out you approached those girls with ulterior motives, I assure you, you won't need a sexual transformation to know what it feels like to be a woman. Naruto paled visibly, backing away until he hit the lockers with a metallic clang. His hands rose in a gesture of surrender. Hey, Fubuki, tone down that murderous tone, he protested, swallowing hard. Seriously, you should thank me. I discovered something important about your contract. Fubuki raised an eyebrow, but didn't relax her posture. What do you mean? He asked, every word laced with skepticism. That inflated salary they offered you. Naruto lowered his voice, adopting a confidential tone. It's not just for tutoring Itsuki. It seems you'll also have to tutor his other 4 sisters. Yes, his other 4 sisters. Someone failed to tell you that little detail. The world seemed to stop. Fubuki felt the ground tilt beneath her feet. 5 heads. 5 personalities. 5 times the chaos. Her pupils dilated for an instant, long enough for Naruto to catch the flash of panic, before her iron mask sealed itself shut. Damn it! He muttered, the fingers of his other hand tangling in his blue hair as if trying to strangle something. 5 meatheads mean 5 exams to supervise, 5 schedules to balance, 5. He suddenly stopped, taking a deep breath through his nose. When he spoke again, his voice had the dangerous calm of a sea before a tsunami. It doesn't matter. I need it if I want to improve my family's financial stability. I just hope they're not 5 idiots that are difficult to deal with. Naruto softened his expression, placing a hand on the girl's shoulder with a warmth that Fubuki no longer found so unusual. You know you can count on me, right? Her smile was genuine, the kind of gesture that disarmed defenses. Fubuki looked at him with an expression that oscillated between gratitude and the desire to kick him for seeing him with the quintuplets. The internal battle lasted exactly 3 breaths. The internal battle lasted exactly 3 breaths. I know. The great Naruto, always there for the taking when you need him most. What nonsense, she murmured. But the blush creeping up her neck betrayed a gratitude she would never vocalize. She turned sharply, as if the simple act of thanking her would burn her. Thank you. Though if you tell anyone, I'll deny even my name. Time would pass normally, until the sound of the final bell would resonate like a liberation for all the students, who immediately began to leave their classrooms to return home. Fubuki grabbed Naruto by the hand, dragging him after the quintuplets as they walked away down the main corridor. Hey, I have plans. Give me 24 hours and I'll help you with whatever you need. Naruto protested, wriggling with the elasticity of a stray cat. Your plans reek of cheap ramen and laziness, so your business can wait, she retorted, still holding on to her prey. I need you to explain. Her sentence was cut short when Naruto, with a skillful movement, slipped from her grasp like water through his fingers. By the time Fubuki processed the movement, he was already at the other end of the corridor, running toward freedom with the grace of a fox escaping a trap. I'm sorry, Fubuki. I promise to make it up to you later, he shouted over her shoulder, his voice fading into the distance. I'm going to kill you, idiot, the blue-haired girl yelled, accidentally crushing the chalk she had in her pocket into dust. 2 freshmen who were passing by hurriedly fled the disaster. Damn blonde. When I catch him, I'll make him eat his damn shoes. Adjusting his backpack with suppressed fury, he muttered to himself as he marched toward the exit. 5 students. 5. He muttered under his breath, counting on his fingers as if afraid of forgetting the number. And a solar idiot who deserves to be thrown into the lake tied to an anvil. His lips, however, curved into an almost imperceptible smile, a living contradiction between irritation and a certain anticipation. But at least it won't be so boring, even if I'll probably end up wanting to throw someone out a 5th-floor window. Meanwhile, 3 blocks away, Naruto rocked restlessly on a stool at the modest ramen stand, his fingers drumming against the worn wooden counter. Steam from the hot broth curled around his face, but not even the aroma of slow-cooked pork and miso could calm his nervousness. How delicious! He murmured mechanically as he brought the spoon to his lips, though the rich, deep flavor he loved so much seemed as bland as reheated noodle water. The noodles slipped off his chopsticks before reaching his mouth. But was it really worth it? Fubuki's going to skin me alive when she catches me. A chill ran down his spine as he recalled the last beating in vivid detail. His mind recreated with cruel precision the fingerprint-like bruises that had decorated his arm for 3 long days, each a purple reminder of the blue-haired girl's nuclear temper. The bowl before him, once so tempting, suddenly seemed as appealing as a plate of stones. Without a second thought, he dropped a few bills on the counter and took off like a rocket, leaving behind a still half-full bowl and the shop owner yelling that he had too much change. 20 minutes later, Naruto was sitting on a lonely park bench, his breathing ragged as he ran a hand through his hair. Ugh, I'm a complete idiot, he shouted at the empty sky. I don't even know where the quintuplets live. That's because that brain of yours has more holes than a Swiss cheese. The raspy, familiar voice echoed in his skull, laced with a sarcasm that only centuries of existence could polish. Didn't even give you the idea to use sage mode. Huh? Too busy running around like a fox with its butt on fire. Naruto closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself in the familiar mental landscape of his mind. The steel bar prison where Kurama used to be trapped. Now, though the large cage was open, a symbol of their bond as mates. HMP. It's been an eternity since we've talked like this, Kurama, Naruto said, crossing his arms as he floated through space until he was right in front of the enormous fox. After the sage sent us to this dimension, you spent 3 years as quiet as an ANBU on a surveillance mission. Kurama, reclining on his 9 tails like a fur throne, bared his fangs in a grimace that could have passed for a smile. His red eyes shone with a light of their own in the darkness. Don't come to me with complaints, brat, he growled, though without real bitterness. Don't give me any complaints, brat, he growled, though without any real bitterness. I spent most of my time patching up the holes he left in your chakra system. His ears flattened in slight discomfort, and his voice took on a serious tone. And preparing you, those Edo tenseis aren't going to defeat themselves, and when that bastard finds you again, he's going to empty his entire arsenal to get revenge on you and the Uchiha. Don't remind me? Naruto ran a hand over his face, as if he could erase the memories. I underestimated him that day. Him seemed like a minor threat. Big words and little action, or so it seemed. I thought he'd be an enemy I could easily deal with. But I never expected him to summon Madara and the Hokages. A shadow crossed his face. It's surprising that even after 8 years and acquiring a portion of the Jubi's chakra, you haven't been able to fully heal the wounds left by that fight. Kurama let out a guttural growl, his tails whipping like flames in the wind. Well, leaving the depressing topic behind, Naruto shook his head, trying to ignore his current physical state. To what do I owe the honor of this sudden visit? Did you miss my charming personality? I wish it were that simple. The 9-tailed fox raised its snout as if smelling something in the air. These past few days, I've detected a trace of chakra too similar to that fellow's. He's likely sensed your presence in this dimension and is using some Edo Tensei knowledge of space-time jutsu to open a dimensional rift. Naruto felt the muscles in his back tense like bowstrings. According to my calculations, Kurama continued, the words falling like stones in a pond, it will take at least a week to open a stable enough portal. And fortunately for you, it won't be able to send anyone above the level of a Jonin. For now. I understand, Naruto nodded, his face taking on a more serious expression. I know very well what that bastard is capable of. Leaving his mental space, the Uzumaki set off home with slow, thoughtful steps. The streetlights cast long shadows that seemed to reach out to him with dark fingers. For the first time in years, he allowed a selfish wish to blossom in his chest. That Sasuke, somewhere in this strange world or another, would sense the dimensional disturbance and come lend a hand like old times. Location? Deep within a chamber forgotten by time, the thick air carried the scent of moldy earth and burnt-out candle wax. The black stone walls, carved with ancient runes, absorbed the torchlight like a bottomless pit, leaving only the faintest glimmers to illuminate the chamber. The flames danced in erratic motions, casting grotesque shadows that writhed on the walls like dying creatures. At the center of that sanctuary of darkness, a throne of polished obsidian rose like a cursed altar. Its surface reflected the flashes of fire with reddish glints, resembling the eyes of a stalking predator. Above it, a figure shrouded in blackness remained motionless, its silhouette barely distinguishable among the shadows. My lord! A deep, whispering voice broke the stillness. A man wrapped in a gray robe knelt before the throne, his head bowed, his posture reverent. The calculations have been verified. In exactly 7 days, the dimensional rift will reach its point of stability. We will then be able to send an emissary to that reality. A dry crack resounded as the figure on the throne moved his fingers, as if every bone in his body were protesting after a millennia-long slumber. The air seemed to vibrate with his presence. Slowly, he inclined his head toward the hooded figure, allowing the flames to illuminate a macabre smile. Pale, cracked lips curved over a row of sharp, almost inhuman teeth. Stupid Uzumaki. Her voice was a poison that seeped into the darkness, permeating the room with an ominous presence. He's interfered with my plans too many times, but this time, her eyes flashed crimson. This time he'll have no escape. From the shadows that clung to the walls like living creatures, a silhouette emerged. A man with ashen gray hair walked forward with a confident stride, a crooked smile distorting his face. The scar across his nose tensed as he spoke in a tone heavy with fervor. "Leave it to me, my lord. I'll bring you the head of that blonde demon," Mizuki said, moistening his lips with his tongue, as if already savoring victory. This time there will be no compassionate masters to protect him. The sound of an ethereal whisper filled the room as the Lord of the Throne bowed his head slightly in her direction. "Do you want to face him that badly, Mizuki?" Her tone was soft, almost amused, as she turned a bone ring between her fingers. "Do you want to face him that badly, Mizuki?" His tone was soft, almost amused, as he turned a bone ring between his fingers. "More than anything," Mizuki exclaimed, beating his chest with his fist. "Last time, I was only defeated by Irika's intervention, but now it's different. Just like you said, Uzumaki is weakened. There's no way out." A tense silence spread like a dark tide. The torch flames flickered, leaning back, as if fearing what was about to be said. "Do not disappoint me, Mizuki." The voice from the throne descended to an icy whisper, like a snake slithering through the shadows. "It would be regrettable if you forced me to seek a replacement." The air thickened. A chill ran down Mizuki's spine as the true meaning of those words dawned on her. She swallowed and lowered her head even further, trying to hide the drop of cold sweat running down her temple. I would never let you down, my lord," she said quickly, bowing so low that her forehead touched the dusty ground. Silence returned, oppressive and absolute. Mizuki retreated quickly, not daring to look back. Only when his presence disappeared completely did the figure on the throne lean back with a whisper of old leather and broken splinters. His long, interlaced fingers cast a web of thin shadows across his lap. "Pathetic. You couldn't defeat the Jinchuriki in 1,000 lifetimes. But you'll be able to lure him out." The shadows seemed to coil at his feet like submissive beasts, awaiting orders. "And if you die, well, at least you'll have entertained the fox for a while. A revenge-seeking puppet, perfect for the first act." The flames flickered violently as mirthless laughter emerged from the depths of the throne, a sound that would have chilled the blood of even the bravest shinobi. One by one, the torches began to die out, devoured by a darkness that seemed to flow from the throne itself. Within seconds, the chamber was plunged into a blackness so absolute it seemed material. And at its center, only 2 crimson points still glowed, like the eyes of a beast stalking from the abyss. The next day, the morning sun shed its golden light on the city streets, casting the buildings in a warm, melancholic glow. A cool breeze swept through the sidewalks, carrying with it the aroma of freshly baked bread and morning coffee. Among the students heading to school, an unusual sight caught the attention of passers-by. Naruto Uzumaki, walking punctually. He hadn't woken up in a hurry or run like crazy through the streets. His alarm clock didn't even have a chance to go off, as his eyes had opened before their time. And, for the first time in a long time, the universe hadn't conspired against his punctuality. There were no black cats crossing his path, no construction work blocking his way, not even the old woman who always distracted him with non-existent directions. It was a miracle. As he walked, the blonde watched his breath form small clouds in the cool morning air. Despite Kurama's ominous omens and Fubuki's inevitable wrath, his spirit remained unbreakable. He had learned long ago that worrying about future storms only ruined sunny days. "I wonder if there's tonkatsu ramen on the cafe menu today," she muttered to herself, jingling the toad purse she held in her right hand. The metallic sound of the coins was a promising symphony. "It's not for nothing that I made sure to fill you to the brim." A growl from his stomach brought him to a halt in front of a newly opened ramen shop. The scent of hot broth and spices wafted temptingly through the air. The aroma of hot broth and spices wafted through the air. Tempting. "With this amount we could even afford an extra broth. Huh, Gamakichi?" He laughed, giving the cloth toad a little pat. "I just hope today's menu." The gastronomic monologue was abruptly interrupted when a sudden impact between his shoulder blades stole the air from his lungs and propelled him forward like a human projectile. The world spun in slow motion as her arms flapped like windmill blades, the purse clutched in her hands with instinctive strength. "This isn't fair," he managed to exclaim, as his left foot caught in the untied lace of his right shoe, sealing his fate. Gravity took its merciless toll, slamming his head against the sidewalk with a thud that made several passers-by turn their heads. He rolled over with the grace of a surprised hedgehog, rubbing the top of his head where a small bump was already beginning to form. "Ouch! That really hurts," he complained, looking reproachfully at his untied shoelace as if it had purposely betrayed him. "Well, at least you're intact, right, Gamakichi?" he whispered to the toad-shaped coin purse, tenderly wiping an imaginary grain of dust off his head. "Well, at least you're intact, right, Gamakichi?" she whispered to the toad-shaped purse, tenderly wiping an imaginary grain of dust off its head. "Are you seriously going to give me this pathetic show first thing in the morning?" Fubuki's voice hit him like a bucket of ice water. The blue-haired girl held her right leg extended in a striking position, her school uniform flapping slightly with the movement. "While you were playing hide-and-seek, I had to deal with 5 natural disasters in my school uniform." Naruto gulped as he noticed his reflection distort in Fubuki's dilated pupils. With calculated movements, like someone approaching a wild animal, he began to stand, brushing the dust off his uniform. "Fubuki, I'm sorry, really?" she stammered, raising her hands in a gesture of peace. "I tried to find you, but..." Her nervous smile faded under the bluinette's murderous glare. "It's just, I don't know where Itsuki and the others live." Fubuki grabbed him by the collar of his shirt with a hand that trembled with suppressed rage, bringing her face closer until Naruto could count each of her eyelashes. "That's why humans invented telephones, you meathead," she whispered in a dangerously calm voice before releasing him with a shove. Naruto landed awkwardly on his heels, rubbing the back of his neck with a resigned expression. He had no excuses, and the universe had definitely decided that the peace of that morning had lasted too long. Fubuki stepped back with the pinpoint precision of a Swiss watch, crossing her arms so tightly that the wrinkles in her school blouse formed small accordions of fabric. A sigh that seemed to carry the weight of the world escaped her lips, so heavy that even the leaves of the nearby trees seemed to stir in response. "Yesterday was a pedagogical cataclysm of biblical proportions," he declared, his voice as dry as sandpaper. He raised a slightly trembling index finger, like a metronome of despair. Itsuki vanished for exactly 180 minutes. 180 minutes, and when he finally reappeared, he smelled of spicy curry and had a sauce stain that drew a map of Indonesia on his skirt. Naruto opened his mouth to ask, but Fubuki gave him a look that could have melted steel. "Miku," he continued, pausing dramatically, "greeted me with a look that would have made a cactus weep. Are there really no competent teachers in this city?" He mimicked her in an icy voice, making imaginary quotation marks with his fingers. She locked herself in her room with those blue headphones and a medieval history book. "I think she preferred studying the Crusades than enduring my presence." Naruto nodded in understanding, imagining the taciturn Miku taking refuge within the pages of some ancient text like an impregnable fortress. "Ichika?" Fubuki paused for so long that a nearby bird finished its song before she could continue. Her eyelids closed like theater curtains, her fingers pressing against the bridge of her nose. How to describe Ichika? Imagine if a Victorian curiosity shop came to life and decided clothing was optional. "Wait, what?" Naruto blinked so fast that for a moment the world was in squares. "You mean?" "Don't ask." Fubuki raised a hand like a traffic light. "There are images that once seen cannot be erased. And now Yatsuba. Her expression softened for a moment before contracting again. A radiant sun with the attention span of a fly in a bakery. The only one who didn't look at me like I was the bubonic plague and who deigned to cooperate. Naruto gave a more relaxed smile. That doesn't sound so bad. At least it's cooperative. I guess it helped that someone paid attention to you and your efforts weren't in vain. Fubuki looked at him as if he had suggested drinking expired milk. It's like trying to teach algebra to a hummingbird in flight, he explained, his fingers drawing erratic patterns in the air. 5 seconds of concentration is a personal best. Every 5 seconds, he jumped to a new topic. Do penguins have knees? We could make origami with my notes. Look, a cloud shaped like a bunny. He paused to take a deep breath. In 3 hours, we only managed to read 3 paragraphs of his textbook. 3. Naruto scratched the back of his neck, feeling beads of cold sweat form on his back. That sounds like an unconventional, educational approach, he improvised, desperately searching for a positive thread to hold onto. Fubuki fixed her blue eyes on Naruto's, and for a moment, the blonde-haired boy swore he saw flashes of madness in them. If this keeps up, by the end of the month they'll either have me in a mental asylum, or I'll have them buried in my backyard, he declared with terrifying calm. And guess what, Uzumaki? You're gonna help me avoid both scenarios. Then it seems you'll need a different strategy, Naruto said nervously, instinctively taking half a step back. Fubuki looked at him with an expression that combined chronic exasperation, nervous exhaustion, and a justifiable homicide that existed only in her personal penal code. No, he whispered, his voice hoarse with exhaustion. What I need is a martini, as cold as my heart after this experience, as deep as my despair, and possibly an exorcist. A sudden thought flashed through Naruto's mind like a glowing kunai in the dark. There was something incongruous about Fubuki's account, a glaring gap in her catalog of teaching failures. Among the 5 sisters, one notable absence stood out like a discordant note. Hey, he said with the caution of someone stepping into an explosives field, narrowing his eyes. And Nino, how was your encounter with her? The transformation into Fubuki was instantaneous and terrifying. Her eyelids closed with the force of a bear trap, while her fists clenched until her knuckles paled like raw bones. For a fleeting moment, Naruto was certain he had involuntarily activated some emotional self-destruct mechanism. No! Fubuki's whisper dripped with pure acid. Don't say that name in front of me. Don't mention that spoiled bitch's name. Naruto held his breath, fascinated and terrified in equal measure as he watched Fubuki's chest rise in uneven spasms, her shoulders tense like springs about to spring. Suddenly, with a cat-like motion, she spun on her heel and slammed a punch into the nearby wall, making the ground beneath Naruto's feet shake. Suddenly, with a feline movement, he turned on his heels and threw a punch at the nearby wall that made the ground shake beneath Naruto's feet. That spoiled brat is lucky there are laws against murder. She should pray she doesn't cross me alone. He spat out each word like purified poison. Because if she does, I'm going to teach her a lesson she'll remember until her next incarnation. A serpentine chill ran down Naruto's spine. He knew Fubuki's fiery temper, but the hatred she radiated at that moment belonged to a different category of existence. He swallowed with an audible sound, torn between curiosity and survival instinct. Come on, it couldn't have been that bad, right? Fubuki then looked at him with an expression that made Naruto's guts knot. Her eyes, normally as cold as frozen lakes, now burned with the intensity of a cremation oven. It was so terrible, Uzumaki, he pronounced each syllable with the precision of an executioner, that I'm seriously considering buying a thick rope, a jute sack, and searching for the highest cliff in the prefecture. Naruto felt his eyes dilate to the diameter of ramen bowls, a drop of cold sweat tracing a winding path down his temple. Wait a damn minute. What the hell exactly happened? But Fubuki only made a sound somewhere between a snort and a growl that would have made an alpha wolf's hair stand on end, turning sharply to cut the subject short with the force of a guillotine. The discussion is over. Erase that question from your memory, Uzumaki. His tone made it clear that insisting would be tantamount to signing his own death warrant. Before Naruto could articulate a response, Fubuki grabbed his wrist with a grip that would have made a bear trap pale, dragging him with the determination of a bullet train. "And listen to me carefully," he added without slowing down, his voice so icy that the air around him seemed to crystallize. "If you don't show up after school today to help me, no matter what corner of the multiverse you hide in, I will personally redefine your concept of suffering." Naruto blinked several times, feeling the chains of fate close around his neck with an audible click. "And to think I woke up feeling optimistic today. Why do all my problems always end up involving angry women?" he murmured into his chest, as fate inexorably dragged him toward his new role as a buffer between 5 human storms and 1 blue-haired hurricane. The afternoon sun spilled onto the streets like golden honey, filtering between the buildings and painting the path to the Nakano residential complex with warm orange highlights. Fubuki strode forward, her uniform impeccably ironed and her blue hair gently waving in the evening breeze. Beside her, Naruto walked with that boundless energy that characterized him, his steps bouncy and quick, as if every movement were a declaration of his personality. "So, if I'm not mistaken," Naruto began, clasping his hands behind his head as he looked up at the warm-hued sky. "They're basically refusing to cooperate with you." Fubuki clenched her fists slightly, a gesture almost imperceptible if it weren't for the dull crack of her knuckles as they tensed. "Exactly," he replied, crossing his arms with a stiffness that betrayed his suppressed frustration. "Yatsuba is the only one showing any interest, but her attention span is comparable to that of a butterfly in a field of flowers." Naruto couldn't contain a chuckle at the thought of Yatsuba jumping from one topic to another as easily as the wind changing direction, but he bit his lip at the murderous glare Fubuki gave him. I see." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his eyes narrowed as he analyzed the situation. "But if they don't want to study with you, what makes you think it'll be any different with me?" Fubuki stopped abruptly, turning on her heels to face him with an expression that oscillated between exasperation and almost comical resignation. "As much as I hate to admit it," he drawled as if it pained him to admit it, "I think my approach is too structured. You, on the other hand, have this annoying ability to make everyone like you." He paused dramatically before adding, "And you also have this ridiculous gift of making people feel capable even when they're about to fail miserably." "Hey!" Naruto protested, though without any real offense, as he jabbed his thumb at his own chest. "This isn't about lying to you. If I'm going to support you, it's because I truly believe you can do it. I won't just spout off empty words to get you to study." Fubuki stared at him for a long moment, her blue eyes searching him as if searching for any trace of falsehood in his words. Finally, she let out a sigh that seemed to carry with it the weight of 1,000 lost battles. "Fine, do it your way. I just hope you don't end up in some ridiculous mess trying to be someone's hero. Trust me." Naruto gave him his most defiant smile, the one that had convinced even the most skeptical people in Konoha. "If I know how to do one thing, it's bring out the best in people." Fubuki muttered something unintelligible that sounded suspiciously like, "Oh my god, I'm going to regret this," but didn't add anything else. Shortly after, they arrived at the building where the Quintuplets lived. The elevator took them to the corresponding floor, and after a short walk down the well-lit hallway, they stopped in front of the door marked Nakano. Naruto reached out without hesitation and rang the doorbell with a resounding ding-dong. A few seconds later, the door swung open, revealing Yatsuba, whose face lit up as if someone had turned on a spotlight inside her. "Hello, Yusuji-san." "Uzumaki-san," she greeted enthusiastically, though her gaze fell on Naruto with barely concealed curiosity. "I didn't expect to see you two together. What brings you here?" "Hello, Yatsuba," Fubuki replied in a tone intended to be neutral, though the exhaustion of the past few days seeped into every syllable like water through a crack. "Did you manage to reunite your sisters as we agreed?" "Yes. Everyone's in the living room," Yatsuba replied with an enthusiasm that matched her radiant smile, gesturing inside with a sweeping gesture. "Even Miku came out of her cave today." "Perfect." Fubuki nodded with a formality that contrasted with the homey atmosphere. Please accompany them while I get everything ready. Hi, Yusuji-sensei. Yatsuba gave an exaggerated military salute before turning on her heel and disappearing down the hallway with the energy of a hurricane. Fubuki turned her attention to Naruto, who was leaning against the wall with his hands buried in his jacket pockets, watching the exchange with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. Wait here until I call you, Fubuki ordered, pointing a sharp finger at the floor as if marking a line that shouldn't be crossed. And for the love of God, don't touch anything. Not the furniture. Not the ornaments. Not that damn porcelain figurine that looks like it costs more than my future college tuition. Yes, yes, Captain, Naruto replied with a casual nod and a carefree smile, which immediately turned nervous when Fubuki glared at him with a look that would have made an army retreat. I mean, orders received, Commander. Fubuki headed toward the living room with measured steps, each heel of her shoes echoing on the wooden floor like the tick of a clock counting down to chaos. As she crossed the threshold, 5 pairs of eyes turned toward her, each gaze charged with a distinct emotion. From Yatsuba's open curiosity to the open defiance in Nino's eyes. As she crossed the threshold, 5 pairs of eyes turned towards her, each gaze charged with a different emotion. From Yatsuba's open curiosity to the open defiance in Nino's eyes. How convenient that you're all gathered together, Fubuki observed, crossing her arms in a posture that would have made any military instructor proud. Well, technically it's our house, Yatsuba replied from the couch, swinging her legs with an innocence that contrasted with the palpable tension in the room. Miku, half hidden behind her book, barely looked up for a moment before retreating back into the pages. I thought you'd given up after yesterday's incident, he murmured, his voice so low it was almost lost in the rustling of the paper. Nino, reclining in the armchair with the studied elegance of a queen on her throne, sketched a smile that would have been sweet if it weren't for the venom dripping from every word. Isn't it clear enough to you that we don't need a nanny with a superiority complex? She asked, playing with a strand of her pink hair as if bored with the conversation. Fubuki didn't flinch. On the contrary, her lips curved into a smile that would have put anyone who knew her well on high alert, briefly showing the edge of her canines. You'll have to prove that you really don't need help, she said in a honeyed voice. But first, she paused briefly, savoring the moment. I didn't come alone today. Itsuki, who was chewing a pastry with the concentration of a gourmet, stopped dead in his tracks, revealing a cheek still swollen from the half-chewed morsel. With someone? She asked in a confused voice, crumbs falling from her lips without her seeming to notice. Uchiha, leaning back on the arm of the sofa with the grace of a contented cat, raised an eyebrow with genuine interest. Oh, did you bring a handsome boy to our house? Nino let out a mocking laugh that sounded like breaking glass, shaking his head in disdain. Please, dreaming costs nothing. Someone like her couldn't possibly attract anyone even remotely interesting, he said, examining his nails with feigned boredom. I bet all she brought was a dozen old math textbooks. The silence in the room thickened like syrup when Fubuki didn't respond to Nino's comment. Instead, her lips stretched into a sinister smile, showing too many teeth to be considered friendly. You think so? She asked with venomous sweetness, turning toward the entrance with the grace of a predator. Naruto, come here. It's time for my formal introduction. The effect was immediate. 5 heads turned in unison toward the door, like puppets whose strings had been abruptly pulled. Naruto appeared in the doorway, the light from the hallway drawing his familiar silhouette. His radiant smile illuminated the room more than any lamp. Hey girls, how are you doing? He greeted casually, as if appearing in her living room was the most normal thing in the world, rocking slightly on his heels with his hands in the pockets of his orange jacket. Nino was the first to react, sitting up so abruptly that the cushion she was sitting on flew up. Her eyes flashed with a mixture of surprise and indignation. What the hell are you doing here, you annoying blonde? She exclaimed, pointing at him with a slightly trembling, accusing finger. Naruto opened his mouth to reply, but Fubuki raised a hand, cutting off his answer before it could even begin. I'll take care of the explanations, she declared in a voice that echoed throughout the room, using that tone that brooked no argument. Naruto is here because, starting today, she closed her eyes for a moment, letting the suspense build. He will be my official assistant, which means another pause as her blue eyes opened and swept over each of the sisters. That he will also be their guardian. That's right, Naruto confirmed with a nod. I'll be helping with the classes from now on. Itsuki, who had been engrossed in her cake, shrugged nonchalantly, biting into another piece with an indifferent expression. Fine with me, he mumbled, his mouth full, crumbs falling onto his uniform. Anything to avoid having to deal with just you, he added shamelessly, pointing his fork at Fubuki. Tisk! Fubuki made a sound of disgust that resonated like a snake's snap, but she maintained her composure with visible effort, her fingers tightening around her notebook until her knuckles whitened. Nino, however, wasn't so easily intimidated. He crossed his arms with such determination that the sleeves of his clothes wrinkled, his expression taking on a hardness that could have cut diamonds. He crossed his arms with such determination that the sleeves of his clothes wrinkled, his expression taking on a hardness that could have cut diamonds. I don't care who they bring, she declared, staring at Naruto as if trying to bore a hole through him. I'm not studying with her or you. Final decision. Naruto maintained his smile, though a careful observer would have noticed how his eyes narrowed slightly, calculating the situation. From what I see, she'll be the most difficult obstacle, he thought, taking in Nino's defiant stance. Her chin raised proudly and her feet planted firmly on the ground like oak roots. But this isn't the first time I've dealt with someone stubborn, and it certainly won't be the last. Meanwhile, on the couch, Yatsuba looked back and forth between Nino and Naruto with the expression of a spectator at a tennis match, while Uchiha hid a knowing smile behind her sleeve, clearly enjoying the unfolding drama. Miku, for her part, had discreetly lowered her book a few inches, her curious eyes peeking over the edge, observing the scene with unusual interest. Uchiha, reclining on the sofa with her usual air of nonchalance, let out a sigh. Whatever, he murmured with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, as if the whole thing were merely a passing annoyance. At least this promises to be entertaining. Miku, in her usual corner, remained silent, but her fingers tightened on the spine of her history book, clutching it to her chest like a shield. Her eyes, barely visible behind the book, shone with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. Yatsuba, always the most explosive of the five, leapt off the couch like a spring, her overflowing energy filling the space. Yay! I'll do my best, he exclaimed, pumping a fist in the air with such enthusiasm that it almost knocked off the vase resting on the coffee table. Fubuki, imperturbable, crossed her arms with the precision of a general assessing her troops. Her cold, calculating gaze scanned each of the sisters as if gauging their weaknesses. From what I can see, he began, his voice dripping with irony, you're convinced you don't need my help. Very well. I'll make you a deal. Itsuki, who had been engrossed in her cake until then, looked up sharply, more crumbs falling from her lips. A deal? He asked, wiping the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, his eyes shining with a glimmer of interest. Exactly? Fubuki nodded, pulling a stack of papers from her folder with a movement that made the air crackle. If you're so confident in your abilities, we'll hold an exam right now. Those who pass, she paused to point her finger at the door, will no longer have to endure my lectures. Yatsuba blinked, her sunny face clouding for the first time. Yusuji-san? She asked in a smaller voice than usual, as if the thought of disappointing her tutor suddenly weighed on her. Uchiha, while maintaining her expression of false calm, raised an eyebrow in interest. Such a sudden exam? He asked, his honeyed tone hiding a hint of concern that only an observant person would have noticed. How unexpected. Nino, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, stood up abruptly, his blue eyes shooting daggers of ice. Why should we subject ourselves to this ridiculous spectacle? He exclaimed, crossing his arms. We're not guinea pigs. Itsuki, however, surprised everyone by shrugging his shoulders with unusual determination. Okay, let's do this, she said firmly, closing her box of pastries with a final click. If this means getting out of your classes, I'm fine with it. Naruto, who had been watching the scene from a corner, smiled to himself. Clever, Fubuki. he thought, admiring the move, filtering out the ones who can take care of themselves and focusing on the ones who really need help. Not a bad strategy. Nino turned to Itsuki with disbelief painted on every feature of her face. Itsuki? Are you serious? She asked, her eyebrows almost disappearing under her bangs because they were so high up. You can't be okay with this. Itsuki nodded with a determination that surprised even Naruto. If I pass this exam, she explained, with the simple logic of someone who sees an easy way out, I won't have to endure your classes anymore. Then, turning to Naruto with a sudden shyness that contrasted with her previous attitude, she added, But, will I still be able to see Naruto-kun? Naruto gave her a warm smile, the kind of smile that had calmed storms in Konoha. Of course, Itsuki, he assured her, his voice so comforting that even Miku lowered her book to look at him. We'll continue talking whenever you want. Itsuki's ears blushed slightly, but it was Yotsuba who broke the moment with her signature energy, jumping back up as if on springs. Come on, girls. We can do it, she shouted, raising both arms in excitement. The Nakano Quintuplets don't give up on anything. The air in the room tensed as Miku, breaking her usual silence, looked up from her book. Her pale fingers wound nervously around her pencil, making the wood creak slightly. What's the minimum passing grade? He asked, his voice so soft it was almost lost in the air, though his gaze was surprisingly direct. Fubuki gave a smile that was meant to be reassuring but ended up seeming condescending. 60 points, he replied, but as quickly as he said it, he reconsidered. No, you know what, to be fair, 50 will do. Nino snorted with a disdain that would have made an aristocratic cat blanch, though he agreed to take the test with a curtsy movement of his hand. This is ridiculous, he muttered as he picked up a pencil, his voice dripping with disdain. But you better not underestimate us, tutor. Some time later, the rustling of papers being handled with growing frustration filled the room. Fubuki stared at the graded exams with an expression that mixed astonishment, disbelief, and a touch of horror. Incredible, he murmured, flipping through the pages with increasingly jerky movements. There's 100 of them here. But Naruto, who had been watching the scene with growing discomfort, scratched the back of his neck nervously. Sure, he clarified in a voice that was meant to be casual but sounded more like a muffled whisper. If you add up the scores for all 5 together, well, technically. Fubuki looked up with dramatic slowness, her blue eyes shining with dangerous understanding as the puzzle pieces fell into place in her mind. Fubuki looked up with dramatic slowness, her blue eyes flashing with dangerous understanding as the puzzle pieces fell into place in her mind. Don't tell me you? He began to ask in a voice that promised terrible consequences. Run away, Nino yelled abruptly, and like a single, perfectly coordinated organism, ironic considering the newly discovered academic chaos, the 5 sisters shot off toward their rooms in a flurry of billowing skirts, multicolored hair, and flying papers, leaving behind a swirl of evidence and stupefaction. Naruto looked at Fubuki with a mixture of genuine sympathy and resignation, gathering up the scattered tests that now looked like evidence of a crime. Apparently, he concluded in a carefully neutral voice, all 5 of them are in imminent academic danger. Separately, Fubuki ran a hand over her face in a gesture that would have been comical if not for the aura of despair surrounding her. Her shoulders slumped in a posture Naruto had never seen her in before. Temporary but absolute defeat. Damn, he admitted through gritted teeth, as if he were struggling to breathe. My plan won't work if neither of us can pass on our own. This is worse than I imagined. Naruto placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, feeling the tension building in her muscles. Well, she suggested with an optimism that sounded forced even to her own ears, we'd better come back tomorrow, with more study materials, and maybe motivational cookies. Fubuki let out a sigh that seemed to come from the depths of her teaching soul, a sound that contained the full weight of a failed educational system. Fine. He finally relented, heading for the door with steps that seemed to weigh tons. Let's get out of here before I have an aneurysm. As he followed the defeated tutor, Naruto cast one last worried glance toward the locked chambers, where 5 figures huddled securely against the doors, holding their breath. The faint sound of muffled laughter that managed to filter through told him everything he needed to know about the odds of success of his tutorial mission. The next day, the morning sun bathed the path to school in a golden light that seemed to mock Fubuki's gloomy mood. Naruto walked beside her, his hands buried in his pants pockets, casually observing his surroundings until a metallic glint caught his attention. A black car, polished to a mirror-like shine, elegantly glided up to the main entrance. The tinted windows hid its occupants, but the aura of exclusive luxury the vehicle exuded was as palpable as the scent of new leather that wafted through the air. "Wow!" Fubuki muttered, stopping in her tracks. "That model must cost at least $1 million. Probably more." Naruto, however, barely registered the comment about the price. His senses, sharpened by years of ninja training, had already detected what was truly important. "All 5 of them are in there," she thought, sensing the Nakano's familiar energies even before the doors opened. With a soft click of mechanical precision, the vehicle's doors opened simultaneously, like the wings of a metallic bird unfurling. From within, the quintuplets emerged, each with a choreography of movements as distinctive as their personalities. Itsuki was the first to speak, adjusting the bow of her uniform with a reproachful expression that contrasted with the breadcrumbs that still adorned her blouse. "Stop staring like that. It's rude," she said, directing her comment at Fubuki while unsuccessfully trying to hide a slight blush on her cheeks. Nino, seeing the blonde-haired boy, raised an eyebrow with an expression of annoyance that would have made anyone back away. Nino, seeing the blonde-haired boy, raised an eyebrow with an expression of annoyance that would have made anyone back away. "You again." He sighed, as if her mere presence were a personal affront. "Don't you have anything better to do than sneak up on us first thing?" Yatsuba, always the most effusive, greeted with an enthusiasm that made several students turn their heads. "Hey, Naruto-kun! Hey, Yusuji-san!" he shouted, waving both hands as if pointing at an airplane. "What a coincidence to find you here." Miku, for her part, said nothing, as if her silence could protect her from unwanted social interaction. Fubuki watched with growing frustration as the sisters walked past without so much as a glance. "Are you going to run away from me again?" she muttered, more to herself than to Naruto, her fingers tightening around the strap of her backpack. "I'm completely harmless, relatively speaking." Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder, trying to calm her down. "Calm down," he whispered, using that calm tone he'd used so many times with his teammates in Konoha. "If you push them too hard now, you'll only make them shut down even more." Nino, still within earshot, stopped dead in his tracks and spun around with the grace of a cat that has smelled blood, her sneer showing too many teeth. "You heard me, tutor," he said, his words trailing off as if he were savoring every syllable. "Besides, you're not fooling us. The moment we let our guard down, you'll try to slip us your boring lessons like poisoned candy." Fubuki crossed her arms in annoyance, her indignation boiling just beneath the surface. "Who do you take me for?" he asked, his voice rising an octave. "Do you think I have nothing better to do than chase you around like a lapdog?" Naruto, unable to resist, let out a comment low enough to be discreet but audible enough to be heard. "Because of a study obsessive who doesn't understand the meaning of rest, or social life, or a reasonable schedule." The whisper came just in time for Fubuki to hear it, causing her eyes to narrow into dangerous blue slits as the Uzumaki, knowing exactly what was coming, began to back away with slow steps, his nervous smile saying all that needed to be said. "Naruto." He syllabled her name with poisonous sweetness, each syllable falling like a drop of acid. "What exactly did you just mumble?" The blonde paled to a shade similar to rice paper, instinctively taking a step back as his hands rose in surrender. "And nothing important. I was just thinking out loud," she stammered, her strained smile revealing the panic she was trying to hide. Fubuki stared at him for exactly 3 seconds. Naruto mentally counted them like hours, before snorting in disdain, the steam from her breath forming a fleeting cloud in the morning air. "You better keep those thoughts to yourself," he muttered, with an unspoken promise of future retaliation that made Naruto's stomach do a 180-degree turn. Itsuki, who had been watching the exchange with a look of curiosity and offense, intervened in a tone that mixed wounded pride and characteristic stubbornness. "I admit we have certain areas of opportunity," she said, crossing her arms defiantly. "But we're perfectly capable of solving them ourselves." Fubuki smiled a smile that failed to illuminate her blue eyes, more like the smile of a shark than that of an understanding tutor. "I see. In that case," he replied, taking a notebook out of his backpack with deliberately slow movements, "I suppose you've studied your exam yesterday thoroughly, ready for the feedback." Naruto, sensing the growing tension like a shinobi senses enemy chakra, threw out a question in a casual tone that was meant to be casual but sounded suspiciously prepared. "Quick question. Who did Mori Motonari defeat at the Battle of Itsukushima?" The effect was instantaneous and hilarious. Itsuki stopped in his tracks as if he'd walked into an invisible wall, his cheeks puffing out in a pout that would have been adorable if not for the indignation he oozed. His expression was a perfect mix of indignation, frustration, and betrayal, as if the question had been a personal attack. "That's not fair," she protested, pointing at Naruto with a slightly trembling finger. "That's not fair," she protested, pointing at Naruto with a slightly trembling finger. "That battle wasn't even in the material Fubuki gave us. It's like asking for the capital of a country that doesn't exist." Fubuki, seizing the moment, allowed a satisfied smile to spread across her lips. "Exactly," he nodded, closing the notebook with a snap. "That's why you need tutors. Because the academic world is full of unexpected questions, and the five of you can barely handle the expected ones." Unable to respond, the five sisters moved away in perfect formation, their figures moving in unison like a well-trained squadron. Naruto watched the scene with his arms crossed behind his head, his expression turning thoughtful for an unusual moment. "They seem to hate studying," he commented, scratching his cheek thoughtfully. "And, well, to be honest, they seem to hate you a little bit too." Fubuki turned toward him with sharp movements, her backpack swinging dangerously like a pendulum of frustration. "And what about you exactly?" he asked, his voice dripping with acidic irony. "The great Naruto Uzumaki, the masses' favorite hero? The conqueror of student hearts." The blonde man straightened as if he'd received an electric shock, his sudden smile illuminating the hallway with the intensity of a headlight. "It's obvious they like the great Naruto," he declared enthusiastically, thumping his chest so hard that the sound echoed through the corridor. "I have that special gift, you know? People just feel comfortable around me." Fubuki snorted so hard her bangs whipped around, tightening her backpack with a tug that threatened to burst the seams. "You're absolutely right," he admitted with such icy sarcasm it could have frozen my breath. "They clearly have more confidence in a ramen brain like you than in an academic genius like me." "What a surprise." "Hey!" Naruto protested, his smile quickly disappearing. "First of all, I don't have a ramen brain. Second of all," he added, pointing at her, "my GPA is better than yours this time." "Forget it," Fubuki cut in sharply, turning mechanically toward the classroom entrance. "We'd better get in before we're late. I don't need to give them any more reasons to hate me." Lunchtime. The school cafeteria was a hive of adolescent energy, hundreds of hungry students forming a chaotic mosaic of uniforms and trays. Naruto moved between the tables with the concentration of a ninja on a mission, his prized tray of ramen balancing precariously as he nimbly dodged elbows and backpacks. In a twist of fate that only the universe could orchestrate, his path crossed with Miku, who carried her own tray with the delicacy of someone transporting ancient artifacts. Their eyes met briefly, and Naruto didn't miss the opportunity. "Hey Miku," he greeted with a warm smile that made small wrinkles appear at the corners of his eyes. "How was your day so far?" Miku barely looked up, though Naruto noticed her fingers paling as they gripped the edges of the tray tighter. "Nothing important," she murmured, her voice so soft it was almost lost in the bustle of the dining room, although her lips moved enough for Naruto to understand her perfectly. "I see," Naruto nodded, gesturing broadly toward his tray with his elbow. "Are you eating lunch alone today?" "Yes," Miku replied, in a tone so soft that it was almost lost in the ambient noise, as if she expected that with that single word the conversation would end right there. But Naruto, whose talent for breaking social barriers was almost as legendary as his ninja exploits, noticed the contents of his tray with a quick but perceptive glance. "Wow," he commented, pointing at the green can with a finger. "Apparently you like matcha soda too." Miku blinked, her blue eyes widening slightly. The surprised blink was followed by a barely perceptible hesitation before she answered. "Do you like it too?" he asked with genuine curiosity that contrasted with his usual reserve, tilting his head like a bird listening to a new sound. "Of course," Naruto declared with an enthusiasm that made several nearby students turn their heads. "It's my favorite after ramen, obviously, although I once tried mixing them and, well, best not to talk about that." For the first time since the conversation began, something changed in Miku's expression. It wasn't exactly a smile, but her lips softened and her shoulders lost some of their usual stiffness. "I could share some with you if you'd like," she offered, her voice gaining a faint volume as she gently pushed her toward him. "You're not like Fubuki." Naruto waved his hands with a nervous smile, causing his bowl of ramen to wobble dangerously. "Oh no, I'm fine," she politely declined, reflexively protecting her precious lunch. "I just wanted to ask you something." Miku tilted her head slightly, her eyes reflecting a curiosity she rarely showed in public. "What is it you want to ask me?" "It's about this morning's question," Naruto began, lowering his voice and leaning a little closer. "You knew the answer, right? So why didn't you?" The universe, however, seemed determined to interrupt this moment. An orange whirlwind slammed into Naruto's back with the force of a miniature bullet train, nearly sending his ramen flying. "Uzumaki-san," Yatsuba shouted, hanging from his neck like a living backpack filled with pure energy. "I found you." "Oof. Why Yatsuba?" Naruto exclaimed, performing a Jonin-worthy acrobatics to save his food. "It's nice to see you. Just go with less force next time, okay?" "Same here," Yatsuba replied without a hint of regret, finally letting him go. "Sorry I ran away this morning. It was Nino's idea." "It doesn't matter," Naruto laughed, adjusting his jacket, which now bore the wrinkles from the attack. "Well, Miku, like I was saying, but fate had other plans." Yatsuba unfurled an English exam paper in front of her nose with the dramatic effect of a magician pulling a rabbit out of a hat. The paper was covered in red corrections, forming a landscape of academic failure. The paper was covered in red corrections, forming a landscape of academic failure. "Look at my homework," she announced, unconcerned by her poor performance. "I got every answer wrong. Even my name." Miku, who had instinctively recoiled from her sister's energy blast, stared at the test with a mixture of surprise and fascination, while Naruto could only laugh at the chaos that always seemed to follow Yatsuba like a hyperactive shadow. The usual bustle of the school cafeteria was broken when Fubuki appeared behind Naruto like a ghostly apparition, her blue eyes glowing with an intensity that made several nearby students instinctively look away. "You say that like you're proud," she murmured, each word laced with sarcasm so sharp it could have dissolved metal. "Do you really celebrate your own academic failure like it's a badge of honor?" Uchiha arrived shortly after, gliding between the tables with the grace of a cat, leaning on Yatsuba's shoulder with a playful smile. "Come on, don't interrupt them," she said in a sweet voice, although the playful glint in her eyes revealed that she was more than willing to do exactly the opposite. Yatsuba, always unable to remain silent, pointed an accusing finger at Uchiha. "You should study harder too, Uchiha," she exclaimed, causing several heads to turn in their direction. "You can't spend all your time flirting with the guys in the drama club and then complain when you fail math." Uchiha brought a hand to his chest in dramatic offense, his eyes shining with malicious amusement. "So what? If we're going to be honest about how dumb we are," she made imaginary quotation marks with her fingers, "I doubt we'll ever achieve anything by studying. We should enjoy our youth with romance and exciting adventures." The atmosphere turned icy as Fubuki took a deep breath, a breath so cold that several nearby students instinctively rubbed their arms. "Romance?" she declared with a calmness more terrifying than any scream. is the most useless distraction there is. If you want to ruin your lives with it, go ahead. But don't expect me to save you when you fail and end up working in a convenience store for the rest of your days. Uchiha shook her head in exaggerated sorrow. It's too late for you, Fubuki, he declared with false regret. Your soul is already lost in the textbooks. There's no salvation possible. Yatsuba, oblivious to the palpable tension between her sisters and their homeroom teacher, turned to Miku with childlike curiosity. Hey Miku, he asked with explosive innocence. Do you have someone you like? Miku, who until that moment had been using Yatsuba as a human shield, felt a great chill run through her body, reaching a tone similar to her blue earphones. She shook her head so hard that her strands of hair whipped around like the tails of a frightened animal, taking several steps back as if she'd been threatened with fire. Uchiha, seizing the moment like the opportunist she was, turned to Naruto with a smile that would have made any sensible man flee. And you, Naruto, he began, his words trailing off like poisoned honey, being the most popular boy in the academy according to the school magazine's polls. And you, Naruto, he began, his words trailing off like poisoned honey, being the most popular boy in the academy according to the school magazine's polls. Isn't there some lucky girl who makes you smile for no reason? Naruto, suddenly the center of attention of all the girls, nervously scratched the back of his neck as his smile grew increasingly strained. The cold sweat running down his back would have been visible if it weren't for his hoodie. Maybe so, he began, his eyes darting between the expectant faces surrounding him. His name is Hor. Fubuki interrupted him before he could finish, her dark aura enveloping him like a murderous fog. Don't even think about mentioning that woman in front of me, he growled, his voice promising pain. Naruto gulped. And what about Ama? Fubuki silenced him again with a look full of hatred. Much less, she cut in, leaning toward him until their noses were almost touching. Mention them again and you'll never see the light of day again. Do you understand? He paused, and then, in a whisper only she could hear, he added, Besides, you're only mine. Naruto paled. Why yes, Uchiha and Yatsuba exchanged a knowing look. Hee, Uchiha murmured, playing with her hair. Looks like someone's jealous. Yatsuba nodded enthusiastically and then turned her gaze towards Miku. Of course, as her sister, I can tell Miku is in love. Uchiha pretended to think. I wonder who it is. Naruto and Fubuki, distracted by their own tension, turned to Miku in unison. Mika enamorada? The effect was immediate. Miku instantly became the epicenter of all attention, her body freezing in a rigid pose reminiscent of a deer caught in a truck's headlights. Her cheeks, already rosy, escalated to a nuclear scarlet. Her eyes, huge and glassy, visibly vibrated while her hands clenched into claws in front of her chest. The sound that escaped her lips didn't belong in any human language. A cross between a whistling kettle, a mouse squeak, and the sound of a computer system crashing. Before anyone could react, her feet hit the floor with enough force to leave dents in the cafeteria, propelling her toward the door in a wake of flying backpack and frayed pigtails. Her flight was so fast that she left a Miku-shaped cloud in her wake that took a couple of seconds to dissipate. Some time later, the classroom was almost empty during the transition between classes, giving the students a brief respite. Naruto rummaged through his backpack, casually pulling out books, when something caught his eye between the pages of his history textbook. A small piece of paper folded carefully, as if whoever had placed it there was afraid it would wrinkle. What's this? He muttered to himself, his fingers unwrapping the note curiously. The handwriting was delicate, meticulous. Go to the rooftop after school. There's something important I have to tell you. I can't hide my feelings any longer. Sincerely, Miku Nakano. Naruto blinked, his blue eyes scanning the message twice before his brain fully processed the meaning of those words. I haven't known Miku that long, he muttered, frowning as a finger unconsciously rubbed his cheek. That can't be it, can it? His expression fluctuated between disbelief and a strange, hopeful smile, before he shook his head as if to dispel an absurd thought. In any case, it's best to go and clear this up, and above all, his eyes scanned the almost empty classroom with the caution of an undercover mission. Keep Fubuki from finding out about this, or she'll turn my burial into a compulsory school activity. At that precise moment, Itsuki appeared at her side like a ghost, bowing with the grace of a curious animal. At that precise moment, Itsuki appeared at his side like a ghost, bowing with the grace of a curious animal. "What are you doing, grinning like an idiot?" he asked, his voice laced with a mixture of curiosity and mischief. "Did you find a coupon for ramen?" Naruto quickly hid the note in his pocket, his smile turning into a forced grimace. "Oh no, it's nothing important. I was just, thinking how interesting Japanese feudal history is." Itsuki looked at him skeptically, his eyes narrowing like lie scanners, but he finally shrugged. "Well, I believe you, for now. But that smile of yours is more suspicious than ramen without broth." Naruto, feeling the overwhelming need to change the subject, tapped him friendly on the shoulder. "Hey, remember, if you need help studying, you can count on me," he said, his voice taking on that warm tone he liked to use. "It'll be a pleasure to help such a smart and pretty girl." The effect was instantaneous. Itsuki blushed to the roots of her hair, her fingers nervously fiddling with her skirt. Sure. Thanks, Naruto-kun," he murmured, shifting his gaze to an indeterminate point on the floor as if he had discovered something fascinating in the tiles. What neither of them noticed was Fubuki's figure watching them from across the hall, her silhouette silhouetted against the light like a statue of vengeance. Her blue eyes shone with a mixture of irritation and suspicion, while her fingers tightened around her pen. "I hope she's not trying to take Naruto away from me," she thought, her mind flashing back to the incidents with a certain black-haired girl and a certain red-haired girl. "I've had enough dealing with those two. I don't need a third one getting in the way, especially not another pale tomato head. What the hell do redheads have with my man?" Meanwhile, somewhere in the building, Miku suddenly sneezed, feeling an inexplicable chill run down her spine. Dismissal time, school roof. The evening wind played with Naruto's golden bangs as he waited, leaning against the rooftop railing, his arms crossed and one foot resting against the wall. The sun was already beginning its descent, yet there was still no sign of Miku. "Sigh, I guess she won't come," he muttered to himself, his voice merging with the city's murmur. Maybe it was Yatsuba's joke. Just as she pushed off the wall to leave, a certain amount of disappointment weighing on her shoulders, the door to the rooftop burst open with a metallic screech. There stood Miku, slightly agitated, her cheeks flushed, her chest rising and falling rapidly, as if she'd taken the stairs 3 at a time. "What a relief," she breathed, placing a hand on the doorframe as she caught her breath. "It's a good thing that you were still here. I wish I could have told you at the cafeteria, but..." Her eyes scanned the empty area behind Naruto. "I didn't want any witnesses." Naruto blinked, his brow furrowing in genuine confusion. "What exactly do you mean?" Miku took a deep breath, her fingers interlacing in front of her chest as if holding something invisible. The wind played with the pages of the book she carried under her arm, as if it too was eager to listen. "I wanted to tell you something important," he began, his voice firmer than usual, although his legs were trembling slightly. Naruto felt a knot forming in his stomach. "I'm not liking this anymore. Is it going to?" "Su Harakata." "Huh?" The silence that followed was so thick it could have cut the air with a kunai. Miku stared down at her shoes, her ears so red they looked like they were about to burst into smoke. "Well, I already said it," he murmured, almost inaudibly. It took Naruto a few moments to process the information, long enough for his expression to go from utter confusion to sudden enlightenment. "Ah, I see," he exclaimed, hitting his palm with his fist in a gesture so characteristic that it made Miku look up. "That's the correct answer to my history question." Well, I'll be leaving now," Miku announced in a voice that was meant to be casual, but ended up sounding like a hurried whisper, almost drowned out by the distant noise of the students on the lower floors. Naruto reached out quickly, but her hand stopped gently on his shoulder, not too hard but firmly. "Wait a minute," he said, leaning slightly to look her in the eye. "If you knew the answer all along, why didn't you say it sooner?" The movement, however, caused Miku's cell phone to slip out of her pocket and fall to the ground with a loud thud that echoed across the empty rooftop. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to," Naruto said quickly, bending down to pick up the device before she could react. His eyes instantly fixed on the image flashing on the screen, the Takeda emblem shining clearly. "The Takeda emblem?" he asked, looking up just in time to see Miku freeze in place. The expression on young Nakano's face would have made even Sasuke back down on his worst day. "Did you see it?" he asked in a voice so icy that the air around him seemed to suddenly chill several degrees. Naruto blinked, keeping his expression carefully neutral as he handed the phone back to her with both hands, as if he were handing over a sacred artifact. "Yes. Is there a problem with that?" Suddenly Miku covered her face with both hands. "Please don't tell anyone," she pleaded, her voice stifling through her fingers. "It's just, I like the Sengoku-era generals. It all started with a game Yatsuba lent me. Their ambition, their tactics. I ended up reading all about them. I know what you're thinking, that I'm weird." Naruto, without a second thought, raised his hand and placed his palm gently on Miku's head, caressing her as he would a scared child. "Hey, come on," he said, his voice warm as the midday sun. "We all have our quirks. Did you know that at 12, I could recite all the ingredients in miso ramen in alphabetical order?" He paused carefully. "What you're passionate about is what makes you unique. If you love the Sengoku era, then that's great. You don't have to apologize for being yourself. Never look down on what you love, much less on yourself." Miku slowly lowered her hands, revealing eyes that shone with more than just embarrassment. There was surprise there, and maybe, just maybe, a glimmer of hope. "Thank you," he murmured, so low that Naruto barely heard it over the wind. The blonde crossed his arms proudly. "By the way, I don't know if you knew this, but I'm a better student than Fubuki. I got a 100 on the last history test," he said, making a dramatic gesture with his hands. "I could teach you some fun facts you might not know." Miku looked at him skeptically, her eyebrows rising slightly. "Are you saying you know more about history than I do?" "Not at all." Naruto laughed, raising his hands in surrender. "Quite the opposite. I want you to teach me, someone who knows as much as you could tutor me. It would be a fair trade, wouldn't it?" Miku looked down, but Naruto didn't need to see her face to notice the small smile that played on her lips, as slight as the flutter of a butterfly's wings, but more genuine than any other expression he had seen before. "Well," he said finally, looking up with new determination, "I like that idea." "Great!" Naruto exclaimed as he started walking toward the stairs. "So how about we go? I'm sure your sisters are already waiting for you." Miku nodded and started walking behind him, but stopped in front of a vending machine that clinked under the dim fluorescent lighting. She hesitated for a few seconds, but finally, her fingers pressed the button for a matcha soda. "Come on, Miku," Naruto said, rocking back on his heels. "Your sisters will worry if you take too long." "I understand," she replied mechanically, but before continuing, she extended the cold can toward him with a timid movement. "Here." Naruto looked at her curiously, his eyebrows arching in confusion. Naruto looked at her curiously, his eyebrows arching in confusion. "Don't worry, he doesn't have any snot," Miku added, with a flash of humor so unexpected that even she seemed surprised. A small laugh from Naruto echoed in the empty hallway, as warm and contagious as ever. "I may not know everything about it," he said with a smile, happily accepting the drink, "but I know this reference." "That's nice," she murmured, looking away at the wall, although Naruto didn't need to see her face to notice the slight blush that colored her cheeks. Reaching the crossroads where their paths would part, Naruto turned to her one last time, his expression unusually serious. "Hey, are you coming to the next study session?" Miku tightened her fingers around her skirt with some discomfort. "I doubt it," she murmured, her voice almost drowning out the silence in the hallway. "After all, my sisters and I are too stupid. I don't know why they keep trying to make us improve, when it's obvious it won't help." Naruto crossed his arms, his gaze taking on an intensity Miku hadn't seen before. "I've told you before, and I'll tell you again as many times as necessary," he said, each word laced with a firmness that made Miku look up. "Don't look down on yourself. You're capable of achieving anything you set your mind to. Don't doubt it. But I have no talent, Miku whispered. There's no way I'll improve. Not like my sisters. You know, Naruto began, his voice lower and deeper than usual, as if the words were coming from somewhere deep within his memory. I used to think that those born with talent would always be the best, that no one could surpass them. His blue eyes, normally full of energy, took on an unusual depth, as if looking beyond the present, toward past battles and hard-won scars. But I saw with my own eyes how that natural talent faded into insignificance compared to those who gave their all. Talent has a limit, and that limit is arrogance. But effort. He paused, turning to look at her directly. Effort knows no bounds. Miku pressed her lips together slightly. Her heart pounded in her chest, dreading the answer to what she was about to ask. Are you saying that, if I try hard, I can be like my sisters? Naruto shook his head with a calmness that contrasted with the intensity of his words. No, Miku blinked, confused, her lips parting in silent protest. But you said that. I know what I said, Naruto interrupted, leaning forward until his eyes were level with hers. And I stand by it. You will never be like them. He paused deliberately, letting the words sink in before continuing. Because I will make sure you are the best version of yourself you can be. He held his hand out in a firm fist, his smile warm but filled with determination. And that is a promise. Uzumaki Naruto never breaks his promises. Miku looked at his outstretched hand, then at his face, and finally, with timid but determined movements, she bumped her own fist against his. A tiny but genuine smile blossomed on her lips, as fragile as the first bud of spring. Thank you. The next day, school library. The ticking of the wall clock read 4:15 p.m. with almost cruel precision. Fubuki let out a sigh that seemed to come from the depths of her teaching soul, her forehead gently hitting the table with a dull sound. Apparently they didn't come, he murmured, his voice muffled by the wood. I should have expected it. Yatsuba, who had been twirling her pencil on the table, looked up from her phone with a jerk. I called them, but it seems no one read my messages. Or maybe they did read them and just... He made a vague gesture with his hand, decided to ignore them. Naruto, who was organizing some books with excessive care, smiled with an optimism that seemed to defy reality. I wish the other four were as positive as you, Yatsuba. But Yatsuba didn't respond immediately, her normally energetic eyes fixed on something or someone in the library doorway. A slow smile spread across her face. It's not the other four, Yatsuba replied suddenly, her eyes flashing like headlights as she detected movement at the door. It's the other three. Right, Miku? Everyone turned toward the entrance, where Miku stood stiffly, her arms clutching a pile of books to her chest. Her face was hidden behind the large stack, but the mere fact that she had appeared was enough to leave Fubuki's mouth slightly agape. I was late, Mika muttered, avoiding eye contact. The book I wanted to review today, I forgot it at home. The air in the library thickened for a moment, suspended in an almost palpable silence. Fubuki held her breath, her fingers unconsciously gripping the edge of the table as she took in the scene before her. It was as if the universe had finally decided to tilt in her favor for the first time since she started this job. Wow! Naruto's voice cut through the stillness like a ray of sunshine piercing the clouds. A warm, contagious smile spread across his face. You finally came. Miku moved forward with firm steps, determination marking every movement. The books she was carrying in her arms hit the table with a dull thud, echoing in the silent space. You were the one who put that idea in my head, he said, carefully adjusting his hearing aids. His eyes glittered with a barely veiled challenge. So I'll do my part. One corner of his lips lifted in a fleeting smile, so subtle it could have been mistaken for a trick of the light. Take responsibility. Don't doubt it, Naruto replied, leaning forward slightly. His smile, wide and carefree, mirrored hers, but with an added spark of enthusiasm. You can trust me. At that moment, Yatsuba, taking advantage of the fact that Fubuki was preoccupied with reorganizing some documents and that Naruto had wandered off a bit, slipped beside Miku like a playful shadow. Leaning toward her ear, She whispered in a sweet, mischievous voice. You like Uzumaki-san, don't you? The effect was immediate. Mika's face reddened like never before, and she jumped back, almost tripping over her own clumsiness. Mika's face reddened like never before, and she jumped back, almost tripping over her own clumsiness. What are you saying? She exclaimed, her high-pitched voice cutting through the air like a siren. That's a lie. Yotsuba let out a crystalline laugh, casting a knowing glance at Naruto. He, for his part, simply whistled with mock innocence, his eyes fixed on the ceiling as if he'd just discovered a new continent in the plaster. However, the tips of his ears, now tinged with a faint pink, betrayed what his attitude was intended to conceal. The sun was beginning its descent, dyeing the streets shades of gold and purple as the city transitioned from bustling afternoon to quiet night. The tutoring sessions had ended hours ago. Yotsuba and the newly arrived Miku had already headed home, as had Fubuki. Only the blonde-haired boy remained, wandering aimlessly through the less-traveled alleys, completely immersed in the whirlwind of his thoughts. Hey, Kurama, are you awake? Naruto murmured, his footsteps echoing against the pavement as the shadows lengthened around him. From the depths of his consciousness, that deep, raspy voice he knew so well emerged. From the depths of his consciousness, emerged that deep, raspy voice he knew so well. Yes, I am, brat. The nine-tailed fox seemed to stir inside his mind. What's going on? Naruto stopped next to a streetlight that flickered intermittently, his face brightening and darkening in time with the faulty light. Well, after what you told me, that he's already detected me. He clenched his fists unconsciously. Do you think he'll come personally to eliminate me, or will he send his pawns first? Kurama let out a sigh that echoed inside his mind. He'll most likely send cannon fodder. His tone took on a more serious tone. He'll want to gauge your current strength first, and use them as counters to look for emotional weaknesses. But I've already eliminated hatred. I've overcome my past. Naruto looked up at the twilight sky. What weaknesses could I exploit? You've buried the hatred, yes. Kurama's voice became razor-sharp. But that doesn't mean he can't unearth it. If there's one thing he's adept at, it's corrupting hearts. He paused deliberately. He'll strike where it hurts the most, through those you care about. Naruto gave a confident smile. My friends can defend themselves. Besides, Sasuke is with them. There's nothing to worry about. Idiot, Kurama snarled, and Naruto could almost see his tails twitching in irritation. I'm not talking about your original dimension. I'm referring to the bonds you've formed here. His next sentence fell like a hammer. He'll go after Fubuki and those quintuplets. The blonde felt the air escape from his lungs. His blue eyes widened, briefly reflecting the orange glow of the fox within them. What? Her voice cracked, a mixture of disbelief and growing horror. They can't. They have nothing to do with this. That's right, Kurama roared from the depths of his consciousness. He won't hesitate to tear them apart, to tear their lives right before your eyes if it means you'll fall. The pain of not having protected them, the despair of seeing them suffer. He paused deliberately, letting the weight of his words sink in. That will be his moment to strike when you're vulnerable. Naruto felt his nails dig into his palms, forming red crescents on his skin. The muscles in his arms tensed like steel cords beneath his skin. You're right, he muttered through gritted teeth, his tone shaking the air around him. That coward has always played dirty. He won't mind using innocent people to get revenge on me. On Sasuke, the nine-tailed fox watched from the shadows of his mind, his scarlet eyes glowing like embers. What do you plan to do then, brat? The blonde closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and let it out slowly. When he opened them again, he had regained some of his usual determination. I'll have to be vigilant, he said, scanning the horizon as if he could see the threat lurking. I'll protect the girls. I won't allow a hair on their heads to come to harm. Fine, Kurama nodded, his voice losing some of its edge. You're in charge. But remember, in a week, maybe less, he'll send someone for you. I know, Naruto replied, running a finger over one of the scars on his cheek. And knowing him, he'll try to get ahead of me. I'll make sure to stay close to them. Just in case. The bijou gave a grunt of approval. Whatever you say. I'm going to bed. Rest easy, old fox. Naruto smiled slightly as he felt Kurama's presence fade away in his mind. He stood still for a few moments, looking up at the stars. I won't allow it, he whispered to the sky. No matter what you have planned, Mizore Atsutsuki. His fists clenched again, but this time with determination rather than anger. This time, I will be the one to finish what he started. The next day, in front of the building, the morning sun caressed the streets as Naruto approached the quintuplet building. His expression was noticeably more relaxed than the day before, though a keen observer could notice the residual tension in his shoulders. The scene he found was peculiar. Fubuki, her hair disheveled from the morning, was speaking energetically to a camera while trying in vain to open the front door. Ugh! Why won't it open? He muttered, randomly pressing buttons on the access panel. His frustration was so palpable that Naruto couldn't help but let a warm laugh escape his lips. Hey! He exclaimed as he approached, placing a friendly hand on the young woman's shoulder. A mischievous smile lit up Naruto's face. It seems modern doors are still your nemesis. Fubuki turned sharply, her cheeks tinged with an embarrassing red. Of course I know how these doors work, she protested, stubbornly crossing her arms. Naruto just smiled, that gesture full of familiarity that disconcerted her so much. You don't know how to lie, he said as he approached the security panel. With precise movements, he inserted a card and typed in a password. The mechanism responded with a soft click, and the door opened effortlessly. Fubuki was speechless. How the hell? Shoo! Naruto whispered, bringing an index finger to his lips in a conspiratorial gesture, leaning towards Fubuki until his hot breath brushed her ear. Let's just say I have certain privileges as a partner of the building's owner. The blonde's blue eyes shone with a glimmer of mystery before he straightened and bowed low into the apartment. After you, ladies. Fubuki opened her mouth to protest, but a silky smooth voice cut through the air. Fubuki opened her mouth to protest, but a silky smooth voice cut through the air. Wow! Miku emerged from the shadows of the hallway like an apparition, her footsteps silent on the wooden floor. I didn't know our tutor was a real estate mogul. Her dark eyes studied Naruto with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. Naruto spun around with the grace of an actor on stage, his smile spreading into an expression that danced between innocent and mischievous. Hee hee. There are still many layers to discover about me, he replied, skillfully turning the key card between his fingers, the plastic gleaming in the light before disappearing in a movement too fast to follow. Miku crossed her arms, but Naruto didn't miss how the right corner of her lips tightened in what could have been a smile. You came to teach us, didn't you? He asked, pushing open the door with a fluid flick of his wrist. Let's not keep knowledge waiting any longer. Fubuki walked past them with a snort that made her bangs flutter. What a waste of time, he muttered to himself, although the walls of the narrow hallway carried his words to Naruto's ears, who only responded with an indulgent smile. Inside the Quintuplets' apartment, the scent of freshly squeezed lemon and new paper hit Naruto as he walked in, transporting him briefly back to his academy days in Konoha. He stood for a moment in the middle of the room, letting the homey warmth of the place envelop him. Okay, team, he announced, rubbing his hands together excitedly, the sound of his palms drying echoing in the empty space. Operation Student Rescue underway. Fubuki, leaning against the door frame, tapped her painted nails against the wood. Tesuke, they should be waiting here, he muttered, his eyes narrowed in an expression that promised retribution. It's rude to keep tutors waiting. Naruto approached with the caution of someone approaching a wild animal, his hands raised in a pacifying gesture. Come on, Fubuki-chan, he said in a sweet tone. A creative genius needs his rest. Besides, he added with a wink, what better way to learn punctuality than with a practical example? Fubuki's sigh was so deep that her entire body seemed to deflate. Fine. He finally gave in, though each word came out as if it took physical effort. But this won't happen again. The steps creaked beneath her feet as if protesting her every step. Upon reaching the top landing, Fubuki stood in front of the first door like a general before a battle. Her fist struck the wood with 3 sharp impacts that echoed through the hallway. The door opened just enough to reveal a sleep-injected blue eye. "You had to come at this time, right?" Itsuki's voice emerged raspy, his red hair disheveled as if he had been fighting a battle with the pillow. Fubuki didn't blink. "Get down. Now," he ordered with the coldness of a judge passing sentence. Itsuki started to close the door with a grunt, but stopped dead in his tracks when his gaze caught Naruto's figure peeking out from behind Fubuki's shoulder. The blonde took the opportunity to bow so deeply that his hair nearly touched the floor. "Itsuki-chan," he crooned, looking up with eyes that shone like the sea at dawn. "Would you do me the honor of granting me this tutoring?" His hands clasped together in a pleading gesture that would have melted the coldest heart. "I promise to make it fun." The effect was immediate. A wave of blush rose from Itsuki's neck to the roots of his hair. "Well," he mumbled, his fingers gripping the door frame. "But only with you. Don't even dream about it with her." He pointed at Fubuki with a trembling finger. Naruto straightened with the grace of a dancer, his smile lighting up the hall. "Deal," he announced, making a victory sign with his fingers. "I'll see you downstairs in 5. Bring your toughest questions." The door closed more softly than expected, followed by the sound of running feet and drawers being hastily opened. After convincing Itsuki, the duo then headed to Yotsuba's room, whose door opened before they could knock, revealing the most energetic quintuplet with a smile that lit up the hallway. "They're here. They're here," she sang, launching herself at Naruto in a hug that made them both stumble. "I'm more than ready to learn. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go." "Yeah, just in time." Naruto nodded with a smile. Yotsuba leaped forward, her ponytail swaying with the movement. "Nino's room is over there." She pointed excitedly toward the next door, her finger trembling with suppressed excitement. Fubuki crossed her arms. "Let's go for the next one. The sooner we finish this circus, the better," he spat, the words coming out through gritted teeth. Fubuki's knuckles knocked 3 times with military precision. The door gave way only a few inches, revealing a single icy blue eye that scrutinized them with disdain before slamming shut. The click of the latch echoed like a gunshot in the silence of the hallway. "That insufferable brat!" Fubuki roared, her fists clenching until her knuckles turned deathly. Naruto stood still, studying the closed door with an expression somewhere between thoughtful and sympathetic. His fingers tangled briefly in his unruly hair before he exhaled a sigh that contained decades of experience with difficult personalities. "I'll talk to her alone later," he murmured, more to calm his own thoughts than to respond to Fubuki's fury. "It's nothing personal. She just needs her space." The trio then headed to Uchiha's room, where they found the eldest of the quintuplets still wrapped in the covers, her disheveled hair forming a messy halo on the pillow. Yotsuba rummaged frantically through an open closet, pulling out clothes with the energy of an earthquake. "What are you still doing in bed at this hour?" Fubuki asked, hands on her hips in a position that would have intimidated anyone, except apparently a newly awakened Uchiha. "Hey Uchiha, is this yours?" Yotsuba waved what appeared to be an overly elaborate set of black lingerie in the air, her cheeks pink with embarrassment. "How? Forward." Uchiha stretched like a contented cat, a mischievous smile curving her lips. "Technically, it could be yours too," he yawned, propping himself up on an elbow. "We're the same size. It's time you retired that little girl underwear you've been hoarding since elementary school." "Uzumaki-san is here," Yotsuba shrieked, jumping as if she had stepped on hot coals. "Uzumaki-san is here," Yotsuba shrieked, jumping as if she'd stepped on hot coals. Her hands flew to the incriminating garment, attempting to hide it behind her back with disastrous results. A drop of cold sweat ran down Naruto's temple while Fubuki's eyes seemed to emit real flames. Yotsuba, recovering from the awkward moment, turned to the blonde with eyes shining with curiosity. What do you think, Uzumaki-san?" he asked in a whisper that everyone heard. The blonde coughed discreetly, looking for a neutral spot on the wall to focus his gaze. No matter what clothes you wear," he finally managed to say, his smile warm as the midday sun, "you will always look beautiful." The words, spoken with the simplicity of someone stating an unquestionable fact, made Yatsuba blush to the roots of her hair. What are you saying? The athletic quintuplet stammered, her fingers nervously twisting at the hem of her skirt. Fubuki intervened before the situation could degenerate further, grabbing Naruto by the ear with the precision of a clamp. "We'll wait for you downstairs. In 5 minutes." He announced in a voice that brooked no argument, dragging the blonde out of the room as he protested weakly. In the room, minutes later, the group had finally reunited, with Nino noticeably absent. Yatsuba, her cheeks still tinged pink, clapped her hands vigorously. "Okay, everyone's ready to start the study session," she announced, as if trying to convince herself more than the others. Uchiha flopped down onto the sofa with the grace of a lazy cat. "I'll just watch," he declared, adjusting himself to find the perfect position between the cushions. Miku, sitting up straight as if at a tea ceremony, adjusted her notebook on the table. "Teach us Japanese history like you promised," he asked, his voice calm, but with a glimmer of genuine interest in his eyes. Itsuki, for his part, had strategically settled himself next to Naruto, his books neatly lined up on the table. "I'll only study with Naruto-kun," she stated, giving her sisters a defiant look that promised war if anyone dared to contradict her. Naruto responded with a smile that contained the wisdom of 1,000 battles fought. "You can trust me," he assured, his hands opening in a gesture that was both promise and challenge. "Although there are some problems, everything was much worse at the beginning," Fubuki reflected as she watched the sisters gathered in the living room, her fingers intertwined over her textbook. "No matter how stubborn they are, they're human after all. If I remain calm and patient, we'll eventually reach an understanding." "Well, I hope everyone is ready to start," Naruto said. Her smile was like a beacon in the room, illuminating even the darkest corners. Fubuki cleared her throat, adjusting her posture. "We can start by," he began, but his words were cut off abruptly when the door to one of the second-floor rooms opened with a loud bang. Nino appeared in the doorway, his pink hair swishing with the sudden movement. His eyes scanned the group with disdain. "Are you still here?" he asked, each word heavy with ice. "They don't seem to know when to give up. According to what Fubuki told me, she tried to drug her, but Itsuki stopped her," Naruto thought, his blue eyes darkening for a moment. However, his expression soon returned to its usual calm. Fubuki took a deep breath, her nails digging lightly into her palms. "Be nice. Don't forget, be nice," she whispered to herself before speaking. "Why don't you join us, Nino? It might be fun." Nino let out a sharp laugh. "Not in your wildest dreams," he retorted, turning on his heels. "What an infuriating girl. But it doesn't matter. 4 is enough," Fubuki concluded mentally, forcing a smile. "Well, why don't we get started?" Yatsuba jumped out of her seat, her excitement almost palpable. "Let's go," he exclaimed, giving an exaggerated military salute that made the books on the table shake. Nino, already on the stairs, stopped with calculated chance. "By the way, Yatsuba," he said in a sweet voice, "an acquaintance from the basketball club is looking for a replacement for this afternoon's game. You're quite athletic, so why don't you go?" Yatsuba blinked, confused. "Are you talking about right now?" "It's just," Naruto intervened before she could finish, his voice calm but firm. "That won't be necessary. I already asked a friend of mine to help out at the club today." Her eyes met Nino's in a silent challenge. "Well played, Naruto-kun," Fubuki thought, though a pang of jealousy surged through her chest. "I just hope that friend isn't anything more than that. You see, Yatsuba," he said aloud, "there's no need for you to miss homeroom." Nino gritted his teeth, his knuckles turning white as he gripped the handrail. "Damn, I didn't count on that," she muttered to herself before trying another tactic. "Hey, Uchiha, didn't you have to work it too?" Naruto didn't give Uchiha time to respond. "I checked your schedules with your father's permission," he explained, taking a small notebook out of his pocket. "Your turn is tomorrow, not today." Uchiha, reclining on the sofa with studied indifference, raised an eyebrow. "Right? I'd forgotten I was free today." He paused dramatically. "Whatever, I'll stay." "Shit, I got the dates mixed up. I only have one more move. Nino mentally cursed, feeling her plan crumble. Hey, it's Suki, she called, forcing sweetness into her voice. Wouldn't you rather study in the library? It would be more comfortable. Itsuki, who had been clinging to Naruto like a shadow, shook her head firmly. It won't be necessary, she declared, her cheeks blushing slightly. Today I want to study. With Naruto-kun. Damn otter steals Uzumaki's. Fubuki thought, fixing Itsuki with a glare that promised pain and suffering. Her fingers closed around the pen so tightly that the plastic groaned in protest. Hey, Miku! Nino hissed with visible annoyance as he descended the stairs, his firm footsteps echoing on the polished wood. She crossed the kitchen with determination until she reached the table, where several shopping bags were resting. Without wasting time, she dug her hand into the paper packaging. You owe me a soda, he snapped, sounding accusatory. The one you drank without asking. I already bought a matcha one to replace it, Miku replied calmly. Without even looking up from the book she had open in her hands, Nino pulled out the can. It was cool to the touch, the condensation sliding down her fingers with a wet caress. Her eyes lifted, and one eyebrow arched in distrust at the scene before her. Miku, sitting between Naruto and Fubuki, was chatting animatedly with them, as if this unusual closeness were the most natural thing in the world. Hey, Miku, he said, stretching out the syllables with a mixture of intrigue and mockery. Since when are you so close with them? A sly smile curved his lips. Or do you just like boring guys? Miku turned the page without flinching, as if her sister's words were a distant murmur. You're so shallow, he murmured with the same emotion as if he were reciting a recipe. Ouch! Fubuki exclaimed, clutching her chest in mock drama. That hurt? But maybe it was a little true. Naruto laughed softly, trying to dissipate the tension that was beginning to float in the air like smoke. Come on, girls, it's not that bad. He intervened in a conciliatory tone, his blue eyes seeking to calm each spark before it caught fire. Nino snorted and crossed his arms, as if the suggestion were an offense. And what's wrong with having cool, popular friends? He retorted emphatically, each word hurling like darts aimed at Miku. Miku opened her mouth, but Naruto interrupted her with a relaxed smile. Nothing wrong with that, he agreed naturally, leaning forward. But knowing how to balance entertainment and personal improvement is what truly makes someone great. Nino waved his hand in a dismissive gesture. Shut up, pocket philosopher. The atmosphere grew a little more tense. Itsuki shot up from his seat, his cheeks puffed out and his fists clenched. Itsuki shot up from his seat, his cheeks puffed out and his fists clenched. Nino, don't talk to Naruto like that, she protested vehemently. The sharp click of the book closing broke the brief silence that followed. Miku looked up, her eyes as cold as the can Nino was still holding. No tea metas, Itsuki. From the sofa, Uchiha raised a lazy hand, watching the drama with visible boredom. Come on, it's not that bad. Don't fight over something silly. I agree, Miku seconded, her voice as sharp as a knife. Nino, get out of the way. Hindering. Nino blinked, as if the word had physically hit her. The word hit her like an invisible slap. Her hand closed tightly around the can, denting it with a metallic screech. Naruto felt the atmosphere become charged, as thick as fog on a wartime morning. This is getting complicated, he thought, his gaze quickly shifting between the sisters. I need to divert this before it explodes. With subtle movements, he bent slightly and brought his hands under the table. His fingers formed a swift, almost imperceptible cross. A thin thread of chakra slithered like a shadow snake across the floor, exiting the apartment in the blink of an eye. About 20 meters away, in the middle of the street, a figure emerged from the shadows. Its appearance changed in a flash, taking the form of a building employee, dressed in a suit and holding a folder. Just as Nino inhaled to launch a new salvo, the apartment doorbell rang loudly, breaking the silence like thunder in a storm. Who could it be? Yatsuba asked, tilting her head slightly as the echo of the doorbell faded down the hallway. Ah! It must be some building employee, Naruto replied with deceptive casualness, without even moving from his spot. There were some problems with the main entrance and the communicator. They're probably coming to let you know they've resolved it. His words came out with a lightness that only masked his lie. That makes sense, Itsuki nodded, putting a finger to his chin. Dad always insists everything be in working order. I don't want to get locked out again just because I forgot my keycard, he added, letting out an awkward laugh as a faint blush spread across his cheeks. Tisk, I'm leaving, Nino snapped, still frowning. He turned with a jerk and headed toward the front door. He opened it without hesitation, only to be met by the disguised Naruto clone, who maintained a formal, almost mechanical posture. Move it, he ordered bluntly, pushing the supposed worker aside before closing the door with a bang that echoed throughout the apartment. From the sofa, Fubuki narrowed her eyes, crossing her arms in resignation. Nino, seriously, at this rate I should start saving up for a shovel and find a good forest, he thought ironically, suppressing a sigh. 3 hours later, Naruto and Fubuki crossed the main entrance in silence, their footsteps echoing leisurely on the cold concrete. The evening air gently caressed the nearby trees, swaying their branches as if a calm reigned at that moment. However, that peace was suddenly shattered when Fubuki stopped dead in her tracks, as if something invisible had tugged at her arm. Is something wrong, Fubuki? Naruto asked, noticing the sudden pause. He turned to her, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Ah, she muttered, forcing a smile as she looked away. I forgot a notebook with some notes from school. I have to go back and get it. Do you want me to go? Naruto offered without thinking, with the ease of someone who truly cares. No, she replied, her voice louder than she intended, reacting almost instinctively. No, there's no need. I'll go. Just wait here for me, she added quickly, trying to regain her composure. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, nervous, unable to meet his gaze for more than a second. In reality, that notebook concealed more than simple school notes. Between its pages, almost like a buried secret, lay a letter written in her own hand, a confession she never dared to share. Just imagining him reading it made a knot tighten in her stomach. Okay, I'll wait for you, Naruto finally said with a slight smile. He sensed her discomfort, but didn't question it. Fubuki nodded and walked quickly into the building. The door closed behind her with a soft click, leaving Naruto alone outside. He leaned against one of the walls of the hall, closing his eyes as he let the wind caress his face as if it wanted to carry him away. 5 troublesome sisters, she murmured, a sigh escaping her lips unnoticed. Well, someone has to deal with them. Time seemed to stand still for a few minutes, wrapped in the apparent tranquility of the afternoon, until a sudden crash broke the silence. The door to the building swung open, and Naruto's eyes slowly opened, just as he saw Nino running out. Her breathing was labored, her steps haphazard, as if she'd been fleeing from something more than just a place. She sank down against the outer wall, clutching her knees tightly, her eyes shining with an emotion she couldn't or wouldn't name. Idiot! Idiot! He whispered through gritted teeth, his voice choked with rage and perhaps something deeper. Naruto watched her from his spot without saying a word. His expression was serene. His thoughts were patient. After a few seconds, he walked toward her calmly, as if the moment called for subtlety. Without asking permission, he sat down next to her. He didn't say anything at first. Sometimes silence was a more powerful response than any learned phrase. What are you doing? Nino asked, noticing his presence. He didn't look at him. His eyes remained fixed on the ground. Nothing, he replied softly. I was just wondering why such a pretty girl is so angry. It wasn't an attempt at flirting. It was an honest observation, spoken with that disarming calm Naruto possessed without realizing it. And yet, those simple words managed to bring a faint blush to Nino's cheeks. She turned her face slightly, just enough so that her expression was half hidden by the shadow of her hair. She tried to hide her surprise, unsuccessfully. It doesn't matter, he murmured, sounding hurt, almost defensive. You can leave. I'm not going to tell you anything. After all, you're just like her. All you care about is studying. You're an idiot. Naruto let out a small laugh, more like a sigh. There was no mockery in his tone, just a strange mix of resignation and tenderness. I've lost count of the number of times I've been called that, he said, narrowing his eyes. And yet, I study precisely to stop being one. Or maybe, because deep down I know I am. Shut up, Nino exclaimed, hiding his face in his arms with a barely perceptible tremble. You're all idiots. I hate you. Naruto tilted his head slightly. He showed no surprise, not the slightest grimace of reproach. His voice, when he spoke, was like a whisper that scratched at the soul. Everyone? Including your sisters? And especially your mother, Rina? Nino's eyes opened with a flash of astonishment, as if that wound, which he thought was well buried, had suddenly been exposed. How come you? I have your father's contact. Naruto interrupted her with disconcerting calm, his words as firm as they were gentle. I know a lot of things. After all, I was the one who actually got Fubuki the job. Nino turned his face violently, clenching his teeth as if he wanted to erase the reality around him by simply ignoring it. I don't care. My sisters are crazy to let a guy like you in. And Fubuki, there's no place for you in our house. There's no room for us. Naruto repeated softly, as if tasting the bitter taste of those words on his tongue. Shut up, Nino shouted, his voice cracking with rage and something deeper. His fists were shaking, clenched on his knees. Naruto didn't move. He sat there beside her, as calm as the wind before a storm. Tell me the truth, Nino, she said gently, as if trying not to break something fragile. Do you really hate your sisters? Or is it yourself you can't bear to look at in the mirror? Nino's eyes widened in fury and bewilderment. What are you insinuating? You don't know anything about me. You think you understand me, but you have no idea what it's like to live as me. Naruto gave a slight smile, but his eyes were still filled with an almost unbearable intensity. I don't need to know everything, she replied firmly. Just look at the way you hide behind your anger, as if shouting louder would make the fear inside you disappear. You're delirious, she retorted, her voice trembling, as if her words were a shield about to break. You're delusional, she retorted, her voice trembling, as if her words were a shield about to break. You have no right to talk like that. No. Naruto looked away for a moment, his voice lower and more personal. Ever since I was born, I was alone. I grew up without parents, without love, without even a hand to comfort me. I was a child surrounded by faces that pretended not to see me. They called me names, they hit me, but none of it hurt as much as what I was doing to myself. He stopped. Silence returned, but this time it wasn't hostile. It was the silence of someone pouring out their heart with words. I hated myself, he continued, his gaze lost in some distant corner. I hated myself for not being strong enough, for not being loved, for staying behind while everyone else moved forward. I hated myself because, deep down, I believed I deserved it. Nino slowly lowered his gaze. His lips trembled and his breathing was uneven, as if each word he spoke stirred an old wound. I'm sorry, he whispered, barely audible. You don't have to be sorry, Naruto said, with unexpected gentleness. I'm not telling you this to make you feel sorry for me. I'm telling you this because I see in you the same thing I once saw in myself. You're trapped. Unlike your sisters, who are already trying to fly, you're still chained to the past, as if you're afraid that if they move away, they'll leave you behind forever. He paused, letting his words fall slowly, like leaves in the wind. You can't stop them, Nino. You can't bind them to you with reproaches or fear. But you can walk beside them. You can be the strong sister you already are, if you stop looking back. And when you dare to do it, you too will fly. He stood calmly, brushed the dust off his trousers with a relaxed gesture, and then extended his hand toward her, unhurried, uncompromising. Just a sincere invitation. And while you take that step, Fubuki and I will be here, to support you, to pick you up if you fall, and to remind you that you, too, deserve a bright future. So tell me, Nino, are you ready to let go of the past, embrace the present, and fight for that future? Fight for that future? Nino repeated with a half-smile tinged with irony. His voice lacked the harshness he was trying to impose. You're a complete idiot if you think I'm going to swallow those empty promises and let you into my life so easily. His words were a wall, but his eyes told a completely different story. She closed her eyelids tightly, as if with that gesture she could stem the tide of emotions that overwhelmed her. She pressed her lips together, and a slight tremor ran through her fingers, betraying the tension she felt. The silence that stretched between them was thick, filled with everything neither of them dared to say yet. And yet, she whispered almost to herself, her voice seeming to escape from deep within her chest. I want to believe you. I hate you for it. She lowered her gaze, focusing on her own hands, as if she could find in them the logic behind her contradiction, the involuntary surrender that was beginning to form within her. She swallowed hard and, raising her gaze with a mixture of determination and fear, spoke again. I swear I'll make your life hell if you lie to me, she said, and although she tried to sound firm, the fragility in her tone gave her away completely. Then he stepped forward. The movement was brief, almost timid, but it was enough to close the distance. She wrapped her arms around Naruto in an awkward, uncertain hug, as if she were afraid he would reject her. But when she felt the warmth of his arms wrapped firmly around her, something inside her broke. And at the same time, she broke free. I'm willing to do this, she murmured against his chest, her voice barely a whisper of breath. For me, and for my sisters, I'll trust you, Naruto. For the first and last time. Naruto closed his eyes. The weight of those words sank into his chest like a solemn promise. I'll support you with everything I have, Nino, he said tenderly. That's my promise. There was a pause. Then softly he added, but for now, I think you should go back to your sisters. Apologize to them. They need you. Yes, she replied, slowly pulling away from the hug. This time, something different shone in her eyes, a spark of resolve. Yes, I must do this. Her footsteps echoed on the pavement as she walked away. She walked firmly, though her shoulders still trembled with the emotion she was trying to contain. As she reached the entrance of the building, she crossed paths with Fubuki. They both stopped. They looked at each other for a moment. Fubuki didn't say anything. Not a reproach, not a word. She just watched her with a neutral expression and continued on her way silently. Naruto, still from a distance, watched the scene. His eyes remained fixed on Fubuki as she slowly approached. Did something happen while I was gone? She asked, raising an eyebrow with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity. Nothing important, he replied with a crooked smile. I just gave a little lesson about life to someone who needed it. Fubuki narrowed her eyes, assessing him for a second. But in the end, she simply nodded. All right, he murmured with resignation. Then let's go home. Naruto nodded, and before moving, he looked back at the sky, where the last glimmer of sunset tinged the clouds with shades of gold and pink. Home, he repeated softly, as if that word, for the first time in a long time, had a true meaning. We are just 2 days after the last tutoring session given by Fubuki and Naruto, in which our blonde protagonist had finally managed to get closer to Nino and thus convince her to study with her sisters in order to improve together. At this very moment, we are located in Fubuki's room, who was very excited to finally have a free day and be able to use it to study. Radio, playing in the background. Today is a nice Sunday. I hope you have a great day. Tonight, there will be a fireworks festival in Higashicho. Fubuki, smiling great. Today I have the day off. Finally, I can forget about those quintuplets and I'll study all day. Looking at her notebook, maybe I should teach them this formula, or this exercise also looks good. Even Yatsuba could understand it. The girl said while reviewing her notes and writing enthusiastically. But what the hell am I thinking? Today I should focus only on myself, not on them. I'm thinking like the ideal tutor. She shouted, somewhat annoyed. She was going to continue complaining until she heard someone ring her doorbell. Fubuki. Who could it be? Maybe it's a debt collector. After thinking this, he went to the door and opened it, finding none other than Itsuki. Fubuki. We don't have any money. How? Itsuki. Closing the door. Itsuki. Hey, why are you closing the door on me? Open up. Fubuki. opening the door a little. What do you want? In case it turns out like the last time you came, let me warn you that we don't have any food for you. Itsuki. How rude. Besides, I didn't come for that. Fubuki. So, Itsuki. I came to give you something. Fubuki. Come in. Already in the room. Itsuki. Well, my dad already gave me your allowance. Here, handing an envelope to Fubuki. Fubuki. Opening the envelope and seeing a large amount of money in it. Incredible. It's a lot of money. Itsuki. That's 5,000 yen a day for each one, which would be 75,000 yen for 3 days. Fubuki. In her thoughts, incredible, with this we can pay off the debts we have. Itsuki. Well, that's all from me, so I'm leaving. Fubuki. I can't accept it. Itsuki. Hey, what are you saying? Fubuki. It is true that I went to his house 3 times in total, but compared to what I was supposed to teach them in the beginning, what I did was almost nothing, and the little that was achieved was thanks to Naruto. Itsuki. Oh, seriously, but you took half-naked pictures of my sister. Reiha. Entering the room, sister. What did you do? Fubuki. Again with that, I already said it was a misunderstanding. Besides, why would I want photos of Nino? Itsuki. HMP, leaving that aside, you and Naruto have certainly managed to start changing something in the 5. Fubuki. At 5? Itsuki. Nervous. I meant only in my sister's. In his thoughts, the one who really made me change is Naruto-kun. Fubuki. I see. Suki. Anyway, don't give it back to me. Use that money however you like. Fubuki. Okay, I guess. Hey Reiha, tell me, is there anything you want? Reiha. Smiling, of course. What do you think if we go play the slots? Fubuki. Well, I don't see any problem. We have to go. Reiha. But we have to invite Itsuki and Naruto Oniisen. She said, while putting on a cute face with which she managed to convince both girls. Reiha. But we have to invite Itsuki and Naruto Oniisen. She said, while putting on a cute face with which she managed to convince both girls. Itsuki. Fine, no problem for me. But where is Naruto-kun? Fubuki. Sighing resignedly. I suppose he's at home, we have to go look for him. Reiha. Excitedly. Hi, let's go for Oniai-san. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, we can see our blonde protagonist who was returning home after having bought his food and having gone to the forest to train. He would arrive home, enter and place his purchases on the table, and would be preparing to go in to shower, but just at that moment he would manage to feel a gigantic amount of chakra which would begin to concentrate in a single place in the distance. Naruto. What the heck? Kurama. It must be one of those sent by that Otsutsuki. Hurry up and get there as soon as possible. Naruto, hello. He would quickly leave his house and start jumping from house to house at maximum speed, heading towards the location where he felt all that chakra concentrated. To which, after a couple of minutes, he would arrive at a forest on the outskirts of the city, which he would enter being alert and managing to see a clearing where he would see a portal which seemed to be closing. He would quickly leave his house and start jumping from house to house at maximum speed, heading towards the location where he felt all that chakra concentrated. To which, after a couple of minutes, he would arrive at a forest on the outskirts of Naruto. That's it. Kurama. There is no doubt. They have already arrived and ahead of time. Naruto. Concentrating. Even though this portal is here, no matter how hard I try, I can't feel any presence nearby. Kurama. That's obvious. He probably left this place as soon as he arrived so you wouldn't detect him. Naruto. I see that from now on things get complicated. Kurama. You better go back home. It won't do any good to stay here searching. Whoever came through that portal should have already left here. Meanwhile, with the girls, they had already arrived at the Uzumaki's house. However, no matter how many times they knocked on his door, he didn't respond. So they assumed he wasn't there and decided to leave. Suki. Too bad, it seems he is not there. Fubuki. She must have gone shopping. It would be better if we went alone, the 3 of us. Reiha. It doesn't matter, we'll have time to go somewhere with Nissan. After confirming that Naruto was not at home, the girls decided to go to the arcade to have fun, although some more than others. All the events unfolded in a similar way to those of the original story until they reached the point where Fubuki, Reiha, and the Quintessential Quintuplets had arrived at the festival. Back with Naruto, he was lying in his bed, quite thoughtful about what was coming. Given the arrival of someone mysterious through that portal, who he was sure was lurking around there looking for him with the goal of wiping him off the map. Kurama. You need to stop stressing about it. All you need to do is stay alert. Naruto. Sighing, you're right. I'm worrying too much. I'm sure I'll be able to manage when the time comes. Kurama. Well, you should get out of the house for a while to relax. Naruto, hello. After that, our blonde protagonist would get dressed and leave the house and notice that he had several messages on his cell phone from Fubuki, in which she invited him to go to the festival with her and her sister. Naruto. Come on, Fubuki. Leaving your studies aside, this is really new, it will be fun to go. Time skip. Naruto was already arriving at the location where Fubuki had summoned him. Wherever he is, he will find her sitting on a bench in the place where the Saludaria is. Naruto, how about Fubuki-chan? Fubuki, looking ahead. Oh, it seems you came. Naruto. Of course. How could I leave such a cute girl hanging? Fubuki. Blushing silly. In his thoughts, my name is cute. Naruto. Hehe, and where is Reiha-chan? Fubuki. She went with Yatsuba. Naruto. How is that Yatsuba? Fubuki. I forgot to tell you, but all the Quintuplets also came with us. Naruto. Wow, that is really weird. I can't imagine you socializing. I should mark this on my calendar as a unique date. Fubuki. Idiot, besides, I didn't propose this, it was Yatsuba and Reiha. Naruto. Hehe, it was too good to be true. And tell me where the girls are? Fubuki. Well, they are. Being interrupted, Itsuki. And Naruto-kun? Yatsuba. Genial Uzumaki-san also in the game. Ichika. I didn't expect this. Miku. H-hour. Naruto. Oh, hello girls. Well, you see, Fubuki invited me and I didn't find it entertaining, so I came to see how it was. Smiling, Nino. It will be interesting to have you here, he said with a small smile. This surprised all those present and made them somewhat jealous, because they didn't know that Naruto and Nino had started to get along better after the talk they had, in which Naruto promised to help Nino improve and allow her to leave her sisters. This surprised everyone present and made them a little jealous because they didn't know that Naruto and Nino had started getting along better after the talk they had, in which Naruto promised to help Nino improve and allow her to let her sisters follow their own path. Reiha. Great, Naruto-Nisan is here, she said while hugging Naruto. Naruto. Hehe, I see you're having fun, Reiha-chan. Fubuki. Standing up from the bench. So what are you planning to do? Remember that I'm only here because Reiha came. Naruto. Come on, Fubuki. Don't be a party pooper. It's okay to have fun once in a while. Itsuki. Naruto-kun is right, at least do it for your sister. Naruto. See, Itsuki supports me. By the way, Itsuki, you look cute with that hairstyle. Naruto. See, Itsuki supports me. By the way, Itsuki, you look cute with that hairstyle. Itsuki. Blushing, thank you. Ichika. It seems Naruto-kun knows how to treat a girl. Whispering in her ear. Tell me, wouldn't you like to check if the girls are wearing anything under their yukata? Naruto, getting nervous. I can't. I have soccer. Ichika. Are you sure about that? Opening the neckline of her yukata. Itsuki. Ichika. What are you saying? Ichika. Oh, come on, I was just joking. Naruto, just about. Ichika. So? Did I get your heart racing? Just when Naruto was going to answer, Ichika's phone began to vibrate. So she went to answer a call. Nino, well, we have to go. Ichika. Sorry, I have a call. I'll be right back. Nino, sighing, in any case, what are you doing here? Looking at Fubuki. I was supposed to come only with my sisters. At most we could invite Naruto. Fubuki. I only came for my sister, and Naruto-kun is coming with me. Author's note. Remember that Nino gets along better with Naruto but still doesn't have a good relationship with Fubuki. End of note. Just after saying that, we would see how Reiha and Yatsuba would return, who had gone to the festival stands. Reiha. Sis, look, Yatsuba-san caught a lot of them for me. Showing a bag of fish. Fubuki. Couldn't they have controlled themselves a little? Yatsuba. I felt like giving her a gift seeing how happy she was. Naruto. Have you thanked Yatsuba-chan yet? Reiha. Thank you, Yatsuba-san, I love you. Yatsuba. How cute you are, Reiha-chan. I wish you were my little sister. Ichika. Coming back. Ready? I'm done, we can go. Naruto. Where do you plan to go? Miku. Nino reserved the roof of a store. Naruto. Should I reserve it? Wow, they're not short of money. Fubuki. Are you from the bourgeoisie or what? Nino, wait a minute, we came to a festival. Aren't you going to buy that? Naruto. What are you talking about? Fubuki. I have no idea. After saying that, the five girls said a different food dish, and after that they went on their way to various stores to buy. Fubuki, I'm starting to doubt their quintuplets. Naruto, come on, they'll just have great similarities, they don't have to be specifically the same. Fubuki, whatever you say. After buying the things, they met again for a few seconds before they went back to other stalls while Naruto, Fubuki and Miku followed Nino, who was heading towards the area she had rented. Nino, come on, hurry up. Fubuki, Nino seems excited, although you guys are too. Naruto, tell me, Miku, why is this date so special for you? Miku, they are a special memory that we share with our mother. She loved the fireworks, so we watch them together every year, even when she left us. That's why they are so important to us. Fubuki, I see, your excitement makes sense. Naruto, so a special memory, huh? It makes sense that they feel that way. He thought while the memories of when he met his parents came to him. Microphone. Thanks for waiting. The fireworks are about to begin. Nino, come on girls, the fireworks are about to start. Hey, where did you go? Realizing that she was alone because people were starting to accumulate. Because of this, people would start to move, pushing Nino and stepping on his foot. Nino, who stepped on me? Where are you girls? Yatsuba. Miku, while she was screaming in search of her sisters, someone would push her again and make her slip, and she was about to fall. But just at that moment, Naruto would appear and grab her by the hand. Naruto, grab. Nino, oh thanks. Naruto, we better get out of here or we won't be able to move forward. Let's go to the store you reserved as soon as possible. Nino, good. Naruto, don't worry, you'll see the fireworks together, right? Nino, hi. Holding onto Naruto's sweatshirt, they would start walking until they reached a store. Naruto, is this it? Nino, yes, it's right on the roof of this building. They both climbed the stairs of the building and reached the terrace, where they were surprised to find that none of the sisters were there. Naruto, but there's no one. Nino, hee, now that I remember, only I knew where the store was. Just at that moment, the fireworks started going off. Naruto, that will be a problem. Nino, I can't even contact them by phone, and I even finished my homework. Why did this have to happen? Naruto, don't worry, maybe they'll try to call you. And just as he said, at that moment Nino received a call from Yatsuba. Nino, Yatsuba, where are you? Yatsuba, I'm at the clock tower, but there are too many people and we can't move forward. Nino, I see, don't worry, I'll go for you, just wait. Cutting the call. Naruto, well, Nino, Fubuki's sister is fine and is with Yatsuba. Apparently they are at the clock tower. Naruto, fine, I'll go get her. Huh. Nino, what's going on? Naruto, isn't that Uchiha over there? Pointing in one direction. Nino, hey, you're right, it's Uchiha. Trying to call her on the phone. Damn, I lost the signal again. Naruto, calm down, I'll go for your sisters. I know today is a very special day for you, and I won't let it be ruined. Nino, who told you? Naruto, it was Miku. Nino, I see. Naruto, anyway, don't worry. I'll bring them and I'll look for Fubuki. Nino, well, I trust you. Gather them all, please. Naruto, sure. Nino, good luck. After that, Naruto went down the stairs and went in search of the quintuplets. Naruto, time to put my ninja tracking skills to work. Resuming the previous chapter, we meet just a few minutes after Naruto had separated from Nino in search of the other sisters, and also in search of Fubuki. At this moment, Naruto was walking through the crowd of people until he reached the area where he had seen Uchiha, where fortunately she was still there. Naruto, Uchiha, thank goodness I found you. Nino is waiting for them. After saying that, Naruto would try to take Uchiha's hand to take her out of there. But before doing so, someone grabbed Naruto's hand. Author's note for those who don't remember, Oda is Uchiha's manager. End of note. Oda, tell me, boy, what relationship do you have with Uchiha? Naruto, looking ahead at the person who held him. Old man? Oda, old man? Wait a minute. Only one person calls me that. Staring at the blonde standing in front of him. And Naruto-san, is that you? Oda, old man? Wait a minute. Only one person calls me that. Staring at the blonde standing in front of him. And Naruto-san, is that you? Naruto, hee, yes, it's been a few months since we last saw each other. Oda, it is an honor to see you as a young Uzumaki again. Naruto, same here, old Oda. I didn't expect to see you here again. Uchiha, do you know each other? Oda, Oh, but of course Naruto-san and I are old friends. Maybe you don't know it, but he is the writer of the famous book The Story of an Absolutely Bold Shinobi. In addition to this, he was in charge of developing a movie based on the book, playing the protagonist himself. It is not necessary to emphasize that this movie was a complete success, and also, Oda could not continue speaking since Naruto had placed his hand on Oda's mouth. Naruto, laughing nervously, I think that was too much talk. Uchiha, impressed. That means Naruto-kun is a famous actor. Naruto, that doesn't matter now. Tell me, Uchiha, what were you doing with Oda-san? Oda, I can explain that. Naruto, well, you would do me a big favor by telling me what's going on. Oda, you see, today there will be auditions to find the right actress to play a role in a movie. Turns out that those auditions are today, in about 40 minutes. As Uchiha's manager, it's my duty to come pick her up and take her to the facility so she can make her debut. Naruto, I see, sighing, this complicates things for me. Oda, what do you mean? Naruto, nothing important. I just need you to hurry up and go back because Uchiha has an important commitment in a while. Oda, I understand. Don't worry. We'll go as quickly as possible. Uchiha will go for the car. I'll wait for you outside the parking lot. Leaving the place, Uchiha, Naruto, you don't need to explain anything to me. Oda-san already made everything clear to me. Uchiha, I'm sorry. It seems I won't be able to go with the girls to see the fireworks as I promised. I'm a terrible sister. Naruto, maybe you won't see the fireworks at the time you planned, but I'll make sure you see those fireworks today, and when all your sisters are together, so don't worry, smiling. Uchiha, why are you doing all this for us? Naruto, because we are friends. Taking Uchiha's hand, come on, let's go with Oda as soon as possible. Uchiha, yes. After a couple of minutes, they arrived outside the parking lot where they would wait for Oda, and meanwhile Uchiha would take out a tablet and pass it to Naruto. Naruto, a script? Uchiha, I've been doing small, nameless roles since I started. About 6 months ago when my boss recruited me, we recently found out that there would be an audition for a good role in an important film, and I took the opportunity to make my debut official. Naruto, I see. Uchiha, well, since you're here, would you help me practice? After all, Oda said you were the protagonist of an important movie, so you'd be a great help. Naruto, fine, I'll help you. I guess I'll be the male character, right? Uchiha, great, let's begin. After saying that, both young people began to perform the scene with great talent and coordination. Uchiha, we finished well. What did you think? Naruto, it was impressive. Congratulations. After saying that they would see in the distance how Oda's car was approaching them, Uchiha, it's the boss's car. I have to go. See you. I'll make sure to get that paper. She would start walking towards the car, but Naruto would stop her and grab her by the cheeks. Uchiha, Naruto, Uchiha, you should stop with that fake smile. Maybe you can fool others, but not me. After all, I used that same smile for years, and believe me, it causes you more damage than you think. So stop hiding what you feel and just show yourself as you are. It will do you good. Uchiha, I see the funny advice. After all, when I started working, I thought I could finally be proud of being the oldest, so I promised myself not to tell them anything until I got it, and therefore I didn't tell them I got an audition. I broke my promise about the fireworks and ran away. I won't be able to face them if I fail the audition. Naruto, I notice you are sure of your path, but you are afraid of what your sisters think, so just this once think about your dreams and give everything you have to achieve them. I am sure that if you are happy, your sisters will be too. Remember that I trust you, and do not worry, I will help you apologize to them, so go to your audition and good luck. Uchiha, thanks, see you later. After saying that, Uchiha got into Oda's car and they left for the facilities where the auditions would be held. Naruto, in his thoughts, I guess I'll have to gather the others and get everything ready. After saying that, Naruto disappeared in a shunshin without anyone noticing. Somewhere else, we can see Miku walking among the people until she managed to see Naruto walking a couple of meters ahead of her, to which she hurried to catch up with him. Miku, Naruto-kun, Naruto, turning around. Oh, Miku, how good that I found you. I've been looking for them for a while. Come with me, we have to find the others. Miku, kneeling on the way, someone stepped on me and hurt me a little. You should go ahead. Naruto, that won't be a problem. Climb on my back. Crouching, Miku. Okay. Getting on Naruto's back. Naruto, let me know if you see any of your sisters or Fubuki. Miku, hey. After that, they both advanced a certain distance until they stopped at a corner. Miku, what's happening? Because you stop? getting off Naruto's back. Naruto, I better treat the blow to your foot. Miku, but it doesn't seem like anything serious. Naruto, it will be better, besides this way I can relieve the pain. After saying that, Naruto would bend down and take out some bandages which he had kept in a pocket in which he had a storage seal, but Miku would not notice it. They then began to bandage Miku's foot, and without her noticing he would begin to channel chakra into the affected area, healing it completely. Naruto, are you feeling better? Miku, yes, thank you. Naruto, okay, let's continue. They both started walking, but a couple of girls approached them. Girl 1, excuse me, we conducted a survey of the festival visitors. Girl 2, could you tell us what your relationship is? Girl 1, I guess it's obvious from the way you guys look that you must be a couple. Miku, blushing, we're not dating. Girl 2, but it's not what it seems. Naruto, nervous, hehe, I know we're just friends and nothing more. Girl 1, I see. We are sorry for the confusion and thank you for your participation, she said before leaving. After that, they would both walk again until Miku would stop. Naruto, is something wrong? Miku, pointing, isn't that Itsuki and Fubuki? Naruto, looking in the indicated direction. That's right, wait a moment, I'll go get them. Quickly, the blonde-haired man would run towards both girls. Naruto, Itsuki, Fubuki, Naruto-kun. Itsuki, how good that we found you. I was worried about you. Hugging Naruto and making Fubuki jealous. Fubuki, separating Itsuki from Naruto, stop being so cloying. Naruto, calm down girls, we have to go. I left Miku over there, we have to meet up. Itsuki, yes. Fubuki, HMP, what does it matter? After a moment, they would meet with Miku. Fubuki, so now where are we going? Naruto, if I'm not mistaken, Yatsuba and Reiha-chan are at the clock tower, so let's head there. Miku, and what about Uchiha? Naruto, something unexpected came up, but he'll meet up with you later. So for now, we'll go with Yatsuba. All hi. Everyone would start walking towards the clock tower until they finally arrived and would be able to see Yatsuba and Reiha sitting there waiting. Yatsuba, girls, how nice that you arrived. Miku, I'm glad you're okay. Fubuki, thank you for taking care of Reiha. Naruto, well, I must leave. Suki, where are you going? Naruto, I must go for Uchiha. Meanwhile, I need you to go to this location. Giving a paper to Itsuki. In that place is Nino, go for her and tell her that you must go to the park near the fountain, there we will all meet. Yatsuba, you don't want me to accompany you. Naruto, it's not necessary, besides I think we'll be a little late. Miku, what do you mean by being late? But Naruto would not respond because he would run away, and after a while he would enter an alley where he would use Shunshin again to reach the building where Uchiha made his debut. Naruto, well, I just have to wait. Meanwhile, with Uchiha, everything would happen in a similar way to the original story, achieving an exemplary performance and playing the role of the film. After a while, Uchiha would leave the building with Oda, and they would find Naruto waiting for them sitting on a bench. Naruto, from your expressions I can tell it went well. Right? Oda, you're right. I never thought Uchiha could be so expressive. Naruto, I see. Anyway, Uchiha must take me for an important matter. See you later, old man. He said to take Uchiha's hand and run out of the place towards the park. Uchiha, where are we going? Naruto-kun. Naruto, to a nearby park, and don't worry, I have everything ready. Uchiha, ready what? Naruto, you'll see with your sisters, just wait. Uchiha, they must be mad I missed the fireworks. Naruto, you're right, but it's still too soon to give up. Arriving at the park, finding all the quintuplets lighting some fireworks and a Fubuki sitting on a bench with a sleeping Reiha next to her. Yatsuba, Uchiha and Uzumaki-san, welcome. I gathered everyone as you asked me. Now that. Naruto, thanks for your collaboration. You'll see what's next soon. Nino, approaching Naruto, thanks and good work. And Naruto-kun. Uchiha, Itsuki, let's light the fires together. Miku, could you please bring them closer? Miku, okay. Take it. Giving Itsuki some fireworks. Uchiha, girls, I'm sorry. It's my fault that everything ended like this. I'm really sorry. Itsuki, you don't need to apologize. Nino, you should have just let us know you are the cause of what happened today, although in part it is my fault for not giving them the location where we were supposed to meet. Itsuki, I'm tired of being so disoriented. Miku, I made some mistakes too. Yatsuba, I'm not sure what's going on, but I also apologize. I got distracted at various posts. Uchiha, girls. Itsuki. Remember what mom used to tell us? If one of us makes a mistake, the 5 of us fix it. Nino. If one finds happiness, all 5 of us share it. Yatsuba. Joy, sadness, anger, affection. Itsuki. Together we are 5/5 of everything. Naruto. In the distance 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 now. After saying that in the sky a large amount of fireworks began to explode, surprising the girls. Naruto. In the distance 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 now. After saying that in the sky a large amount of fireworks began to explode, surprising the girls. Yatsuba. Naruto, is this your work? Itsuki. Incredible. Naruto. Should just enjoy. Nino. Thanks for your help. Naruto, you're welcome, now have fun. All hi. After that, the girls would spend more than 20 minutes throwing fireworks, having fun and watching the fireworks that the Naruto clones threw into the sky in the distance. Although they didn't know that. After a while, Naruto would get up from a bench on which he was sitting. Naruto. Approaching the girls, well, problem solved. But just at the moment he said, someone would come out of the bushes and launch himself at Naruto, who noticed it just in time and was able to block a kick that was heading towards him, which he blocked with his arms, but in the same way it threw him several meters away. Naruto. Getting up from the floor, and a new one begins. Naruto. Getting up from the floor, and a new one begins. Mizuki. It's been a while. Damn fox boy. Naruto. Sarcastically, it's also a pleasure to see you again, Mizuki-sensei. Miku. Worried Naruto-kun, are you okay? Fubuki. Who the hell are you and why are you attacking him? Annoyed. Nino. In his thoughts, this doesn't smell right to me. Naruto, girls stay away. Yatsuba. Pero. Naruto. It's not a request. It's an order, seriously. Itsuki. Haganel, if Naruto-kun, that guy looks dangerous. Mizuki. You know, brat, it was hard for me to find you. But now that I have you in front of me, I can finally kill you. Uchiha. Emmatar. Yatsuba. That guy wants to kill Uzumaki-san. Without anyone being able to say anything else, Mizuki would launch herself against Naruto with a kunai in her hand and would try to stab Naruto, but he would quickly get up and take out a kunai from under his clothes and would begin to block Mizuki's attacks. This would leave the girls impressed because they did not know that Naruto knew how to fight with weapons. Both opponents would continue fighting. However, Naruto only focused on blocking, and when Mizuki was careless, Naruto would kick Mizu hard. This would leave the girls impressed because they did not know that Naruto knew how to fight with weapons. Both opponents would continue fighting. However, Naruto was only dedicated to blocking, and in a moment of Mizuki's carelessness, Naruto would give Mizuki a strong kick and send him a few meters away. Naruto. Why do you keep attacking? You know you're not on my level. Mizuki. Annoyed. That's what you think, but he has made me stronger, so I won't leave until I have eliminated you. Naruto. Annoyed. No matter how much you've improved, I'm still stronger than you and I don't see the need to fight someone so weak. Mizuki. So weak, huh? Let's see that confidence turn into desperation in a few seconds. After saying that, Mizuki disappeared in the blink of an eye, surprising Naruto, who couldn't react and received a punch in the face that sent him flying several meters. Mizuki. Now it's time to make yourself suffer, or would it be better to make your friends suffer? And with a jump, Mizuki positioned himself behind Nino, ready to stab her with a giant shuriken which Nino had thrown. Upon noticing this, he became terrified, closing his eyes just like his sisters, waiting for the worst. They finally heard an impact and a liquid splashing around the place. After hearing this sound, the girls slowly opened their eyes, seeing an image that terrified them. This image was none other than that of Naruto, who had protected Nino with his own body, and because of this he had the giant shuriken stuck in his back from which a large amount of blood came out. After hearing this sound, the girls slowly opened their eyes, seeing an image that terrified them. This image was none other than that of Naruto, who had protected Nino with his own body, and because of this he had the shuriken gig. Imagine that Naruto is Irika and Nino is Naruto. Nino and Naruto? Uchiha, covering her mouth with her hands. It can't be. Fubuki. Why did you do it? Itsuki. On the verge of tears. Come on, Naruto. Get up. Yatsuba and Miku. In shock, we must call a doctor quickly. Mizuki. HMP, like father like son, you remind me of that useless Irika, that time he protected you when he was about to kill you. Anyway, you caused your own death by using your body to protect that brat, believing yourself to be a hero, and look at you now, so defenseless, so weak, and so pathetic. It's time to end this. Walking towards Naruto and preparing a kunai to stab him. Fubuki. Running towards Naruto. Stop. But before arriving, Mizuki will release a small amount of killer instinct, paralyzing Fubuki with fear. Mizuki. Since there's no more trouble, do you have any last words before I end your miserable life? Naruto. Pea-powdered imbecile. Mizuki. Stupid brat, and I was going to give you a quick death. Now die. After saying that, Mizuki threw a stab towards Naruto, but the moment he hit him, a metallic sound was heard and Mizuki's kunai flew out, and without Mizuki being able to say anything, Naruto would get up as if nothing had happened and quickly kick him in the face, sending him flying several meters, to then appear behind him and grab him with great force to put one of his hands on Mizuki's head and begin to steal his chakra, leaving Mizuki paralyzed and without strength. Naruto. Smiling, surprised. Mizuki. Speaking with difficulty. What the hell did you do? Naruto. Well, let's say that you never really hurt me with that shuriken, because under my clothes I wear special shinobi garments which can block that kind of impacts, and so that you wouldn't suspect, I placed a glass jar with fake blood at the point of impact in addition to gluing your shuriken to my body with chakra, and I only had to wait for the exact moment to return the blow. Mizuki. Panting, you just played with me, didn't you? You had everything under control from the start. Naruto. Widening his smile. Did you really think you had a chance against me? Did you forget that I defeated you when I was still a child? What were you expecting this time to happen, knowing that I had more experience? Mizuki. And he can't be my boss, he wouldn't lie to me. Naruto. Well, believe it and don't worry, because from now on I will be your new boss. Mizuki. Surprised. What are you talking about? But he received no response, because after a while in which Naruto was absorbing his chakra, he had become unconscious. After that, Naruto left him on the floor and tied him up with some ropes, so that after that the girls ran towards him quite worried. Itsuki. Worried? Naruto, are you okay? Fubuki. Did that guy hurt you? Yatsuba. Let me check you out. Miku. Hugging Naruto. I was very worried about you. Naruto. Calm down. Everything is fine now. In any case, tell me, are you okay? Nino. Why, yes, and thank you for protecting me. Ichika. Remembering, wait a moment, and the wound on your back. After saying that, the girls became worried again and got closer to Naruto. Naruto. Don't worry, I'm fine. I faked all that to defeat him. He only hit a protection he used under my clothes. Suki. But what about the blood? Naruto. Oh, that. Taking out a glass jar with a red liquid, it's just fake blood, so don't worry. Nino. Looking at Mizuki on the floor. Naruto. Why did this guy try to attack you? Naruto. In his thoughts, it's still too soon for you to know the truth. I hate him, but I'll have to lie to you for now, and the only way to do it is by collecting one of the favors that Maro owes me. Out of his thoughts, the reason why he did it is because he knew that I am his personal bodyguard, and he knew that if he finished me off, he would have free access to you. Itsuki. What do you mean, bodyguard? Our father never told us anything. Naruto. That's obvious, he didn't want to worry you. Besides, he hired me 2 days ago, so I wouldn't have told you yet. But given the circumstances, I'm officially telling you that from today I will be your personal bodyguard, and I will give my life for you if necessary. Ichika. I see, and thank you very much for being willing to protect me and my sisters. I trust you. Nino. Same here. Itsuki. Since everything is clear, what will you do with him? Pointing at Mizuki, who was still on the floor. Naruto? Or don't worry, I'll take him to the authorities. For now, it would be better if you return to your homes. After saying that, the girls would accept and go home somewhat hesitantly, while Naruto took Mizuki to his house without anyone knowing. At Naruto's house. Kurama. So what do you plan to do with him? Referring to Mizuki. Naruto. It's not obvious. I'll put him in a genjutsu and make him my spy in the ranks of that Otsutsuki. Kurama. I see, well thought out, and on the other hand, what will you do with those brats? After all, you told them you were their bodyguard, but you really aren't. Naruto. Taking his phone from a table. I already know that. I guess I'll have to collect one of the favors that Maro owes me. Kurama. Before you did favors in a kind and selfless way, and now you charge for them. Wow, you've changed. Naruto. Oh, come on, Kurama, this time it is necessary to do it, and I wouldn't charge you a single yen. I just need you to give me the job, and that's it. Kurama. Well, you know what to do. After speaking with his tenant, Naruto made a call to Maro. in which he collected one of the favors that he owed him, and in this way, he managed to become the Quintuplets' personal bodyguard without needing a salary. The next day, Naruto and Fubuki head together towards the academy until on their way they run into Uchiha who was waiting for them. Naruto: "Oh Uchiha, nice to see you." Fubuki: "How annoying." Uchiha: "Huh? They won't say anything about my winter uniform?" Naruto: "Nervous, but you only put on the school bag." Uchiha: "Pout. You don't know about fashion." Fubuki: "What do you want so early?" Uchiha: "I wanted to go with you to school." In his thoughts, "And I don't want to leave you alone with Naruto-kun." Naruto: "Okay, let's go." Fubuki: "What does it matter?" After that, they would go to the academy, and on the way Uchiha would tell Naruto that she had already told her sisters about her job and that they had accepted it, all under the annoyed gaze of Fubuki, who decided not to say anything until they finally arrived at her school and entered her classrooms. In the classroom, "Professor, midterms will start next week. And as a warning, any exam with fewer than 30 points will be failed, so try to keep studying." Fubuki: "So it's finally time." Naruto: "I hope the girls are ready." After that, classes proceeded normally until finally it was time for recess and some had left while others were still in their classrooms talking. Fubuki: "Approaching Itsuki, you really study during recess. How responsible." Itsuki: "Leave me alone." Fubuki: "You know they say you study at home, after all we are classmates and I know you are the most studious of your sisters." Itsuki: "You think so?" Blushing from the flattery, not from anything else, ill-considered. Fubuki: "Yes, you're that stupid, so don't be stubborn and join my study sessions. Besides, Naruto is very soft, and I doubt you've learned anything from him. If you join me, I'm sure your grades will improve." Itsuki: "That's true. There's a limit to what I can do alone. Can I ask for help to solve these exercises?" Fubuki: "Of course." Just at that moment Fubuki realized that Itsuki had asked a teacher for help, which would cause her great disappointment while Itsuki made fun of her. After failing, Fubuki would try to convince Nino to study with her, but she would just ignore her and leave, so she would finally go to the library with the other girls and Naruto since Nino and Itsuki had rejected her, but they did study with Naruto. Naruto: "Well, let's start." Yatsuba: "One question. What's different about me today?" Naruto: "The pattern on your ribbon is different." Yatsuba: "Bingo, well done, Uzumaki-kun." Fubuki: Naruto stops paying attention to his games. Naruto: "Hehe, sorry." Fubuki: "I guess you already know that the midterms are coming up, so if you don't improve you won't be able to pass the exams. The exams are in a week, so we'll go over everything." Uchiha: Fubuki: "What are you waiting for?" Uchiha: "And you too, Miku?" Just at that moment, Fubuki would realize that the girls were ignoring her while they studied various subjects. Fubuki: "But what? They study without me forcing them?" Nino: "We're not doing it for you, we're just studying where we left off at the last consultation with Naruto-kun." Yatsuba: "Well then let's do our best." Time skip. Classes had finally ended, so everyone headed home quite tired. Yatsuba: "But I'm so tired." Miku: "I want to get home now." Fubuki: "HMP, after school won't be enough time for you to raise your grades. How much can we study in a week?" Naruto, approaching from behind and hugging Fubuki: "Come on honey, they'll make it. Don't worry." Fubuki: "Honey." Naruto, laughing: "I'm just joking, unless you want me to call you that more often, pretty." Fubuki, blushing: "Hey, what are you saying?" Naruto: "I'm still joking, hehe, don't get angry, anyway relax, they will get it, or so I hope." Yatsuba, approaching the two: "Will you accompany us for a parfait at the station?" Naruto: "Hey, sorry, I'm a little tired and want to go home." Fubuki: "I must go take care of Reiha." Yatsuba: "Too bad. Well, see you." Saying goodbye, after that, they both retreated together towards their house. But on the way, Itsuki would come running with them. Suki: "Please wait." Naruto: "Is something wrong?" Itsuki: "They were supposed to accompany us." Naruto: "Apparently Yatsuba didn't tell them we couldn't go." Itsuki: "I see, he must have forgotten." Fubuki: "You chased us just to tell us that." Suki: "Of course not. Someone wants to talk to you." Fubuki: "With me?" Suki: "Here," giving him his phone. Fubuki: "Diga? Maro Yusugi, right? Thanks for taking care of my daughters." Fubuki: "Nervous? Hey Mr. Dad, thanks for everything." Maro: You don't need to call me that. Naruto. In his thoughts, he must be the bitter old man with emo tendencies. Maro. I'm sorry I didn't introduce myself. I hope the classes go well. Fubuki. Oh, but of course, we were just talking about that. They are good girls. If they keep going like this, they will get it. Maro. I'm glad. I heard the midterms are coming up. I'm glad you're making progress. I know it might be a bit harsh, but I want to see the results to date. If either of them fails the midterms, I'll expect you to resign as their tutor. Fubuki. He's not being too harsh. I mean, it hasn't been long since I started teaching his daughters. Maro. I don't have time for nonsense, brat. So if I don't see results soon, I'll have no choice but to fire you. Don't forget who you're talking to. Naruto. Snatching the cell phone from Fubuki and walking away. Monotonous voice. The one who doesn't know who he's talking to is you? So you better change those terms, or the one who will have a bad time will be you. Maro. Nervous and scared. That voice is you and Naruto-sama. Naruto. And who else do you think, Maro? You better do what I tell you or believe me, you won't have a good time. Maro. But you must understand that I do it for the good of my daughters. Naruto. For your daughters? Tell me, when was the last time you told them they could do it? When was the last time you supported them? And when was the last time you were a good father? Because it turns out that your daughter's friend knows them better than their own father. So I hope you reflect, Maro. Maro? I understand. I will change my conditions to Miss Fubuki. I am sorry for the inconvenience. Hanging up the call. Fubuki. What happened? Naruto. Nothing, just a nice conversation between friends, he. In his thoughts, damn, I hate being the villain, but sometimes it's necessary. For the moment, it would be better for Fubuki to think that the contract continues like this, otherwise she will get used to me always solving her problems. Itsuki. What did my father tell you? Naruto. I'm sorry, but I have to go. I'll gladly answer you another time. After saying that, Naruto ran away from there in order to let both girls fix themselves. Itsuki. Well, bye. Now tell me, Fubuki, what did my father tell you? Fubuki. Nothing important, nervous. Itsuki. And that's why you're shaking so much? Fubuki. Forget about me and worry more about yourself. Also, I hope you're prepared for the exams. Itsuki, of course. Fubuki. You expect me to believe you? You got a bad grade on today's test, didn't you? Itsuki. You know what, Fubuki? Look, Itsuki, you don't need to lie to me. Just remember that if you need help with something, just tell me. Itsuki. Don't you trust me? I already told you that I'll only let Naruto-kun teach me. Fubuki. That doesn't matter. From what I see, you're a hard worker, but inefficient. If you let me teach you, you'll learn more easily. Just follow Uchiha and Miku's example. Itsuki. You may have forgotten, but I asked you for help at the beginning and you just rejected me. While Naruto did help me, so I don't want or need your false help. Fubuki. Do you think you'll be able to improve with just Naruto's help? He's smart, and I know it, but he's very soft. And you won't be able to learn anything with someone like him teaching you. Itsuki. Of course I will improve, and without your help, even if it is too late to save the partials. Fubuki. That's not enough. If you don't pass the exams, it'll be the end. I'm just doing my job while Naruto is just a simple support, someone second-rate and nothing more. He's not your tutor, he doesn't teach you anything useful, he has no talent and you don't matter to him. He only helps you because I asked him to. So stop being selfish and accept. Itsuki. How dare you? Fubuki. How dare I? Itsuki. Upset and screaming. How the hell can you speak so badly of Naruto-kun? Fubuki. Hey, what the hell are you talking about? Itsuki. I know that unlike you, Naruto helps us because he wants to see us improve. He trusts us, and I also know that you asked him for help to teach us, but instead of lying to us and manipulating us, he helps us, giving his all to see us grow, and not like a stupid teacher that my father hired and only does it to do his job without caring about us. He does it because he is our friend, and he has shown it on multiple occasions with Uchiha, Nino, Yatsuba, Miku, and even me, and that is why I trust him. So I ask you no more, or rather I demand that you withdraw what you said about Naruto. Fubuki. Annoying, stop dragging Naruto into this. Don't you want better grades? So, shut the fuck up and listen to me. Itsuki. I knew it, you just want us as your golden egg hens. Fubuki. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that, just that. Itsuki. And I was starting to have a little respect for you, now I'm just starting to have contempt for you. After all, you only do it for the money. Fubuki. So what? After all, who would care about a stubborn girl like you if it wasn't for work? Itsuki, he would care and you know it, and the worst thing is that it really didn't bother me that you did it for money. After all, I understand your situation and that you do it for your family, but what really disgusts me about you is that you talk so badly about the boy you love, and above all that you do it behind his back despite everything he has done for you. And if you're wondering, that's right, I know that you love Naruto Uzumaki. Fubuki. Trembling, how come you? Itsuki. I've noticed it from your behavior, and guess what? I love him too, and that's why I won't let someone as despicable and disgusting as you be with someone as kind and important as Naruto. So don't worry, I'll improve my grades with Naruto-kun and I'll make sure he forgets you and is with me. What do you think? Fubuki, you can't do that. Itsuki. Oh, but of course I can. After all, I've been recording what you said about him, and it would be a shame if he heard it. If he knew what his cute best friend thinks of him. What a sad ending for you, don't you think? Fubuki. I'll make sure you don't do it. I don't know how, but I'll avoid it. I won't allow you to stay with the boy I love. Itsuki. Whatever you say, Fubuki Yusuji. Leaving the place. We are currently in the Quintuplets department where some of the sisters were having fun with a board game while Fubuki, who was sitting next to them, looked quite distracted and somewhat frustrated. Fubuki. In her thoughts, why the hell did I say that? I messed up and I might get fired. After all, I doubt Itsuki wants to study with me. Plus, she might tell Naruto everything right now. My friendship with him and my job hang by a thread that she can easily cut if she wants. I must talk to her. Yatsuba. Yusugi-san. I'm getting married. Money, please. Fubuki. Oh yeah, take it. Yatsuba. Thank you. Miku. I'll continue. Fubuki. Damn, even at the game I'm poor. Realizing what she was doing. What's going on? Did you forget we don't have time for games? End of break. Let's get back to studying. Ichika. But today we studied too much. Yatsuba. My head is going to explode. Miku. It's not good to overdo it. Fubuki. That's true, but, Miku. Fubuki. You seem more anxious than usual. Are we that bad? Fubuki. It's not that. Just that, to tell the truth, being interrupted. Nino. But wow, they're playing instead of studying. One changes with me pointing at Fubuki. Miku. Fubuki. What were you going to tell us? Fubuki. Forget it, it's nothing. Nino. Damn, you don't have any money. Referring to the game. Fubuki. Looking at Nino and then thinking, it would be too bad if he finds out what's happening, and even more so if he finds out about the way I spoke to Itsuki. He would surely try to do something to kick me out. While Fubuki was thinking about what would happen if Nino found out about her problem, she didn't notice that Itsuki had just arrived in the room with her sisters. Nino, do you want to join? Itsuki. Sorry Nino, I had planned to study some things. Fubuki. Looking at Itsuki. About yesterday? I wanted to talk to you. But this would only be ignored by Itsuki, who would approach Miku. Nino. A little annoyed, your classes are over for today. Why don't you go? After saying that, Nino would try to get Fubuki out of her house until Ichika interrupts them. Ichika. Oh, come on Fubuki. Didn't you promise me that you would spend the night here to try to help us with our studies? All including Fubuki. Screaming what? Just after hearing that someone would knock on the door, which Itsuki would go to open, bumping into Naruto outside and letting him into the apartment. Ichika. Wow, hee, it seems we have another guest. Miku. What are you doing here? Naruto. Hey, well about that. Itsuki. I called him. Nino. But why? It's not that it bothers me, but what's the reason? Itsuki. As I told you a while ago, I was planning on studying, so I called Naruto-kun to help me. Naruto. That's right, well Itsuki, let's go. Itsuki. Yes. After clearing things up, both would go to Itsuki's room to study, while Fubuki saw this quite upset, but would finally relax and go to shower at Ichika's request. Fubuki. Why did Ichika help me? Did he suspect something? What does this moment matter? I just have to trust that Naruto will help Itsuki and I will help the others, sighing somewhat sadly. Although it is quite hypocritical to say that I can count on his help after what I said behind his back. If he finds out, he probably won't speak to me again. Sometimes I wish I wouldn't open my mouth without thinking and say any nonsense and finally be able to tell him how I feel about him. Just at that moment, someone would come to talk to her behind the shower door. Nino, Yusugi, it's me, Itsuki. Ichika told me you wanted to tell me something, so tell me. What do you need? Fubuki. I never said anything like that. Nino. I understand. In that case, I'll leave. Fubuki. I'm lying. Thanks for coming. Nino. So what did you want to tell me? Fubuki. I want to apologize for yesterday. I panicked and spoke without thinking. So please allow me to teach you. Nino. What happened to make you get like this? Fubuki. The thing is, if any of you fail, I'll be forced to resign. Nino. So that's what it was? Opening the door and entering. Fubuki. Turning around without seeing that it was Nino Itsuki. What are you doing? Why are you opening it? Nino. You've already seen me naked. And besides, we're both women. There's no reason to be ashamed. Fubuki. Wait a minute, is that voice your own child? Nino. I was wondering why you and Itsuki were acting so weird, and why Itsuki wouldn't let Naruto-kun come talk to you. Heh, so you'll get fired if either of us fails. That's good to know. Meanwhile, in the living room, the rest of the sisters were sitting at a table, and on the other side of the room were Itsuki and Naruto, who had left the room and were now studying on their own, although that didn't mean that Naruto would go from time to time to help one of the sisters, but mainly helping Itsuki because she asked him to first. Yatsuba. Yusugi-san is taking a long time in the bathtub. Ichika. She must be enjoying a nice shower. Tell me, Naruto, wouldn't you like to take a shower? I could wash your back if you want, she said in a flirtatious tone. Naruto. Nervous? Don't worry. I already showered at home before coming, but thanks for the offer. Miku. Enough, Ichika, you're bothering him. Ichika. Wow, it seems you're jealous. Isn't it, Miku? Miku. Oh, of course not. Shaking her head, blushing. Ichika, hee, just joking. They continued arguing until finally Fubuki would arrive. Yatsuba. Yusugi-san, you're back. Fubuki. Sorry for the delay. Shall we go over the exam? Looking at Itsuki and Nino next to Naruto. Why don't you join Itsuki, or maybe you're Nino? Nino. Don't even think about it. I'm already with Naruto-kun. Itsuki. Now what's next, Naruto-kun? Looking at his notes and ignoring Fubuki. Fubuki. In your thoughts now, what do I do? Nino would love it if someone failed and I ended up fired. She's studying with Naruto, but she's capable of failing on purpose just so I leave. What a headache Nino gives me. Miku. So, are we off to a good start? Fubuki. Of course you can ask us whatever you want, referring to her and Naruto, but she would notice that Naruto was giving her a look of disappointment and annoyance, something that scared her. Fubuki. In her thoughts, and it can't be. Did Itsuki already tell her what happened? This can't be. I must talk to him as soon as possible. Yatsuba. How do you say debate in English? Naruto. Returning to his classic smile. Good question, Yatsuba-chan. Remember that as debate. It is likely that that question will be on the exam. Miku. I would like to know, what kind of girls do you like? This question surprised everyone present, who focused all their attention on Naruto. Naruto. Wow, that's unexpected. Do you really want me to answer? Yatsuba. Raising her hand. I'm also interested. Naruto. Sighing, well, there's no other way. I'll tell you what I look for in a girl, but I'll only say one quality for each page that each of you finishes. After saying that, the girls rushed to finish, including Nino. Yatsuba. Termin. Naruto. The first quality would be to be positive and not give up. Miku. Terms. Naruto. The second quality is that she is a good cook. Ichika. Dates. Naruto. The third quality, that she is cute and pleasant. Nino. Deadline. Naruto. The fourth quality, that she knows that I will always be there for her in good times and bad, and that I expect the same from her. Itsuki. End. Naruto. Looking at Fubuki, which is noticeable. And finally, that that girl never turns her back on me, and I can trust her even if I'm not present. Fubuki. In her thoughts, no doubt she already told him, said, I must solve this tomorrow. After saying the qualities they look for in a woman, the girls were excited to have agreed on at least one quality. Ichika. Wow. Miku has already finished her homework. You should congratulate her for her effort. Without Ichika saying anything else, Naruto would approach Miku and caress her head affectionately, making the girl blush. Naruto. Smiling, good job, Miku. Ichika. And tell me, didn't your heart race? Naruto, you're welcome. Ichika. Yatsuba. Check him out. Following that, Yatsuba approached Naruto and placed her head on Naruto's chest in order to listen to his heartbeat. Yatsuba. Moo, it seems that his heart didn't race at all. Itsuki. How annoying. We better go back to my room to study. Right, Naruto? Naruto. It will be the best? Well, girls, I'll leave and go help Itsuki-chan. walking towards the second floor with Itsuki. Ichika, I hope you just go study and don't do perverted things in Itsuki's room. Miku, blushing, but what are you saying, Ichika? Besides, I doubt Naruto is that kind of guy. Nino, Miku is right, Naruto-kun wouldn't do that. Although thinking about it better, I'll go check, running towards Itsuki's room. Fubuki, this keeps getting complicated. Ichika, oh look Fubuki, how beautiful the stars are. Fubuki, what? Ichika, let's rest for a while. Follow me. Walking out of the apartment followed by Fubuki. Fubuki, okay, what's going on? Ichika, tell me, did you fight with Itsuki, or more importantly, did you fight with Naruto? I've noticed that since he arrived at the apartment today, he hasn't spoken to you even once. Fubuki, with Itsuki it's the same as always, and well, with Naruto just a fight between friends, whispering something sad, if he still considers me his friend. Ichika, I thought so. Itsuki-chan, and you always fight, but I'm surprised that you fought with your best friend, but it's better if I don't get involved in that. After all, I'm sure you can solve it. Fubuki, if that's all, I'll go with your sisters. Ichika, you should be more insistent. Fubuki, hey, what are you talking about? Ichika, your attempts to solve the problems you have with them are null or almost null, and when you try to fix it you give up easily. Fubuki, so what do you want me to do? Ichika, I don't really know, but I do know that you should find a way to apologize and fix everything. Because at the rate you're going, if you don't fix things now, you might never do it, and I doubt you want to have a student who hates you forever, and especially I doubt you want Naruto to leave your side. You should be more honest with yourself and with them. I'm sure you're both going through a bad time too. So I'm counting on you to make your relationship go back to how it was, or much better. Fubuki, I guess so, thanks. I thought since they were all born together it wouldn't have much of an influence, but I was wrong. It's obvious you're the oldest, she said, giving a small, almost non-existent smile, which Ichika noticed, and she just made fun of it, making Fubuki blush. It's obvious you're the oldest, she said with a small, almost non-existent smile, but Ichika noticed it and just made fun of it, blushing. Fubuki, Ichika, it's rare to see you smile. Fubuki, it's weird seeing you being mature. Ichika, pout, you're ruining the moment. Well, it would be best to go inside. Fubuki, okay, let's go. Entering the apartment, just at the moment they entered, you could see how a chair that was there exploded and Naruto could be seen, who had a smile. Naruto, in his thoughts, I'm sorry for acting like I'm upset with you, Fubuki, but it's necessary that you relate to them on your own. Fubuki-chan, I trust you can do it. Kurama, I saw it coming. I was very stupid to think that you would be upset with her for what she said about you. Naruto, why do you say it was stupid to have thought that? Kurama, sighing, if you forgave the Uchiha who tried to kill you several times and you still considered him your best friend, it was obvious that you would forgive the brat who spoke ill of you just out of frustration at the moment. Naruto, seen that way, I think you're right. Kurama, and when do you plan to tell her that you forgive her? Naruto, I'll do it when I talk to Itsuki, and when she apologizes to me for what she said. She must learn to accept her mistakes and correct them. Kurama, you look more like his father than his friend. Naruto, I know. In any case, it would be better if I returned to Itsuki. In the department's living room. Fubuki, I'll sleep on the sofa. Miku, it's not necessary. You can use my room and I'll use Nino's since she might sleep in Itsuki's room with Naruto and Itsuki, so I can keep an eye on them so they don't do anything strange. Fubuki, thanks, I guess. Entering Mika's room and lying down on the bed. Tomorrow I'll fix everything. I guess talking to Ichika wasn't a bad idea. Falling asleep. Time skip. It was already night and everyone was already in their rooms sleeping except Miku, who had left her room and stealthily went to Itsuki's room, opening the door and seeing how Nino and Itsuki were sleeping while they hugged Naruto unconsciously, who was asleep in the middle of both girls. Miku, whispering, I won't let them get ahead of me. Approaching the bed and lying down next to her sisters and Naruto. The next day, our blonde protagonist was waking up from a pleasant dream to quickly realize the situation he was in because he had 3 of the quintuplets lying on him while they hugged him. Naruto, in his thoughts, oh no, what did I get myself into? If Nino wakes up, she'll probably kill me. Kurama, possibly before he tortures you and takes away what makes you a man. Naruto, imagining what Nino would do to him if he wakes up. Jesus Christ, I trust in you. Kurama, Didn't you say you were an atheist? Naruto, in his thoughts. In moments like these, any atheist falls before the words of Jesus Christ our Lord. Kurama. Stop exaggerating. Just use the substitution with some stuffed animal or object and that's it. Naruto, good. Naruto quickly replaced himself with a stuffed animal that was on a shelf, freeing himself from the three sisters who were hugging him. Naruto, whispering almost. Kurama. Okay, I'm going back to sleep. Naruto, whispering, damn flea, you do nothing during the day and yet you sleep as if you were tired. I better go to the living room before there is a misunderstanding. In the room, Naruto would go down to the room noticing that Uchiha was there. Naruto, wow. It's weird to see you awake so early. Uchiha, hey, that hurts, you know. Naruto, hee sorry. Uchiha, flirty. And tell me you and my sisters did perverted things at night. Naruto, blushing, oh of course not. Uchiha, it was obvious you wouldn't do it. Naruto, whispering, if you only knew. Uchiha, did you say something? Naruto, it's nothing. Forget it. Uchiha, do you want some breakfast? Naruto, oh don't worry, I was also planning on going home. Uchiha, it's because of Fubuki-chan, right? Naruto, wow, you seem distracted and somewhat lazy, but I can't deny that you are more attentive to your surroundings than I thought. Uchiha, I don't know what happened between you, but she's sorry and wants to fix things with you. Naruto, Loisi. Uchiha, then why don't you go and talk to her? Naruto, this is not the time or place to talk about it, and I don't want her to get in trouble for what happened. Uchiha, I see. Naruto, but don't worry, I'm not upset with her. Rather, I behave this way with her because I want her to mature. Uchiha, it's clear that she's someone important to you. I'll trust your words and not get into the subject any further. I know the kind of person you are, and I doubt you'd do anything to physically or emotionally harm any of the girls, especially Fubuki. Naruto, thank you for understanding. One more thing, make sure your sisters go to the library except Itsuki. Don't ask, just trust what I tell you. Following that, Naruto walked towards the exit of the apartment and left without letting Uchiha speak. Time skip. All the sisters were already in the living room having breakfast quietly, although with the doubt of what Miku was doing in Itsuki's room, to which she lied, saying that she did not know the reason and that she possibly entered while she was sleeping. After that, the sisters continued talking among themselves, where Uchiha would try to convince Itsuki to study with Fubuki, but she refused, arguing that she did not like her and that they used to argue frequently. After these events, the story will take place in a similar way to the original, only avoiding some events that did not happen because Miku slept with Naruto until reaching the point where Fubuki returned to the Quintuplets apartment running into a sleeping Itsuki who was wearing Miku's headphones. After these events, the story will unfold in a similar way to the original, only avoiding some events that did not happen because Miku slept with Naruto until reaching the point where Fubuki returned to the Quintil apartment. Fubuki decided, it's now or never, I must fix things with you. Moving Itsuki's shoulder. Come on, wake up. Itsuki. Hey, yawning, what's wrong? Fubuki, we're finally alone. Itsuki sighing, we have things to talk about. Itsuki. I see what it's like for you, Yusuke-san, she said with annoyance in her voice. There's nothing I should talk to you about, and if what you want is for me to apologize to you, forget it. I'll never. Being interrupted by Fubuki. Fubuki. Sorry. Itsuki. Fubuki. The reason I'm here is not to force you to do anything. I simply wanted to apologize to you. For how I treated you, I was frustrated at that moment. After all, I had just found out that if any of you failed the exams, I would be fired, and in my desperation, I tried to force you to study with me, even though you didn't want to. I even insulted you and yelled at you, and not only at you, but also at Naruto-kun, so I just wanted to tell you that I am truly sorry. Sorry for being so mean to you and never having been able to even try to understand you and help you improve, and not only as your private tutor but as your friend. Itsuki. With tears in her eyes, I am sorry too. Since you arrived, I behaved immaturely with you, and I will never allow you to do your job, and the only thing I did was complicate things for you. I also didn't try to understand you, and I only distanced myself from you. So if you don't mind, I would like to start things over, but this time not as a tutor and student but as friends. Extending her hand to Fubuki. Fubuki. Holding Itsuki's hand with a small smile, same here, Itsuki-chan. Itsuki. Chana laughing. Fubuki. Blushing? I'm sorry. I'm new to this. I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable because of the honorific. Itsuki. No problem, Fubuki-chan. He said with a mocking voice. Fubuki. Don't laugh at me. She said, much more blushing. Itsuki. Hee sorry. Changing the subject, I'm not the only one you should talk to. I'm sure he feels bad about what you said about him. Fubuki. So you really showed him the recording. I already suspected that. Itsuki. Sorry. I'm sorry, I was mad at you and I showed it to him because I wanted him to get mad at you too, and now I know that what I did was wrong. Fubuki. It's not your fault. Now I just have to go and talk to him. Itsuki. Well, I wish you luck. Fubuki. Thank you, but before I go, tell me how your studies are going. Itsuki. Hey, don't you trust me? Who do you think you're talking to? Fubuki. You're right. After all, I'm talking to the biggest glutton in the universe. Laughing. Itsuki. Hey, that's offensive. You know, Fubuki, whatever you say, fine, I'll leave. I'll wait for you later at the library. Itsuki. Of course, I can't allow my new friend to be fired from her job. After saying that, both girls left the place with better spirits and clear smiles on their faces. In another place, specifically in Naruto's house, our blonde protagonist can be seen lying in his bed watching what happened with the girls from a crystal ball, just like Hiruzen Sarutobi did, while he had a big smile on his face. Our blonde protagonist can be seen lying in his bed watching what happened with the girls from a crystal ball, just like Hiruzen Sarutobi did, while he had a big smile on his face. Kurama. Wow, it seems that everything happened just as you wanted. That's surprising. Naruto, what did you expect? Did you forget that I planned everything? Kurama. That's why I say it. I'm surprised that a plan of yours is of any use. Naruto. Hey, who do you think you are to judge plans? You're just a flea-bitten fox who sleeps all day. You have no right to speak. Kurama. What did you say, you damn brat? Come to your mental space. I'll shut that mouth. Naruto. HMP, I have better things to do than sweep the floor with you, Kurama. Kurama. You're a... Sigh. Forget it. I'd better go back to sleep while the brat comes to your house to talk. Naruto, lazy fox, well, I guess it would be better to wait for Fubuki. I doubt it will take too long. In the previous chapter, Fubuki had finally managed to fix things with Itsuki and even establish a friendship with her. Currently, Fubuki was heading to Naruto's house with the purpose of apologizing to him and being able to clear things up, but the closer she got to the blonde's home, she began to get nervous, because she was still somewhat worried about what the Uzumaki might say to her. Finally, she sighed and tried to calm down, already being in front of the house of her secret or not-so-secret love. Currently, Fubuki was heading to Naruto's house with the purpose of apologizing to him and being able to clear things up, but the closer she got to the blonde's home, the more nervous she started to get, as she still had some worries about Fubuki. Sighing, "Come on, calm down, everything will be fine." After saying this to herself, she proceeded to call through the door intercom. "Good morning, I'm Fubuki. Could you open the door for me?" After waiting a few seconds without receiving a response, the door opened, and she proceeded to walk through and enter Naruto's house. But she couldn't see him anywhere. "Fubuki. I don't know why I was expecting this. He must be in his room." She said to go up to the second floor and go to the room of our blonde protagonist and enter it, finding Naruto lying on his bed while reading something. "Naruto, what do you want?" he said, not caring much about the girl's presence, something that Fubuki noticed and made her a little sad. "Fubuki, it's weird to see you reading." "Naruto, I'll say it again, what do you want here?" he said with a more serious tone and ignoring what the girl had said. "Fubuki, I wanted," staying quiet and lowering her head. "Naruto, what did you want? If you don't have anything to say, you'd better leave my house." Fubuki, raising her voice while a few tears fell from her face. "No, I will not leave until I apologize to you and fix everything. I want things to go back to the way they were before. I want you to be the friend I trust so much again, and I want you to please trust me again." Naruto, "Oh, I see. Well, now tell me, how will you achieve it? Will you perhaps speak ill of me behind my back again? Will you once again despise and discard everything I have done for you, Naruto? Or at least for once in your entire life, will you stop being an arrogant woman who only thinks about herself and only uses others as tools, and who thinks that just by asking for an apology she will solve all her problems? Come on, answer," he said, shouting the last thing with an annoyed tone, only to notice how Fubuki was already crying. "Naruto? Or at least for once in your life, will you stop being an arrogant woman who only thinks about herself and only uses others as tools, and who thinks that just by apologizing she'll solve all her problems? Come on, answer," he said. "Kurama, In Naruto's mind, damn brat, you are a good actor, you really seem angry with her, and I also understand that you try to teach the brat a lesson and stop seeing things as if she were a manipulator and all tools, but I think this time you really went too far. Naruto. In his thoughts, oh shit Kurama, I think you're right, I just went too far, and didn't take his situation into account. Now what the hell do I say? Kurama. In Naruto's mind, HMP, how curious that when you try to solve something you almost always end up causing something worse. Anyway, I don't have the slightest idea. Give her comfort or something like that. But calm down the brat because this is already bothering me, and at this rate I will launch a Baijidama at the city. Fubuki. Crying, I am truly sorry, I didn't want to hurt your feelings by talking badly about you, and for you to think that way about me. After all, you've always given your all to help me, but I've never done anything good for you. If I think about it, it would be better if I stay away from you. I only cause you problems. Naruto. Approaching to hug Fubuki, damn, you should stop crying or I'll do it too. Fubuki. Hey, why are you hugging me? Trying to separate Naruto. Naruto. I think I overreacted by yelling at you and questioning you like that. Fubuki. No, you're right. I only care about myself. Naruto. There you have another mistake in what I said. You have always given your best to help your family and give them a decent life. You always try your best, and maybe sometimes you really only cared about yourself. But that is normal, after all, it is human nature. In fact, there was a time when I only thought about myself and fulfilling my ambitions without caring about everything else until I finally discovered how important the friends around me were. That is why I can understand you even a little. Fubuki. That's not true. Since I've known you, you've always helped your friends and even those you don't know but who need it. You're a happy person who always looks for the best for your friends. The simple fact of being with you has always given me security and confidence. Whispering too low, preventing Naruto from hearing her, but a certain fox managed to hear what she said. That's why I fell in love with you, but I had to ruin it. Fubuki. Speaking normally again. Although after what I said about you and behind your back, I will understand if you are upset with me or even if you hate me. Saying the last thing with a trembling voice, Naruto, holding Fubuki's shoulders, listen to me, Fubuki. The reason why I addressed you is not because I am really upset with you, much less that I hate you. Fubuki. So, Naruto, first of all, you should know that you are someone really important to me, and I admit it, I was hurt by what you said about me. But that didn't bother me, it simply worried me because this showed me how much pressure had to fall on you for you to speak that way, and to notice the desperation you had of not losing this job. That's why I behaved like this with you. I tried to give you a little dose of reality and make you understand that having problems does not give you the right to take it out on others, but I think I didn't do it the right way since I even made you cry. Fubuki. 2C. Naruto. And if this is not enough to make you change as a person and show you how important you are to me, I am willing to go much further to see you become someone who truly values and enjoys your life as it should be, and if to achieve that I must spend the rest of my life with you, I am willing to do it. Fubuki. Impressed by what I heard, thank you for that. But if you say that, does that mean you forgive me despite what I did? Naruto. I thought that was already clear, Fubuki-chan. It's obvious that I forgive you. Fubuki. Wiping the tears on her face to give a small smile. You really are the best, Naruto-kun. Thanks for this second chance. I promise I won't ruin it again. Naruto. I know you will. Raising his thumb while smiling, Kurama. In his thoughts, wow, to think that the brat would fall in love with this blonde idiot. Bah, what does it matter for now? I won't tell him. I'll let him realize it. Naruto, well, we better get back to the girls. Fubuki, yes, back with the quintuplets. They were in the library studying together and helping each other except for Nino, who was just checking her cell phone while waiting for her tutor to arrive. Nino, what a pain, it's taking too long. Yatsuba. Come on, Nino, he must have had a problem. Ichika. Yatsuba is right. It's not normal for her to be late. Miku. Hey, it's Suki. Did you happen to see her on your way to the library? It's Suki. Right, I forgot to tell you, he told me he had to solve a small problem and that he would be a little late. Sorry, I forgot. In his thoughts. I hope Fubuki manages to fix things with him. Miku. Oh, I see now. Then I think we should study a little more on our own. Otherwise she might get upset. Ichika. In his thoughts, from what I see, it is most likely that he has already fixed things with Itsuki, and possibly at this moment Fubuki is apologizing to Naruto-kun. Yatsuba. Well then, let's continue. We have to make Yusuji-san and Uzumaki-san feel proud. Nino. HMP, I have better things to do. I'm leaving. He said to get up from his seat and walk towards the exit, But before opening the door, it was opened by a certain hyperactive blonde and his tutor. Fubuki, wow, look what we have here. Naruto, holding Nino's cheeks. Apparently a rebellious girl running away from her responsibilities. Isn't that right, Nino? Nino, getting nervous. Hey, well, I was just going to get some books I left at home. If that's the case, Itsuki, approaching Nino to point accusingly. I don't know what she said, but she's lying. She was just thinking of escaping the study session. Nino, a damn Kirby, you had to rat me out. Nino, a damn Kirby, you had to rat me out. Itsuki, Kirby, crying comically. You are so cruel to me. What did I do to earn this contempt? Fubuki, with a drop of sweat due to the girl's behavior, why don't we just leave this aside? For now, we should start studying. Naruto, Fubuki-chan is right, we must hurry up with her studies. Nino, I guess I have no other choice, right? Naruto, that's right. Nino, I hate you, Itsuki. I want you to know that. Itsuki, thank you. I love you too. Little sister, sticks out her tongue. Naruto, come on, enough with the fighting, we have things to do. Walking to the table where the other quintuplets were. Naruto, come on, enough with the fighting, we have things to do. Walking to the table where the other quintuplets were. Yatsuba, it's great that you're here. The girls and I are working hard. Miku, what is the reason for your delay? Ichika, maybe they were doing perverted things. Giving a mocking smile. Fubuki, approaching to whisper in her ear, and if it were so, is the young actress jealous? Making Ichika blush. Ichika, oh of course not. Naruto, they speak. Ichika, you're welcome. Women's things. Naruto, I'll believe them for now. And answering your question, Mika-chan, both Fubuki and I were talking about certain things that took some time, so nothing important really happened. Miku, I see, in her thoughts. I don't know why, but that answer doesn't convince me. After that talk, everyone started studying together with the help of Naruto and Fubuki, and after a couple of hours they returned to the apartment where they continued studying until they fell asleep in the living room due to exhaustion. The next day in the morning, Fubuki was waking up in the quintuplet room after a long day of work and having had a strange dream in which the girls got 100 on all their tests, which excited her, but that illusion was shattered when she woke up and realized that none of that happened. Fubuki, it was more than obvious that it was a dream. It would be impossible for them to get 100 in everything with so little study time. Getting up from the improvised bed, she was on to look around at everyone sleeping, including a certain blonde. Fubuki, they've been trying too hard this week. Luckily, Naruto-kun managed to convince them that I could stay one more night to teach them. Itsuki, yawning, how tired I am. Looking at Fubuki, oh good morning. It seems you got up early, Fubu-chan. Fubuki, Fubu-chan? When did you give me that nickname? Itsuki, hehe, sorry. I thought since we're closer I could give you a nickname. I'm sorry if I bother you. Fubuki, smiling slightly, don't worry. I'm not bothered, in fact I like it. Itsuki, oh how nice. Fubuki, wait a moment. Approaching a wall with a clock and being petrified. Itsuki, what's going on? Fubuki, tell me Itsuki, classes start at 8:30, right? Itsuki, that's right, and the exams start at 8:45. Fubuki, okay. Pointing at the clock. Well, tell me this clock isn't broken, is it? Itsuki, looking at the clock and then shouting, we'll be late. Fubuki, damn, this is bad. You have to wake up your sisters and Naruto. After saying that they would wake up the rest of the sisters along with a certain blonde, who seemed not to want to wake up but had to, or else he would receive a beating from the girls. After that, they rushed to get dressed and ran towards their institute. Yatsuba, come on, hurry up. Naruto, come on girls, don't get distracted or we'll be late. Fubuki, didn't they take them by car every day? Miku, Ebita is Papa's secretary. Ichika, he would have taken us if our father was home. Fubuki, I understand. Nino, breaking, I don't want them to see me without makeup. Naruto, come on Nino, you are beautiful with or without makeup, so don't worry about it now. He said without thinking, making Nino blush. Nino, if you say so, I guess I'll listen to you. Fubuki, it's not the time to flirt, she said to turn to the other side, seeing Miku helping an old woman to cross the street and Ichika sleeping on one side. You are admirable, Miku. But you forget that it is not the time for that and your Uchiha wake up once and for all. Itsuki. Panting. I can't take it anymore. I'm so hungry. Would it be so bad if I went to buy something to eat? Naruto. Taking a sandwich out of his backpack. Here. It's not much but it'll do, so don't stop. Itsuki. With star eyes. You are the best. Nino. Panting. I can't take it anymore. I'm too exhausted. Naruto. In that case I'll take you. Nino. Hey, what do you mean? But he didn't get a response because our blonde protagonist carried her in a bridal style to start running. Nino. Blushing. What are you doing? Naruto. It's not obvious. I'm going to carry you to the institute. After that, they would all continue advancing until finally reaching the institute, running into a teacher at the gate and using the same strategy as in the original anime, getting all the quintuplets to pass, leaving only Naruto and Fubuki outside. Fubuki. Well, the girls have already entered. Now how do we enter? Naruto. I'll distract sensei, you go in, I'll find a way to get in later. Fubuki. Are you sure about this? Naruto. Of course, you leave everything in my hands. After having outlined the plan, Naruto ran to sensei. Naruto. Uzuki-sensei, we have a problem. Uzuki. What's going on? Young Uzumaki. Naruto. Follow me and I'll explain. Uzuki. Okay. Let's go. After saying that, Naruto went with the sensei to the back of the institute. Fubuki. I should take advantage of it. Running to enter the school and running into the quintuplets in the hallway. Miku. Fubuki-san, where is Naruto-kun? She said, noticing Naruto's absence. Fubuki. He'll be in a moment, don't worry. Suki. Thank goodness the plan worked. Uchiha, we'd better go to our classrooms. Yatsuba. Let's try hard. Girls. Cheer up. Fubuki. Well, it's time to go. I'm sure you'll do well. Trust in your efforts. Nino. Hi, whatever they say. To proceed to walk towards his classroom like the other girls. Back with Naruto. Uzuki. And what did you want to show me? Naruto. Sorry, sensei, but the girls had to go in. Uzuki. The girls? Wait. Did you just push me away from the door so your friends could come in? I won't allow it. Running back to the school entrance. Naruto. Appearing in front of Uzuki. I'm sorry, sensei, but this is necessary. Making a hands pose. Uzuki. What the hell are you doing? Naruto. Sexy jutsu. A puff of smoke appears. Uzuki. I think I see the sky. Fainting with a huge nasal discharge. Uzuki. I think I see the sky. Fainting with a huge nasal discharge. Naruto. Removing the jutsu, this technique never fails. Kurama. In his mind, for a moment I thought you were going to use a genjutsu or something. It seems you're still an airhead. Naruto. I would say 1,000 insults to you right now, but I must hurry to take the exam. Running to his classroom, leaving sensei lying on the floor. After everything that happened, the quintuplets and Naruto along with Fubuki would finally begin their respective exams while thinking about certain totally different things. Nino. I'm not doing this for her. I'm only doing it for Naruto-kun. Uchiha. Okay. I'm done, this should be enough. But on second thought it won't hurt to give it a final check. Itsuki. I hated you before, but now I won't let you get fired. I'll give my best. Fubuki. I trust you girls. Kurama. In Naruto's mental space, I suppose you already know that it's practically impossible for those brats to pass. Right, Naruto? In his mental space, I hate to admit it, but you're right, with the time we've been here it won't be enough for them to pass. At least I know Fubuki won't be fired. Time skip. Fubuki. Hello and thank you for coming. Uchiha. What's wrong? You're too formal. Naruto, your exam results are in. Miku. You can show us the parts where we went wrong. Naruto, that's right. Fubuki. Can we see the results first? Uchiha, of course. Itsuki. I'd rather not. It's personal information. Fubuki. I saw it coming, so don't worry. I'm prepared. Yatsuba. I got a 30, I've never done so well. Miku. I got a 68 in social studies. I failed the rest by very little. Uchiha. I got a 39 in math, I couldn't have done better. Nino. I failed language, math, science, and social studies, at least I want them to know that I tried. Itsuki. Unfortunately, I only passed the science exam. Fubuki. Damn, at least I know they tried, but it seems their stupidity is greater than their attempts. Fubuki. Damn, at least I know they tried, but it seems their stupidity is greater than their attempts. Itsuki. Hey, don't say that like we're not right in front of you. Naruto, hehe, it's sad that they failed, but I'm definitely glad that they gave their all and managed to improve even a little. After all, at least they passed one subject. Nino. It's normal that each one passes a different subject. Yatsuba. That's right. Miku. You should also remember that when we started we added 100 points together. Fubuki. They're right, they've made progress. Miku, although you failed in the other subjects, the fact that you got a 68 on such a difficult exam is impressive. I know you could teach your sisters what you know. Yatsuba. You making too many silly mistakes is somewhat disappointing, so don't rush it and take it easy. Yatsuba. I'll take that into account. Fubuki. Ichika, you should spend more time on each question, so don't give up until the end. Ichika. I'll do it, trust me. Fubuki. Nino, you never listened to me, but you did to Naruto, so you got a breakthrough, so don't let your guard down now that I won't be there. Nino. HMP, maybe I will or not. Miku. What do you mean you won't be here anymore? Fubuki. Well, But just before I answered, Itsuki's phone would start ringing. Itsuki. He's our father. Handing the phone to Fubuki. Fubuki. Hello? This is Yusugi speaking. Maro. Apparently you were with Itsuki. I was thinking of calling all my daughters, but this time I'll let you tell me. Fubuki. Claro. Maro. I'll know if you're lying. Fubuki. I have no reason to do so, but I ask you to find them a better tutor. Maro. So your results are failing, huh? Fubuki. That's right, Maro. Tell me, is Uzumaki-san there? Fubuki. If he's next to me. Maro. I wish you could pass it to me. Fubuki. Good. Handing the phone to Naruto. It seems he wants to talk to you. Naruto, hello. This is Uzumaki Naruto. Tell me what you need? Maro. You said you understood my daughters more than I did, and that you would get good results. Tell me, did you get them? Naruto, maybe having passed only one subject and failed all the others despite having a tutor and assistant would seem like mediocre progress. But compared to the beginning and all the previous tutors that your daughters had, believe me that mediocre progress seems titanic, so you could say that I kept my word. Maro. I see. Could you turn on the speaker? I want my daughters to hear it. Naruto, sure. Maro. Listen to me, Yusuji. What Uzumaki-san told me convinced me and managed to change my mind about the situation. So this time I won't fire you, but starting with the next exam I will expect better results from you and my daughters. Is that clear? Fubuki, yes. Maro. That's all I wanted to discuss. I'm off. Cutting the call. Fubuki. Hugging Naruto. Thank you. Truly thank you. I owe you one. Naruto, you shouldn't just thank me. The girls also made an effort, and obviously you too. This is not the product of just one person but of the teamwork we had. So congratulations, girls. Fubuki. Thank you very much, girls, for having given your best effort, and also thank you, Naruto-kun. Giving him a kiss on the cheek, making the sisters jealous, and leaving Naruto blushing a little. Ichika. Ahem. What do you think if we go celebrate that everything went well? Yatsuba. Great. Let's celebrate. Itsuki. What do you think if we go to a restaurant? He said this while drool fell from his mouth. Nino. It seems Kirby attacks again. Itsuki. Hey. That hurts my self-esteem. Naruto. Come on, Nino, don't bother her. I know. What if after lunch we go to a clothing store? I'll pay. Miku. Like a date? She said it quite blushing. Naruto. Well, that was my plan, a date as friends, but if you don't like doing it, no problem. All the girls. Of course we want to. Now let's go. They said, blushing and pulling Naruto by the arms. In the previous chapter, Fubuki had finally obtained Naruto's forgiveness. In addition to this, the first exams had been carried out, and despite the efforts of the Quintuplets and their tutor, they had failed almost all of the subjects and could have been in trouble with their father. But thanks to Naruto's intervention, the Quintuplets' father did not fire Fubuki, giving her another chance but in exchange for better results. Current time, unknown location. We are located in what appears to be a completely destroyed city where there were many lifeless people lying on the streets, while on top of one of the many destroyed buildings there are two people talking. Point 1. We are located in what appears to be a completely destroyed city where there were many lifeless people lying on the streets, while on top of one of the many destroyed buildings there are two people talking. Mizor, snorting annoyed. This is the fourth dimension we are going to, and I don't see any trace of that damn Uzumaki. Besides, that useless Mizuki seems not to have found him in the dimension I sent him to. The only good thing is that we can kill the humans of these dimensions in any way we please and absorb their energy. Don't you think so, Shizuka? Appearance of Mizore Otsutsuki. Shizuka, I really don't care. I'm only here because the boss asked me to help you. Besides, I'm not a pure-blooded Otsutsuki like you, and therefore I don't have the same goals as you. Shizuka, I really don't care. I'm only here because the boss asked me to help you. Besides, I'm not a pure-blooded Otsutsuki like you, and therefore I don't have the same goals as you. Shizuka's appearance. Shizuka's appearance. Mizore. If I'm not mistaken, you come from the dimension of the person I'm looking for. Shizuka. Is the one you're looking for also from the shinobi dimension? Mizore. That's right, that bastard is a member of the Uzumaki clan. Shizuka. I see. So why do you hate him so much? Mizore. A few years ago I had a fight with him. I was about to kill him, but he used a strange technique which expelled me from his dimension, and in the process he took away 60% of my power, and now I want revenge for what he did to me. Shizuka. I see. I won't question your reasons, since it's none of my business. Mizore, since I answered your question, now I want you to answer a question of mine. Shizuka. That's fair. Tell me what your question is? Mizore. I know you are not a pure Otsutsuki since you are the daughter of a pure Otsutsuki and a human. So tell me, what clan did your father belong to? Shizuka. My father was an Uchiha, so I am half Otsutsuki and half Uchiha, she said, and then activated her eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in both eyes. Yames de Shizuka. Mizore, wow, and to think you already had eyes of this level, you must be close to getting your Rinnegan. Mizore, wow, and to think you already had eyes of this level, you must be close to getting your Rinnegan. Shizuka. Whatever you say, we'd better stop talking and destroy what's left of this place. Mizore. I like the idea. After saying this, he proceeded to raise his hand to begin gathering a large amount of chakra, with the goal of launching it at what remained of the city. Mizore. Well, this will be enough, he said to point towards the remains of the city. But just before he threw the large chakra sphere, he had to dissipate it, in order to cover himself from a large blow that was going against him. Mizore. Well, this will be enough, he said to point towards the remains of the city. But just before he threw the large chakra sphere, he had to dissipate it, in order to cover himself from a large blow that was going against him. Mizore. Well, this will be enough, he said to point towards the remains of the city. But just before he threw the large chakra sphere, he had to dissipate it, in order to cover himself from a large blow that was going against him. Shizuka. In her thoughts, wow, this guy has monstrous strength. Even at the distance I was able to receive a part of the shock wave. Mizore. Seeing the man who attacked him. Hey, and who the hell are you? All Might. My name is All Might, and I am the current symbol of peace. I have come here to stop you, villain. You have already taken the lives of millions of innocent people and many heroes, and I will not allow you to kill anyone else. Author's note. For those who are worried that I'm going to join the dimensions that appear with that of Gotobun, don't worry, I'm only making these characters appear to show the progress of the Otsutsuki in the conquest of alternate dimensions, and to show the characters and a little of their power, and to give some time for some things to happen in the story and not to put everything in at once. End of note. Mizore, I see. You're one of those stupid heroes who inhabit this dimension. I don't have time for you, so Shizuka, take care of it. Without saying another word, Shizuka appeared behind the symbol of peace and quickly launched a horizontal slash with her sword, to which All Might barely managed to turn around and was able to interpose his arms to receive the attack with them. Shizuka. What an idiot. Now he's split in half, but she was very surprised to see her sword break in half due to the great impact. Shizuka. This guy's body just broke my sword, she said with great surprise in her voice. All Might. Listen to me, young lady, you are no match for me. That guy is manipulating you to fight for him. You better give up. I don't want to hurt you. Shizuka. Just because you trusted me doesn't mean you're stronger than me. I'll make sure that doesn't happen again. Summoning a sword through a strange portal. All Might. Fine, you don't give me any choice. I'll finish this quickly. With that said, All Might shot out at Shizuka to try to knock her out with one of his blows. However, on that occasion, Shizuka blocked his attacks with great ease while also attacking certain points of his body with large cuts that he was unable to block, leaving him quite injured, to which All Might decided to move away from the girl. All Might, you're pretty strong, but I'm not going to let you get away with this. Following that, he positioned himself to launch a big attack. Receive this villain Detroit smash. With that said, he launched a powerful attack, which hit Shizuka, causing a large amount of dust that when dissipated showed a completely intact Shizuka, while a strange skeletal body protected her. With that said, he launched a powerful attack, which hit Shizuka, causing a large amount of dust that when dissipated showed a completely intact Shizuka, while a strange skeletal body protected her. With that said, he launched a powerful attack, which hit Shizuka, causing a large amount of dust that when dissipated showed a completely intact Shizuka, while a strange skeletal body protected her. Shizuka. That was a good hit, but it won't even scratch a defense as powerful as the Susanoo. All Might. What the heck is that thing? Shizuka. This, well, is one of the greatest prides of the Uchiha clan, acclaimed by many and feared by others, known as the Susanoo, a perfect defense, she said with a relaxed but intimidating voice. All Might. It doesn't matter. I'll defeat you and then I'll go for your partner. Shizuka. HMP, as if you could do it. During the entire fight I haven't used even my 5% power, nor have I changed to my second form. While you are already bleeding out and your power is getting lower and lower, it's practically impossible for you to win. All Might. It doesn't matter. I am the symbol of peace and I will not give up until I defeat the villains who caused so many deaths in the world. Shizuka. You have courage, but in combat, power is everything. Disappearing the body of the Susanoo to trace some hand poses and then pronounce Katan. Goka Mikyaku. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. All Might. Damn, if that attack hits me it'll leave me in pieces. He would quickly try to move from his place but his body wouldn't respond, since the cuts he received before also served to affect him with a paralyzing poison that came. All Might. Damn, if that attack hits me it'll leave me in pieces. He would quickly try to move from his place but his body wouldn't respond, since the cuts he received before also served to affect him with a paralyzing poison that was impregnated in the sword. All Might. I can't move. He said, quite scared because he was about to receive the full attack, but before that happened a man appeared and saved him by moving him away from the danger area. All Might. I can't move. He said, quite scared because he was about to receive the full attack, but before that happened a man appeared and saved him by moving him away from the danger area. Endeavor. That brat is really strong. Look at her leaving you in that state, he said, looking at the various wounds that the symbol of peace had on his body. But from now on I'll take care of it. All Might. Thank you. I'll leave it in your hands. Shizuka. How annoying. More ants keep coming, she said with boredom in her voice. Endeavor. Annoyed. Who are you calling an ant? Damn brat. He said to throw a sphere of fire at Shizuka, to which she simply deflected it with her hand as if it were nothing. Shizuka. I'm so bored. I thought I'd enjoy the fight a little, but they haven't even made me reach my 10%, so if you'll excuse me I'm leaving. Starting to walk towards Mizor. Endeavor. Where do you think you're going, damn it? Throwing a large flare of fire, but before hitting Shizuka it simply disappeared and appeared next to Mizor. Mizor. I guess you're gonna finish them off, right? Shizuka. That's right. Making a hand pose. Mizor. Hey you stupid human. Talking to Endeavor, we're leaving, but first my partner will leave you something to have fun with, she said with a malicious smile. Endeavor. No, you won't escape. Throwing himself against both Otsutsuki, but before arriving an invisible force would throw him back. Shizuka. Have fun. Pointing to the sky, showing something that terrified Endeavor and the symbol of peace. Shizuka. Have fun. Pointing to the sky, showing something that terrified Endeavor and the symbol of peace. All Might. Imposable. Endeavor. They are monsters. Shizuka. Maybe we'll meet again. If they survive. Entering a strange portal. Mizor. I would like to stay and watch them die, but I must continue with the search for that stupid Uzumaki. Also entering through the portal. Mizor. I would like to stay and watch them die, but I must continue with the search for that stupid Uzumaki. Also entering through the portal. Regrets on the Gotobun no Hanayome. House of the Yusugi. Fubuki. Looking at a notebook, I can't believe they failed almost all the subjects. I know there wasn't much time, but they studied a lot. Isanari. Fubuki forgets her studies at home. Fubuki. What kind of parenting is that? Besides, you got me into this job. Isanari. You weren't always an exemplary student. Have you forgotten that? You worry too much. Surely those girls will change. Reha. What? Wasn't my sister always a study addict? Isanari. She used to be a rebellious girl like her mother. I know you have a photo of that school time in your notebook. Why don't you show it to your sister? Reha. Yes, I want to see her. Fubuki, you won't. Isanari. Snatching the notebook from Fubuki. I have it. Fubuki. Hey, give that back to me. Reha. Show me the photo. Isanari. Look, handing the notebook to Reha where the photo of a girl of about 12 years old could be seen. Isanari. Look, handing the notebook to Reha where the photo of a girl of about 12 years old could be seen. Reha. What? This is my sister? Incredible. Isanari. Hihi, it was around that time when you met Naruto, right? It was when you started to change, wanting to be better. Fubuki. I don't know what you're talking about. Reha. So a childhood sweetheart, huh? How cute. Fubuki. Stop saying those things. She said it very blushing. Time skip. Yatsuba. What are they? Looking at some strange burnt spheres. Miku. They're croquettes. Yatsuba. I thought they were stones. Miku. I know they taste good, try them. Naruto. I'll take the risk this time, so thanks. Taking a croquette and eating it. Fubuki. I hope I don't end up poisoned. Also eating a croquette. Naruto. They are quite good. Fubuki. Same here. Yatsuba. They have a bad palate. Fubuki, you're so picky. Yatsuba, you guys have bad taste. Naruto. Enough fighting. We must continue with your studies. Miku, wait. I'll keep preparing them until they taste perfect. Naruto. Fubuki helps Yatsuba with her studies. I'll stay with Miku. Fubuki, fine, I guess. After a while, we see a Naruto with his head leaning against the table while holding his stomach. Naruto. Whispering, I feel worse than when I ate the pills Sakura prepared. Yatsuba. Miku will be back soon with some medicine. Fubuki. At least I got Yatsuba to study a little. Naruto. I never thought I'd be fed so many of those things until I couldn't take it anymore. And all because you kept complaining. Yatsuba, you must have lied to Miku. Yatsuba. She would immediately notice my lies. Fubuki, you should have at least said you liked the taste. Yatsuba. I'll remember it. Naruto, I hope so. Fubuki. What a pain. Nino. What's wrong? Are you feeling sick? Naruto. Let's just say Miku forced me to eat something of dubious origin. Nino. It's normal for her. She's never been good at cooking. Well, I'm leaving and I'll go shopping with Itsuki. Fubuki. Fine, no problem. Naruto. Are you sick too? Fubuki. Why do you say that? Naruto. It's weird that you let them leave without first trying to convince them to stay and study. Fubuki. Just this once I'll let it go. You've worked hard and deserve a break at least for today. Itsuki. That's great. Don't you want to join us? Fubuki. I wouldn't have a problem, but I can't leave Naruto alone. Itsuki. Yavio. Naruto. Sorry girls, it will be another time. Nino. Well, I hope you get better, he said with a smile. And I hope you get struck by lightning. Looking at Fubuki and then leaving the apartment with Itsuki. Fubuki, you're sighing, I better calm down. Naruto. They really hate each other, he said with a chuckle. Yatsuba. It's weird that she accepted Uzumaki-san, but not Yusuji-san. Naruto. I feel a little better now, I guess I could go home. Fubuki. I'll accompany you. See you tomorrow. Yatsuba. Yatsuba. Hi. See you later. The next day at the institute. Yatsuba. Uzumaki-san, the school camp is approaching. Naruto, you already know. Fubuki. He and I are in charge of the courage test. Miku. It's unexpectedly social for someone like you. Fubuki. Sighing. I didn't want to get involved in this, but Naruto-kun dragged me with him, and the other students in my class agreed with that. Naruto. Come on, it's not that bad. Fubuki. You're right. Now I can get revenge on them. Naruto. It will be a night they will never forget. Miku. Looks like you're going to enjoy it. Yatsuba. Of course. Did you know there's a legend about school camp? Couples who dance together around the campfire on the last day of camp are destined to be together. She said with clear emotion in her voice. Fubuki. That sounds very ridiculous. Yatsuba. Come on. Don't be so rational. Besides, it's a legend about destiny. Don't you think it's romantic? Naruto. The last time someone told me about destiny, I had to beat them up, and that wasn't romantic at all. Fubuki. What kind of people do you live with? Naruto. Some very strange ones. Remembering a certain Hyuga who kept talking about destiny. Fubuki, well, leaving that aside, let's study. Ichika. Hello? Sorry I'm late. Fubuki. It doesn't matter, we'll study math. Ichika. Sorry, I have a shoot later. I figured it's better from now on to be able to give advance notice. So let's exchange emails. Fubuki. I guess it's for the best. Yatsuba. Yes? Let's exchange emails? Uzumaki-san. I'll be happy to give you my email. Naruto. Wouldn't it be better if you traded it to Fubuki-chan? Yatsuba. True. But first I'll make 1,000 paper cranes since a friend is in the hospital. Fubuki. Stop wasting time and study. She said quite frustrated. Naruto. Give me half, I'll help you. Fubuki. You too? Naruto. Come on, it's just to speed up the process, plus we can study while we do it. Yatsuba. Bien, teacher. Oh, Nakano-san. How will you look? Could you help me leave this on your classmates' desks? Showing a large pile of papers. Yatsuba. Claro. Fubuki. Damn, he's too manipulable. In his thoughts, wait a moment. Is he looking for excuses not to study? If that's the case, he's even worse than Nino. Ichika, well, I'm leaving. Miku, have a good one. Yatsuba. Cheer up, Ichika. Fubuki. What does it matter? Just at that moment, Fubuki would receive a message on her cell phone, which she would check, seeing that it was an email from Ichika. Ichika Nakano. If you don't want me to spread this photo, you will get the email of the others. While the photo sent was one in which Fubuki saw Naruto with a face of love. Fubuki. Damn. When did you take this photo? Naruto. Is something wrong? Fubuki. Nothing. Forget it. Fubuki. As your private tutor, I need your emails. Okay? Miku. Here's mine. Showing her cell phone. Fubuki. Well, I only need the one with Itsuki and Nino. Naruto. I doubt Nino will want to pass it to you, and I'll save you the trouble of asking Itsuki, so here, handing his cell phone to Fubuki with both emails. Fubuki. When did you get them? Naruto. I don't remember. Fubuki. Well, I already have one missing. Yatsuba. Ichika. Miku. Itsuki. Nino. Or am I missing? Showing her cell phone. Here you go. Just at that moment, Yatsuba would receive a call. Fubuki. They're calling you from the basketball club? Hey, are you still with them? Yatsuba. Nervous. I almost forgot. I have to do something. Well, I'm going, she said before running away. Naruto. Wow, she's really bad at lying. Fubuki, we have to go for her. Naruto. Okay. I'll follow you. Kan Yatsuba. Yatsuba. Hello, girls. Girl 1. Nakano-san, thank you for helping us. Yatsuba. It's nothing. Fubuki. Hiding behind a wall and whispering. I knew it. Naruto. Whispering, what a problem. Girl 2. Tell me, Nakano-san, have you thought about joining the club? Yatsuba. Yes, and I really appreciate the invitation. Fubuki. Whispering, so that's what it was about. Girl 2. That's great, then. Yatsuba. But, I'm sorry, I can't accept. I know the club is going through a rough patch, but right now I have an important commitment after school. Although of course I can always make substitutions during matches. Girl 2. In that case, there's nothing we can do, although I think your talent is wasted outside the team. Yatsuba. There are 2 people who always encourage me despite my lack of talent, and I want to live up to their expectations. Leaving the place to then meet Fubuki and Naruto on her way. Yatsuba. What are they doing here? Naruto, we came looking for something. Yatsuba. I see. Fubuki. Are you done? Remember, I'll keep making you work hard. So get ready. Yatsuba. Hello? I'm sorry. Author's note. The part where Fubuki has to go to the Quint's house to look for her notebook with the photo of her when she was a child doesn't happen here because she never gave her notebook to Nino. End of note. The next day in the institute hallway. Yatsuba. Uzumaki-san. Jumping on him. Naruto. Hey, Yatsuba, wait. Falling to the floor with Yatsuba on top of him in a compromising pose. Yatsuba. Getting up. I'm sorry. Naruto. No problem. But may I know what makes you happy? Yatsuba. Of course. The reason is because tomorrow is the day of the school camp. Showing a pamphlet. Fubuki. Arriving behind both of them with Miku. I see you're still with that thing about the legend of the bonfire. Yatsuba. Of course, they say that many started going out thanks to that. Fubuki. Relationships between students are a waste of time unless you know how to conduct them responsibly. Naruto, don't you think it would be nice to go out with someone you like? Yatsuba, Uzumaki-san is right, right Miku? Miku, why do we go out with who we like? Naruto, maybe because that person is someone really important to you and you want to be able to stay by his or her side sharing that feeling with him or her. Ichika, appearing behind Yatsuba, Naruto-kun is right. You might like that person so much that you can't help it. Surely you understand, Miku. Miku, not really. Fubuki, okay, now that everyone is here, let's study. Yatsuba, today too? Ichika, I have a shoot so I'll pass. Fubuki, but you never told me. Naruto, she actually warned me, I just forgot to tell you. Yatsuba, I must prepare for tomorrow, see you, she said before running away. Fubuki, hey wait, Ichika. Hey Miku, my class has a meeting about the school camp. Can you do your usual? Miku, okay, leaving there on her way to Ichika's class. Being followed by Fubuki and Naruto from afar to notice how she put on a wig and changed her expressions a little before entering the classroom. Fubuki, apparently they changed places. Naruto, she is practically identical to Ichika. Inside the hall, Maeda, thank you for coming. Nakano-san, Miku, Maeda, right? And the rest? Maeda, sorry, I lied to you to get you to come. Miku, what? Maeda, dance with me at the campfire, please. Miku, why do you want to dance with me? Maeda, well, you see, I like you. Miku, I see. In her thoughts, Ichika is very cute. It will happen to her often. Maeda, and you say it right. Miku, sorry, I'll answer you later. Maeda, I want to know now. Please, Nakano-san, outside the hall. Fubuki, it seems that her lie is causing her problems. I guess you'll have to help her. Naruto, it seems so. What a problem. Let me try to calm things down. Opening the door, Naruto. So you were there, Ichika, your sisters are calling you. Go with them. Miku, Naruto, Maeda, hey, who called you? And don't call Nakano-san by her name. Naruto, sorry for the inconvenience, but I'm not interested in your questions. I only came here for Ichika. Maeda, go away, this is none of your business. Naruto, could you shut your mouth? I only came for Ichika. I'm not interested in your presence in the least. Maeda, wretch, holding Naruto by the neck. Naruto, I'll give you 3 seconds to take your filthy hands off me. Maeda, and if I don't, what? Tightening his grip. Naruto, 3, 2, 1, I warned you. And without saying anything else, he slapped Maeda on the chest, causing him to fall to the floor, unable to breathe properly or move. Maeda, what did you do to me? Naruto, nothing that interests you, well, let's go, Ichika. Maeda, wait, tell me what your answer is. Miku, I am sorry. I promised I would talk to Naruto-kun. Holding his arm, Naruto/Fubuki. In his thoughts, but what the hell? Maeda, you're lying. He's not good enough for you. Miku, that's not true, and Naruto-kun is very handsome and nice, she said, extremely blushed. Maeda, are they dating? Miku, we are lovebirds. Blushing. Fubuki, hidden and whispering, this time I'll kill you, Miku. Miku, shall we walk home? Naruto, going with the flow sounds good to me. Maeda, stop. If they're really dating, they should hold hands, right? Naruto, in his thoughts, if this guy keeps saying stupid things, he will go hand in hand with Shinigami-sama on the way to the other world. Maeda, can't they? How suspicious. Naruto, listen to me, you piece of shit. Not all relationships are the same. Miku, taking Naruto's hand with a big blush. You see, it's not that I want to hold his hand, but it's not our first time either. Maeda, damn. Okay, I get it. Miku, hey, I know it's a weird question, but do you know what makes someone want to propose? Maeda, I guess wanting that person to be yours is all. And you, pointing at Naruto, you better not give him any trouble. Naruto, she's giving me too much trouble right now, you know. Miku, what things are you saying? Come on. Naruto moving away from Maeda to go to Fubuki, who looked very annoyed at Miku. Naruto, what a problem you got me into. But oh well, what does it matter? Fubuki, are you sure you should have rejected it without asking her anything? Miku, Ichika said that work was her priority. Fubuki, I see, and what about the campfire? Yatsuba, There they are. Greeting her sister and tutor. Nino, okay, let's go. Naruto, where are we going? Nino, we will choose clothes for you and Fubuki for the school camp. Naruto, we have no choice, right? Fubuki, damn my study time. Nino, that's right, now hurry up. Time skip. At this time, the quintuplets were choosing different clothes for Naruto and Fubuki based on each sister's own style. From something very striking, something traditional, manly and feminine, and something fashionable. Fubuki, are you sure you want to buy this? Nino, we're not doing it for you. We don't want you to be with us dressed so badly. Fubuki, what's wrong with my clothes? Naruto, nothing really. For me, you will look pretty with any outfit you wear, he said, making her blush and smile. And Fubuki, Yatsuba, this whole going out clothes shopping with a guy thing is like a date, isn't it? Itsuki, we just went shopping. Students shouldn't go on dates. In his thoughts, who am I kidding? If Naruto-kun asked me on a date right now, I would accept without hesitation. Yatsuba, Suenas as Yusuji-san. Itsuki, I'm not that serious. I just keep a prudent distance, having a maximum relationship of friendship. Miku, we better go home. It's already very late. Yatsuba, well, Yusuji-san, Uzumaki-kun, you better read the camp pamphlet. Fubuki, why would I do that? Suki, you better go. Naruto, of course. Yatsuba, let's make very good memories. After this, they went their separate ways until Fubuki noticed a notification on her cell phone. Naruto, is something wrong? Fubuki, Reiha is sick. Naruto, I see, we have to hurry. He said so that both young people ran off towards Fubuki's house of the Yusuji. Reiha, I think I have a fever. Sorry to bother you while you're away. Naruto, you're weak, you'd better rest. Fubuki, I brought medicine and something to drink. Reiha, then give me the medicine. Fubuki, claro. Reiha, wipe my sweat. Fubuki, SI. Reiha, do my homework. Naruto, on the way. Fubuki, hey, that's just a whim of yours. Reiha, thank you. Fubuki, Dad says he'll be back as soon as he finishes work. Reiha, I see. Tomorrow your school camp starts, right? Naruto, that's right. Reiha, can I ask you for another treat? I want you to tell me lots of funny stories when you get back. I'll be fine on my own. Fubuki, I understand. Rest. The next day, Teacher, 4 months. Teacher 2. Itsuki, could you help with a replacement for the courage test committee? Itsuki, K. Teacher 2. Apparently the test managers haven't arrived yet. Itsuki, I understand, no problem. In his thoughts, what happened, guys? Why were you absent? Back with Naruto. Naruto, you better go to the academy, you still have time. Fubuki, it's better for you to go. I'll stay and take care of Reiha. Naruto, Fubuki-chan, I saw the pamphlet you have hidden in your backpack. I know you really want to go and I want you to go, so do it for me and Reiha. Fubuki, Pero, Naruto, but nothing. I'll take care of Reiha, so take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and make good memories, promise. Fubuki, okay, I'll do it. Thank you very much, she said, giving Naruto a kiss on the cheek and then running out of her house on her way to the institute. After a while, the door would open and Isanari would enter quite agitated. Isanari, Reiha, are you still alive? Naruto, oh father, huh, and don't worry, she's fine. She's sleeping right now. Isanari, Naruto-san, shouldn't you be heading towards camp? Naruto, shaking his head, I decided to give Fubuki-chan the opportunity. She seemed really excited to go, although she tried to hide it. Well, since you're here, I'll go to my house. Isanari, thank you. Naruto, you're welcome. Opening the door to run into Itsuki. Hey Itsuki, what are you doing here? Itsuki, I understand the situation. Fubuki told me what was happening. Holding Naruto's hand and pulling him. Naruto, hey, where are we going? Itsuki, to the camp. Naruto, but the buses should have already left. Itsuki, but we won't go by bus. We'll go with my father's driver, pointing to a black car in which the other quintuplets and Fubuki were. Naruto, I see. Miku, Naruto-kun, I thought you weren't coming. Shika, you're late. Nino, you had me worried. Itsuki, as for the courage test committee, you're back in charge. I can't stand that. I'm terrified of ghosts. Naruto, I guess it's okay. Yatsuba, well, let's go.